39. A Daydreamer's Dream. The second after my hand reaches the mysterious glowing sigil of an eye bound in chains, I see blinding light. A light that burns my retina as I sit up and look away from the morning that I recognize as the sun. I smell dust, dirt, and dried blood all over me as I sit. I feel a warm weight on my chest as I look down and see the baby fox I took in, but it's much larger than the last time I saw it. Where the hell am I? I hear a voice as I look around to learn where I am from. You woke up already, Wyatt? How do you feel? Anything, feel off? I turn toward the voice and put a face to it. It's Earl. He looks different, though. Just looking at him, something feels off. And it's not the newly added derringer on his ribs or the revolver on his waist. He feels both more confident and more careful than he was before. It's odd. He appears to be unwounded, though, much unlike me. I guess he made it out of the fight unscathed. After staring at him awkwardly for several moments, I go to respond as he just stares in turn, but I am beset with murmurs, whispers that return to assault my mind. The bloody palm seeks its meal, I suppose. The noise is quieter and less devouring than before, though. It's not quite to the point that I can ignore or zone it out, however, as I still feel it slowly eating away at me. I raise my right hand to my head to try to rub away some of the mental fatigue it causes. Earl notices this and speaks up again, obviously worried for me, and he lets something slip that I don't think he meant to. You doing okay, Wyatt? Your body and mind are probably quite weak right now. You should take a break and acclimate. How would Earl know that my mind is weak? I got into a physical fight before him, not a mental one. Did he? Yeah. Only Earl could come up with something out of the box and unthinkable like that. But why? I try to speak to him through the haze. And unintentionally, my voice comes out much rougher than I meant. Did you do this to me? Why did you attach another man's hand to me? Earl pauses and looks at me, full of guilt, and he stutters all the way through his explanation. Well, why you were dying. And no, that's not right. You did die. Your heart had stopped beating for over 2 minutes before pulsating again. The P-passive regeneration wasn't enough from the bloody palm. You needed either more direct contact with it or more ether to fuel it. I could only do one of the two. Are you okay, though? Artifacts have a very high chance of permanently changing someone's PS psyche. So it was him. I can't blame him, though. Even I thought I had died. For him to pull through and bring me back from the dead? That's nothing short of a miracle. Although, that's one hell of a gamble. What would he do if I was taken over by the bloody palm? It did get close several times there, but I was saved. I was saved by a few lapses in the assault by the palm, which I'm fighting off now a little bit easier, and I was rescued by the sigil appearing wherever I was. Without both of those things, who knows what would have happened? I am inquisitive about what happened and how I was helped in my defense against the bloody palm. So, I ask Earl, and he looks extremely uncomfortable and shows an even deeper level of guilt on his face after my questions reach his ears. His brows creased, and sweat ran down him despite the cool autumn almost winter air. I did have to fight the bloody palm, or at least the emotions within it. I would have died without the help I had during it. I assume it was you who saved me? How did a sigil appear within me? I advanced, you know? Earl takes a short moment to think before answering as if he's being careful not to say the wrong thing. I did what I could to help. I killed the Nain Rouge before it could skewer your heart, and I took its sigil that I resonated with. The Gambler. The sigil skill I was bestowed allowed me to help the bloody palm fuse with you. I also believe it helped even the playing field in the fight between you two. Or at least a little bit. You got another sigil, Earl stammers and trails off at the end. The bit I was most curious about. Like seriously, how did I get a sigil while I was unconscious? I press him for answers despite his not wanting to divulge them. Earl, what happened? Come on, just tell me. He looks at me with high brows and wide eyes. He asks me to promise him something. You promise you won't be mad? Sure, I'll promise so he'll tell me. What could possibly make me mad? He saved my life, after all. Okay, you, air. Get on with it, man. You were, starving. The bloody palm was eating you from the inside out once you two were connected at the wrist. You were thinning, and losing weight every second. You were about to die. Uh-huh. And then? How did I not starve to death? I look pretty healthy right now. I actually feel pretty good, in fact. I fed you. I fed you all the food we had. But you still needed more. And there was nothing around to feed you. Except, he cuts off again. But my brain fills in the blanks. There was nothing around to hunt. And even if there was, Earl is not the one to do it. So, instead, he chose the only option. He fed me the only meat in the area to keep me alive. Human meat. The second this thought reaches my brain, I instinctively bend over to the side and puke as I push the kit to the other side to not dirty them, nausea inundating my whole system. I can't believe what happened while I was unconscious. A quiet, sorry, reaches me from Earl. But more than just nausea from my disgust at what kept me alive hits me. The bloody palm takes this moment to rear its ugly fingers. A cascade of sounds rams into my mind, originating from the slightly off-colored and wrinkled hand attached to my left side. Some sounds I can comprehend, some I cannot, but I know they all mean the same thing. Delicious. The bloody palm enjoyed the meal. That thought hits me even harsher than just knowing I ate other humans to survive. The fact that some part of me wanted it, even if it's not truly me, makes me sick to my stomach. I spend the next several minutes emptying my already empty stomach out into the sand. Only acid, bile, and spit exit from me despite my wish to make all the food leave me. The noises only continue to rise as I kneel in an attempt to expel the human meat from me. But I am immediately overwhelmed by the cacophony, and tears run out of my eyes and off my face into the sand beneath me. Despite the attack on my mind, I can't muster the defenses to defend myself as even more revelations hit me as I think through what happened. Harold, the man with the eye patch, whom I stabbed in the back of the neck. He had the philosopher's sigil as well. He must have been the first one I ate. So how come I didn't fuse with any of the other sigils? Maybe I reached the cabin before anyone else was fed to me, so the rest of the sigils never touched my mind for fusion. I'm only a second sigil because I ate another human. I'm a terrible monster. Alexos was right. How could a person eat someone else? My thoughts continue to descend rapidly and darken in breadth as the whispers eat away at me. But someone tries to pull me out of the abyss before I truly jump in. An arm touches my shoulder as I kneel there in self-made and self-originating torment. I swing around threateningly in righteous anger, expecting it to be Earl. But no, it's Esther. With her trim body, she hugs me. The act of care dispels the voices momentarily as I stop feeding them my thoughts. The cheerful nature of Esther helps lighten my mood just enough for me to actually think about the problem before me. I need to stop these whispers somehow, and I might as well use this new sigil, Forward Daydreamer, if I can. Maybe its new ability will help. To see the world and dream of a better one. I could undoubtedly dream of one without this damn hand attached to me. Similarly to how I first activated Chain Eyes, I take a moment to feel around and sense a new muscle, one somehow located in my eyes. It's hard to describe what it feels like as I activate it, and ether flows without me even needing to order it. The hallmark of a sigil skill. They work instinctively. A considerable amount of ether flows through me as I realize how little of a headache it gives me, almost none, and how amazing my body feels. All the clogged up parts of my body are gone. It seems the increase in ether limit from Forward Daydreamer fixed my ether saturation issue and prevented another one from occurring. The large stream of ether flows from my beautiful double-sided sigil and stops within the center of my pupils. But unlike the double-sided sigil of the bloody palm, mine is just the single sigil enlarged and enhanced with greater detail to fit on two sides. Completely different from the weird and mismatched sigil of the bloody palm. For a moment, while I hug Esther, I stay still, confused. The ether is just sitting in the center of my pupil, unmoving. Why isn't it doing anything? Does it need something? Oh, of course. It requires a daydream. Or at least something to focus on. The cabin mentioned something along those lines. And so, I daydream of the voices from the bloody palm disappearing and leaving me alone. To never harm my mind ever again. To stay within the confines of the hand. Only there to help me, not hurt me. Something incredible happens before and through my very eyes the second I dream of this outcome. I see the chains that surround my entire body appears for a split second. Then, I see them tighten as I feel weakened and restrained, not too severely, like I'm wearing a set of heavily weighted clothes. My breathing becomes just a bit harder. I push Esther away from me as I'm unsure what's happening, and she looks at me curiously with Earl. Just as I begin to panic and try to stop the sigil skill, something else happens. While the chain surrounding my whole body tightens, a single link weakens its hold upon me. A firmly wrapped piece of newly orange-tinted manacle loosens. I see it not entirely fall off my forehead and skull, but hangs loosely with little effect. And once the confining tether relaxes, the voices disappear. The cacophony that has grown to be ever-present for the last, I don't even know how long for me, fades away. I welcome this beautiful silence and peace even though the rest of my body now feels sluggish and weighed down like I'm chained to a massive rock. One that I can still move under, but with difficulty. This sigil skill is impressive. It can loosen the chains that bind me while tightening others. It can enhance portions of me to weaken others, or at least that's my first thought. To see the world and dream of a better one. It must mean that my dreams and ambitions can now subtly affect the world around me. I wonder what the metaphorical caveat is to that since the physical one is other parts growing weaker. Very interesting. I can likely use it for my actual limbs to help me fight as well. A well-timed daydream, that's definitely what I'm calling it, could end a fight. Make them think I'm weaker than I actually am, then deliver a wicked haymaker into someone. There are so many possibilities with this. I just wonder how much it enhances the part that is loosened. It should be a large amount, right? Otherwise, the whispers wouldn't have faded like that. Now that the noise is gone, I hear Earl and Esther speaking to me, asking if I'm okay. Yeah, I'm fine now. I was just thinking of something. Earl looks at me weirdly and tries to pry while apologizing. Hey man, I'm really sorry, but if I didn't do that, you would have died. So please, don't be like that. It hurts me too, man. I might not have, eaten them, but I'm the one who made it happen. Hey, what's wrong? Stop looking into space. It's freaking both Esther and me out. For a second, I almost replied and pushed him away. But something stops me. A cool trickle from my forehead of ether sobers my mind and makes me realize that Earl cares for me. He only did what he could to help. I think the bloody palm might have already started to affect me if I had been that quick to push the man away who saved my life just because he did it in a way I hate. Or at least, I hope the bloody palm egged me on to act like that. Instead of being angry at him, this daydream dreaming about protecting me from the bloody palm and its effects made me rather happy. Well, at least as delighted as I can be after eating at least one person, and likely more. I try to make up for the misunderstanding. You're right, Earl. I'm sorry too. You were just trying to save me. The bloody palm was just attacking my mind. I had to use a new. I feel the chains on my mind tighten once more, and the manacles on the rest of my body loosen to normal as the murmurs return and stop me mid-sentence. My mind is once again under assault from the inner machinations of the bloody palm. Quickly, before I let it eat away at me anymore, I daydream once more to loosen the restraints placed upon my mind by myself and the world. Another large stream of ether enters my pupils, and I repeat the previous use. This time, though, a minimal headache emerges as the intensity of the voices ceases and fades. This will not be good if I have to keep using this sigil skill repeatedly this often. It's been, at most, 1 or 2 minutes since the first use. I don't know how many times I can use this skill before I reach the limit of my ether saturation, but I highly doubt it's all day, or all night, especially not both. Maybe it takes less if I slowly funnel ether into it over time. I attempt this as I look back at Earl and Esther after I get the skill going again. This pause in my speech alarmed Earl as he reactively put his hand on the revolver on his hip and put his arm in front of Esther. Then he extends an olive branch. You better now, Wyatt? What's happening with you? Yeah, sorry. A lapse in a new sigil skill I gained. I believe it can enhance aspects of myself while making others weaker. I used it to strengthen my mind against the bloody palm's onslaught on my psyche, but it ran out momentarily. So, I had to restart it. I think I'm good now, though. I see him and Esther both sigh in relief. Then, He speaks up. Oh, that's good. I was terrified I'd have to fight a crazed Wyatt. I need at least a few weeks of preparation before doing that. And again, I'm really sorry, Wyatt. I'll never forgive myself for what I had to do. It's damn near demonic. I shake my head at him and raise an arm weighed down by invisible chains. It's fine. I'll get over it. But I don't want to discuss it. Just put it behind us and bury it in the dirt. I might need your help now and then to fight this damn hand you put on me, though. My new sigil is called the Forward Daydreamer, so I doubt it'd have the capability to use that enhancement skill while I sleep. When I mention the name of my sigil, I see Earl's eyebrows rise in confusion. Why does your sigil have 2 words? I thought they all only had 1 word. Wait, I thought that too at first, but my absolution was what added the prefix to the word. It is pretty odd. The manual never mentions having a multi-named sigil, only that absolutions exist. I reveal a bit about mine to Earl. It used to only have one when I first got my philosopher. Apparently, I performed something called an absolution. It gave me a new skill and a prefix to my sigil. And the cabin said it gave me another boon with my advancement, something about always moving forward. Earl goes so wide-eyed, I think he's about to burst into 2 different heads. He asks for confirmation incredulously. You performed an absolution? I thought those were incredibly rare. I didn't even know they did that either, only that they gave another skill. Extra utility and skills are always useful because of how few are given from sigils, and I'm sure the boon of forwardness or something of the like will be helpful. We can test it out together to try and find what it is, but I'll have to find a way to do an absolution of my own. Most people, by the time they reach 3rd or 4th sigil, only have a handful of skills, even counting general ones. Every little extra piece is huge. I look at Earl and think of when I performed my absolution, and the literal executioner's blade was falling from my head at the time. I agree with him sarcastically on him doing one himself. I've seen him buckle under pressure. An absolution, or at least in my experience, is the opposite. It's to stand against the very world when everything tells you to die. Yeah. You should definitely find a way to do one. 40. Preparing the pack horse. Earl and I spend a few minutes joking and talking before he grows serious again. Earl looks down at Esther and pats her on the back. Then, his brows and jaw tighten before he speaks. Hey, Wyatt. I look at him, a little confused. I figure most of the bad part is over with. The bloody palm is temporarily controlled, and we're all safe. I'm even mostly healed up. But Earl doesn't appear as though that's the case. Yeah, what's up, man? Earl takes another deep breath. This one is different from the ones earlier when he felt guilty about what he had done. This time, it's full of sadness and depression, and so are his words. His words make my heart skip a beat in what they mean. Leonard got hit pretty badly, but he should be fine after a day or 2, just a minor concussion. He woke up last night and is a little more dull than usual. Elizabeth, though, she won't wake up. That crazy lady with the bat got her good in the head. We gotta take her to a doctor quickly. I think she might have internal bleeding. I breeze past Leonard being hurt. I had figured he'd be fine the whole time, but I feel guilty about how much more I care about Elizabeth being hurt. And I care a lot more as my insides turn sickly in self-hate. I wasn't good enough, but now's not the time to seethe. I need to act. Where is she? Earl motions me to follow him quickly and walks around a large bone structure. Kind of resembles a hip, now that I look at it. But underneath the massive hip bone is Elizabeth sleeping upon a sleeping bag and Leonard sitting beside her with a bandage on the back of his head. I nod to Leonard and ask the man how he feels as I kneel beside Elizabeth. I'll be fine, man. Just really dizzy. Are you sure you're good? I thought Earl said you wouldn't wake for at least a few days, let alone stand. I look at Earl in confusion, and he just shrugs his shoulders. You lost an arm and more blood than we all have combined. The bloody palm, now attached to you, is vastly more effective than previously. It seems so. I just hope it transfers over and lets me heal others just as effectively. I turn away from the 2 men and Esther, who just watches silently like usual. She and Lonnie do that quite a lot, or I guess they did. Distracting myself from painful thoughts, I focus on Elizabeth before me as I take a gander at my new left hand. It's not the same as the rest of me. Slightly paler, a little bit wrinkled, and full of vascularity. It makes me uncomfortable looking at it, but I guess I'll have to get used to it. Hopefully, it can still do a little good despite the assault it constantly puts upon me. To make it do a little bit of good, I place my left hand on Elizabeth's face. Right before I do, though, I hesitate. She looks beautiful while sleeping. Peaceful. There's a bluish-black bruise on her temple, but other than that, it just looks like she's asleep. I shake away that perspective as I try to continue the process of healing her. I force a large portion of ether to flow into the blood palm, my new hand. The second I do, I feel the whispers return, but I push through and order it with my mind to bend to my will. It resists, but I do not relent. I continue to push and force more ether into the palm and try to make it do as I want, to heal Elizabeth, but it refuses even after I force a vast amount of ether on it, enough to give even my newly enhanced ether limit a pounding headache. And the only thing I get is louder voices from the palm. I can barely sift through them without my mind feeling like a knife is running across it. They speak of devouring. They refuse to heal. The bloody palm only wants to eat, not regurgitate. Disappointment and sadness flood me as my will relaxes for a brief moment, and the bloody palm takes advantage of this. I frantically pull my hand away from Elizabeth's head as I feel a rush of warm energy that feels like pure life flow through me from my hand that rests upon her head. She visibly pales into a sheet of white parchment as if she lost considerable blood. I step back in anger away from Elizabeth as I look at my hand. Then, I slam my hand into a bone slab next to me in rage several times. I hear Earl yell behind me as I just keep hitting it against the bone slab, trying to teach it a lesson, but I ignore him. I scream at it in an outburst of frustration as my hand begins to look incredibly damaged, but only after enough beatings to reduce an average hand to mush. I embrace the pain as I watch bones break and tendons snap in the hand. The hand is quite resilient, much more so than my right hand, but like a hammer, I use it to break the bone beside me. I make significant progress and chip off extensive portions of the bone before I run out of breath and fall to the ground. Then, I watch in pure fury as the energy within the hand and the ether still within it is used to repair and heal my hand in incredible swiftness. Every tiny bit of that warm energy heals an ample portion of my hand immediately as it's consumed, and the ether takes much more time and amount to help. The hand heals from looking like a beaten piece of meat, with fingers almost falling off and bone jutting out into a pristine hand within a single minute. It takes all the energy within the hand, but I do not welcome the repair. I stand again, filled with ire at the thing forced upon me, and raise my arm back to the bone. But before I can swing, I feel someone grab my left arm from behind. Reflexively and still full of fury, I turn. I reverse to seek Earl holding my arm as hard as he can. Then he yells at me to calm me. Calm down, Wyatt. It's okay. Stop hurting yourself. Elizabeth isn't dead. You just make it a bit worse. Now we need to get to a doctor very soon. Stop wasting time, energy, and ether hurting yourself. Instead, make up for your mistake. I know you didn't mean it. He looks like he genuinely cares, but a whisper within me tells me he doesn't understand. That he's just. I shake the tendril in my mind away. My daydream ran out of time, and I didn't notice in my rage. A rage that was both caused and probably further fueled by the tendrils and murmurs from the bloody palm. Once more, I feel the now comfortable weight rest upon me as my mind relaxes, no longer under subtle assault. I reply to Earl once I'm sure I'm in control. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I tried to heal her, but the bloody palm refused. When I let up for a single moment, the bloody palm took that moment to make a move. It was hungry, so it ate. Sorry, I'll try to hold better control over it. Earl looks at me, both guilty and sad. Then, he turns to Elizabeth and begins picking stuff up as if he's getting ready to leave. I hope you can. Otherwise, we might all die. You need to always keep the bloody palm at bay. Every time it attacks your mind, you must win. The bloody palm only needs a single failure to have you or us forever in a grave. I know it's my fault that you are stuck with this burden, but you got this, Wyatt. Yeah,
Ido.
I won't ever let it win. Can never let it take control of me. We need to get out of this damned Goliath graveyard, though. It's driving me crazy sitting out here. Along with the palm, I guess. Hopefully, Rustbank is nearby both for Elizabeth and me. I hurriedly ask Earl how close he thinks it is. How far is Rustbank? Can we make it in a day? Earl looks at me with disappointment evident in his eyes. I know the answer before he even speaks. No, it's at least 2 days on foot. Maybe one if we run constantly. And with Elizabeth unable to walk, one of us will have to carry her. Not to mention Leonard, who's in no state to run. There's also Esther. Hey, don't look at me like that, girl. Who can run that fast? 5 of us must somehow get there. One being incapacitated, one being concussed, and another too slow. How will we do it? How much time do we even have? Is 2 days enough time to get Elizabeth to a doctor? Will Elizabeth be fine for 2 days on the move? Earl looks at the unconscious young woman and then back to me. Then, he ponders for a moment, and for the first time ever, it fails me completely regarding knowledge. I'm not sure, honestly. I think she has internal bleeding, and you might have fixed that with the bloody palm going haywire, but that's up for debate. But now, she is definitely low on blood and injured. I'm no doctor, but as an aspiring alchemist, you learn a lot about the human body. She probably has at least a day. Beyond that, I can't tell. All I know is she's in good enough condition now to last a day or so. Damn it. So only a single day is guaranteed. What do we do then? The city is too far. The rest of them can't keep up. Maybe I could just run and take her?
No.
I don't know where the hell I'm going. We all need to stick with Earl. Maybe I could just run and carry them all with me? That's 4 people to haul. For miles. Can I do that? I'll have to. I have an idea, Earl. Earl looks up from packing up and asks what the plan is, though he doesn't seem to believe in what I might say. How about I just carry you 4 and run the whole way? If I enhance myself with ether the whole way, I can probably make it. The young man wearing glasses looks at me incredulously as if I'm mad. He vehemently denies the chance I can do it. No way, man. You cannot run nearly 100 miles in a day with us all on your back. Maybe if you were a physically focused sigil, but you're not. Both of ours seem to be metaphysical. I shake my head at his denial. I can do it. I have to. I can do this, Earl. Look at me. I can do it. How? How are you even going to carry 4 people at once? Are you going to wrap us all up in a sleeping bag and pull us? That's not a bad idea. I think that might actually work. Oh my, you're not even listening. There is no way you can do it. You'd have to keep a running pace the whole way without dropping. How will you keep your defenses against the bloody palm for the run? I can take them down for a little while. I resisted it without daydreaming before I ever evolved my sigil. At this point in the conversation, Earl throws his arms up into the sky and yells, "Just stop, Wyatt. We will just have to walk. Don't kill yourself like a packhorse trying to make it to Rustbank. Then we'll have more to grieve." I understand where he's coming from, but if there's one thing that I've always been good at, it's running. I'm swift and can run for long periods. With ether boosting me with physical enhancement, I have confidence I can do this. I try once more to convince Earl.
Smurl.
Believe in me. I can use physical strengthening to enhance my whole body and push on the whole way. My sigil gives me a much higher maximum for ether saturation. I can handle it. I won't just keel over. He sighs and goes to refuse me again, but something about what I said catches his attention. You know a hunter-issued skill? And what do you mean by enhancing your whole body with physical strengthening? That's not what physical strengthening does. I don't know who told you that. It's a simple, easy-to-learn skill that only enhances a single portion of your body, like a hand, foot, or leg. Adrenaline surge is a much more advanced skill that enhances the whole body with a dire cost afterward. If you use it the whole way, you'll probably die of physical exhaustion halfway through as your bones break, tendons tear, and heart bursts of effort. He pauses in his speech to take a breath before continuing. This gives me some time to digest what he said. Edmund told me that it was called physical strengthening, not adrenaline surge. Did he lie to me? Or does Earl not know what he's talking about? I don't know which to believe. At this point, Earl has taught me much more about ether and the supernatural than Edmund ever did. But why would Edmund have lied? I don't have any more time to ponder this thought as Earl continues his rant. And your sigil gives you a higher limit to ether saturation? That's absolutely insane. I've never heard anything that does that besides time with a sigil and ranking up to the next sigil, which increases it slightly. But other than that, most must wait a few months to gain enough resistance to ether before moving to the second sigil. It does explain a lot about you, though.
Fine.
We'll try. I'll pack stuff up, but you're not taking us in a sleeping bag. I'll make a raft for us to lay on. Excited to try and get moving, I look around and look for any material for a raft. All I see is bone and sand. Confused, I ask him what the raft will be made of. What will you make the raft out of? He turns to me and pushes up his glasses before answering. What else is there but bone around here? Fuck. That will make this even more complicated, but I guess Elizabeth needs stability as she moves. I just sit and amp myself up with Esther, who sits silently, looking at Elizabeth as I wait for Earl to make a raft for us. After just a few minutes, Earl returns, but without a raft. I put my arms up, perplexed. He motions me to follow him as he reverses and returns to where he came from. I shake my head and follow the confusing man. After about a minute of walking, we reach a thin slab of bone that juts out from the sand diagonally. Then, Earl stirs into his massive pack, taken from the bandits that tried to remove us of ours, and pulls out a pickaxe he hands me. I look at him, confused, not understanding what he means. After a few moments of me not moving, he throws his arms up in frustration. You, dig the bone. How else will we get a raft? I sure can't do that. Motherfucker. I didn't expect that. He's right, though. Earl is far too scrawny to break this thing. I sigh, full of annoyance and frustration, before I raise the pickaxe that removed me from my original left hand and swing at the bone. Only a tiny chip comes off of the thin slab of bone. Fuck, that's hard. I shake off some rust and flow ether into the whole of my body, activating, well, I guess I'll go with Earl's name because it fits better, adrenaline surge. Maybe Edmund just taught his name for the skill? I hope that's the case. I don't want to think that the man lied to me. Then, I hear Earl walk away as I pick away at the rigid slab of bone. Strength surges through me, but even with the ether that makes me more powerful, it still takes close to an hour before I break off the 5-foot by 5-foot slab of bone. I look at it in the sand before attempting to look at it. This will be a bitch to carry, even without the 4. I take a kneel as I face away from it and slip my hands underneath it before I rise to my feet and walk back toward the others. It's heavy, very heavy, probably close to 50 pounds of solid bone. I force my feet to move beneath me, and after a few minutes, I reach the others, where I see that Earl has already packed everything up. He motions me and the slab of bone over before throwing our bags and stuff on top of it. Then, he has Esther and Leonard sit atop the raft of bones. Afterward, he sits in the front corner of it and digs a small hole through it with a hammer and nail. He tells me to pick up Elizabeth and place her gently on the raft as Earl does so. I follow the wise lad's directions and carry the young lady onto the bone slab before placing her carefully beside him. After the rest of us, the concussed Leonard, quiet Esther, and I watch Earl dig a hole in both front corners before looping a rope through them. Once he is done, he sits in the center of the slab, creates more small holes, and wraps rope through them. Eventually, he makes 6 total rope things on the whole raft as we all just watch him expectantly. While he does so, I pull out the manuals and read more. I don't get that far as he doesn't take too long, but I try to take Earl's advice. Mainly because the more I know about the bloody palm, the better I can resist its calls. After Earl finishes implanting all holes and rope, he sits on the rafts and points at the front piece of twine. That's your handle, Wyatt. Let's get this show on the road. If you pass out, I guess I'll carry you the rest of the way, and Leonard will get Elizabeth with Esther's help. Leonard and Esther, if you feel like you are about to fall off, just grab onto the rope like a handle. And Esther, can you watch Wyatt's fox for him? Elizabeth normally does, but she's hurt. I see the two of them nod in response to Earl's advice and ask for aid. I stand before the bone raft and grab onto the rope behind me. Then, I dig my feet into the sand as deeply as possible. Once I feel the muscles in my legs at their peaks, I begin to flood even more ether into adrenaline surge, which I now believe is the proper name after a short discussion with Earl while he built the raft. Adrenaline surge can take any amount of ether as it is just a way to boost your entire body with ether. But there is a massive downside. Afterward and during, it destroys your body. It pushes your body to its limit and a little beyond, depending on how much ether is inputted into it. You can keep up the skill without feeling its side effects if you don't reach ether saturation. But the second it drops, the effect hits you like a steaming train. I always welcome exhaustion, though. It means I indeed tried painstakingly. But only when I collapse from exhaustion do I know I did my best. Before we leave, though, a final question comes to mind as I look around and voice it to Earl. Where'd the horse go? Earl looks at me and laughs along with Esther and Leonard. He breaks down and chuckles so hard that I think he might die of suffocation, but he eventually looks back up and answers me. You pay so little attention to the world around you. Huh? The horse ran off during the fight with the giant spider. Or the spider ate it before it went up that skeleton. We left it at the bottom, 'cause it'd be too hard to carry. The thing's been gone for over 2 days now. I hope that you at least notice when I one day die. I feel a bit bad as I hear him, and the other two continue laughing with each other, but I turn away and focus on moving forwards. With tightened hands and ears full of laughter, I look forward, energy filling me. And just for a moment, I think I know what the forward daydreamer means. 41. Arrival at Rustbank. I take my first of many future-weighted steps as I feel the difficulty moving with a few 100 pounds attached to my back. I'm forced to use every muscle in my scrawny, recently starvation-recovered body. Just after 20 steps, my body feels weak, but I grit my teeth and push on. Every day recently seems to be precisely the same. It's almost as if I can see the future. I will push myself to my limit until I collapse and then wake up and do it again. I don't know how I feel about it, but I'm certainly not ecstatic. After just 100 steps, as I initiate my run with momentum, I force even more ether into my body to boost myself. It gives me the strength to move faster now, as I run roughly at my average speed without any enhancement. The rope burns into my right palm as I grip it so tightly that it won't slip. My left is near unaffected, the toughness of the bloody palm far beyond ordinary flesh. After nearly 1,000 steps, I am forced to release my constant daydreams of resisting the bloody palm. Despite how much I hate to do so, I need more strength. A strength that I can only get if I loosen the restraints on my legs to move faster. And that's what I do. The chains upon my forehead tighten once more, significantly more than usual, as the manacles on my legs retreat a bit. Instantly I feel two things, one which gives me joy and another with frustration. My legs feel so much more vigorous, I nearly double my full-on sprinting speed to the speed of a horse. I hear Esther squeal behind me on the bone slab in enjoyment while Earl whistles, obviously impressed by my swiftness of foot. But the enhancement to my travel time is not all that occurs with the transference of restrictiveness between chains. The murmurs of the bloody palm return, and much stronger than the last time they appeared. Not as powerful as when they were in the darkness with me, but still penetrating and grating upon my mind. They eat and scrape away slowly at everything that is me. I hate to do this because of its risk, but I won't be fast enough or strong enough to make it without it. All power comes with a cost. Mine just happens to be a little more sinister than others. So, I ran. I dash out of the bone graveyard of Goliaths with a substantial weight trailing behind. I run up dunes and slide down them as well. I run around quicksand and through mud. I run for hours as my mind is slowly eaten, and my frame is gradually weakened from ether. I run until something breaks. My body from the strain of ether, my mind from the shadows within the bloody palm, or my soul, the ephemeral construct that is me and powers me on. And as usual, the vessel is weaker than the spirit. I collapse in on myself from constant use of adrenaline surge, just as Earl predicted, roughly a third of the way to Rustbank. Abruptly, while running across a flat section of sand dunes, my legs give out, and I go slamming into the sand and tumbling. I roll dozens, if not close to 100 feet, through the sand because of the velocity at which I am traveling. When I stop rolling, I just lay and take short, shallow breaths as I struggle to get air in me. My lungs burn in pain, and my mouth tastes of blood and iron while I lay in the dusty sand. A headache slams alongside my head like a hammer constantly while whispers touch me from the edges of my mind, telling me to give up and stop fighting, that it's pointless. I ignore them. and I try and fail to stand. I fall onto my ass as I try to get up. Looking at my feet and legs, I notice what the issue is. My boots are ruined, and my feet stick through them. Bloody, damaged, and admittingly disgusting feet emerge from the torn boots. They aren't at their limits, though. I can still go further. Earl crouches beside me and looks at my injuries and apparent exhaustion. If you stop here, we would have still made a net positive on progress. You can stop. Let your bloody palm heal you as we continue our walk. I can't do that. We need to move. If Elizabeth dies because of me, because of my fuck-ups, I won't forgive myself. Even if I didn't mean to do so, it'd be like what happened to Edmund. I can't let that repeat itself. Even if my feet get turned to mush, or I collapse from exhaustion. Shaking my head, I tell Earl my mind. I can't do that, Earl. We need to get to Rustbank. He looks at me, not understanding my resolve. One that I can't wholly divulge. What do you mean? You can. Just take a break and walk the rest of the way. You already made around 40 miles in 3 hours. Just take a break. I shake my head. That's not enough. Earl sighs, exasperated. Then he says something that shocks me. Look, I know you blame yourself for Lonnie, and you don't want Elizabeth to be on your hands too, but don't kill yourself saving others. Think things through. Your feet won't take another step in that shape. And I'm not doing anything while you run, so you should use the bloody palm on me to heal your damaged body. At the very least, do insane things with intelligence. Do insane things with intelligence. I like the sound of that. But can I use the bloody palm on Earl? No, the bloody palm might take more than it should. It obviously doesn't want to follow my commands. I go to refuse Earl, but before I do, he grabs my left hand, the bloody palm, and puts it on his shoulder. The look in his eyes gives no room for refusal or negotiation. The look reminds me of when I did the same thing to Edmund. Yeah, I can do this, if it's for all of us. Otherwise, I'd be a hypocrite to Edmund. I made him do something similar, although his was a physical booster and not a restoration ability. So, I push a small amount of ether in the bloody palm and allow it to feed just a little. I feel a small stream of warm energy, which is probably just actual vitality, vigor, or some other word for life. This small stream immediately spreads out along the whole palm, and a small amount exits and enters the rest of my body. The tiny bit of warm energy that exits the bloody palm goes, and immediately makes me groan in pain as bones are reset and my body is rapidly healed. The bloody palm sure changed a lot once it was connected to a person, and it only continues to show me its changes as it attempts to pull even more of this sunny energy from Earl. I have to clamp down hard on my mind to prevent it even amidst the murmurs of shadows. After close to an entire moment of this stream of energy entering my left hand from Earl, I feel fully rejuvenated and pull back. The only consequence that lingers from the run so far is the headache, a sign that I'm using too much ether and nearing oversaturation, but even that lessened a bit. The physical pain and weariness are gone. Although adrenaline surge numbs those feelings while it is active, they are still there and present. I still feel them waiting to pounce upon me once I relinquish the skill, but no longer they do. I stand again, walk back to the raft of bones, and restart the run. I push aside the cacophony within my mind, the worries from Esther, Leonard, and Earl, and my mental exhaustion and weariness. I move all this aside as I pull the raft alongside me forward toward Rustbank. I make it another 30 or so miles before I collapse once more. Once more, do I have to use the bloody palm to heal my damaged body? Leonard volunteers this time, and I take him up on it. But my tiredness bites both of us. I try my best to keep my left hand on a short leash the whole time, but my thoughts fray as one of the whispers makes me think of Ma and the ogre that she was in the memory. I lose focus momentarily through weariness, and the bloody palm jumps at the opportunity, biting, yipping, and whispering intensely into Leonard and me. Once I realize the mistake, I rein it back as fast as I can. Leonard pulls back as fast as he can because he hears the voices too. He gives me a weird look before asking worriedly if I'm okay. Then, as he does, he passes out and falls harshly to the sandy ground. Are you okay? What was? Earl and I immediately check on him as I feel a massive surge of warmth flow through me, making all the exhaustion and pain throughout my body disappear in seconds. It even lessens the headache from too much ether by a drastic amount, from a splitting headache to a painful throb. That's when I know I just fucked up. I let the bloody palm take too large a bite in my lapse of concentration, enough to fully heal me and lessen the burden on my body from ether itself, which I didn't even know was possible. Was the ether left behind in my body from usage transferred to Leonard somehow? Or did the bloody palm eat it up? Earl picks up Leonard's head and checks his heartbeat through the large artery on his neck. Then he looks up at me and takes a sigh of relief. He's still breathing just fine. I think you just took enough from him that he passed out. I felt something similar when you also used your left hand on me, but it wasn't as bad. Just dizziness and lightheadedness that makes you want to sleep that lingers for a while. Here, help me put him back on the raft, then we can continue. Only 30 more miles. We might just make it. I nod and grab Leonard's feet while Earl gets his upper body. We lift him on the count of 3 and place him gently on the bone slab that functions as a sand raft. He just looks like he's sleeping peacefully, just a bit paler. Somehow he seems to pass out even more than me lately, and I feel like I do that all the time. Elizabeth looks even paler, and it seems as though she's sweating severely. I push Earl to see how she's doing. How is Elizabeth doing? Will she be fine to get to Rust Bank? Earl sits beside her and props her head on his leg before checking her heartbeat and breathing. Then, he answers. She's breathing really shallowly and slowly. Her heartbeat is the same. Like I said earlier, I'm no doctor, but I know this isn't good. The faster we can get to Rust Bank, the better. And for when we get there, how much money do you have? Counting what we, requisitioned from the bandits, we have $55. It's quite a bit, certainly enough for a doctor, but not enough to live off of for the 5 of us and get equipment. I check my pack, which holds Edmund's supplies and the little money I took from home. After a few minutes of frantic searching and using too much strength, ripping things here or there because adrenaline surge and a daydream are active, find some money. A single mint $100 bill is within Edmund's pack, along with around $50 in other denominations. Earl and I both go wide-eyed at the discovery. I've never seen a bill that big. The largest one I've ever seen is a $20 bill that Ma had once saved for emergencies. We had to spend it taking Butter to a doctor when he was sick. I find only $10 within my section of the pack that's separate from the things Edmund left. My whole life savings up to this point. I add together the total with Earl. I'm blown away by the amount. So, we've got a bit over $200? Damn, that's a lot. What could we even buy with that much money? Well, a doctor will probably be between $15 and $50, depending on her condition when we get there. The rest can be spent on food, ammo, and other supplies. I would like to buy a first Mark Colt while we're in Rust Bank, but I'm unsure how expensive Colts are. We could also probably sell some of these weapons and tools we took from the bandits, but we're definitely keeping that boomstick. It's a Colt. Is the boomstick a Colt? I guess I should have figured that with how much damage it did. I reach over and place my hand on its barrel to inspect it as half of the considerable shotgun hangs out of Leonard's pack. I sense about what I expect. A feeling of toughness and strength. The name of the sigil comes to mind. Soldier. It's a first sigil Colt, and quite a powerful one, the base weapon already being a massive shotgun. I agree with Earl about keeping it to ourselves. The shotgun will be direly needed if an enormous monster like that spider or something else comes. We just need to get more ammunition for it. We only got a few dozen shells or so. We definitely need to get more weapons, though. I grab a pistol from the pack full of firearms and load it up to 5 out of 6 with spare ammo in a pouch. Then I put it in the old holster meant for the blooming spider lily, feeling a bout of sadness as I do so. That Colt really was something special, able to kill anything it hits with one bullet, and a stream of darkness that devours the life of the victim to empower the shooter. I want to take it back from Alexos if I ever find him. Why are so many things about taking from others? So many abilities seem to focus on that. None of my sigils actually do, but it seems to be a common theme. Maybe that's just how the whole world works, though, as it looks. Sigils aren't the only things that take. People do too. I shake away these distracting thoughts as I grab the rope and bear the weight to carry us forward to Rust Bank. With a newly restored body and a partially healed mind, I once more begin the marathon to Rust Bank. I dig my feet into the sand, shoot off with renewed resolve, and push ether into my body even more. 2 hours later, we see lights in the distance. A city that seems to be bustling and full of movement. Rustbank. I stop pulling the raft of bone as we reach the point where we can see other people, and they look at us quite weirdly for what we're doing, which is admittedly really odd. To be carrying 4 people and a bunch of gear all by yourself. So, to not attract attention, we pick up all our gear and try to keep it at least primarily hidden in the packs. That is, except for weapons, as we quickly notice, every single person in Rustbank is armed. At least a gun or some other range weapon paired with a blade. A few only wield melee weapons, but those are either huge men or men full of scars. My first impression of the city is that it is full of danger and rowdiness. We enter just before sundown. I'm still sweating and fatigued, but I push through as I restart Daydream to drag away the bloody palm. The ether headache is back in full force, warning me that I'm reaching my limit, but I just need to go a little bit longer before I can rest. At least my body doesn't hurt all that bad. One day of rest with this artifact ought to heal me fully. We walk through the main road of the town as a group. All of us are armed. Even Esther. I recently gave her a small derringer to keep on her hip while she carries the trio of baby foxes, one being quite a bit larger than the others. This town obviously believes in the notion of protecting yourself. Earl has his 2 pistols, and Leonard walks shakily, newly awakened from me, knocking him unconscious with the giant boomstick in his hands. He named it Kablooey. I almost punch him for it, but I already feel bad for hurting him, so I don't. I walk through the city at the front of our group with Elizabeth on my shoulder, a revolver in my holster, twin daggers on the back of my waist, and my rapier that was returned to me on my right side. Several people give us side glances as if they don't recognize and treat us as outsiders. I just look away from them and peer around for any sign that mentions a doctor. Despite this, we continue to walk through the city until we reach the center of the town, where a crowd is gathered and a man stands on a stage with a noose. Beside him is another man with steel manacles tied around his limbs, making him unable to move. I try to ignore this sight and continue to look for a doctor, but I activate chain eyes out of curiosity and paranoia. What appears in my eyes makes me stop in my tracks. 42, nailed to the counter. Usually, when I activate chain eyes, I just see what rank of sigils people have, but this time is different. I see so many chains that the color overloads my brain. Within this crowd, there are at least 100 or more sigil, most of which are first and second, but there are a few thirds. I even spot 2 fourth sigils that stand on the edge with the bright green half-solid manacles that wrap around them. But that's not all. The 2 men on the stage throw me for a loop. Well, one of them does. The one tied up is a second sigil like me, with orange chains looped around him alongside the physical steel manacles that bind him. The other man, though, with a brown wide-brim hat, long black coat that falls near his ankles, and leather pants, just looking at him hurts my mind. Like Alexos, in a way that resembles a bullet piercing into my mind, and less like the phantom pain Alexos left me with when I peered at him. The man looks a little past middle age with salt and pepper hair with short trimmed facial hair. A single 6-shooter rests on his hip. His presence demands obedience, and it shows that whenever he speaks or moves, the crowd goes silent. But none of this is what truly surprises me. No, it's his chains, and what his manacles hold. Wrapped around his whole body is only a singular deep blue chain, a mark of a 6th sigil, one of the strongest men alive, equal to that of Alexos. The rest of his chains in my eyes are all concentrated in a single place. His hands, or, more specifically, his right hand. It looks like a massive bundle of dark blue, almost solid steel. That's not all either. Around the fringes of his hands, I see something. I'm unsure if what I see is real or just a figment of my imagination, but for a split second, I see a 6-fingered hand poke out of the edges of his chains before fading. It appears and vanishes like an apparition before I can even confirm if it's real. But what is real for sure is the man. And he's angry. I stop and listen to him yell out to the crowd. Out of respect for him. Out of respect for a 6th sigiled old man. I give Elizabeth to Earl while I walk closer to the public to hear better. The next time a hunter appears in Rustbank, I will hunt down and kill whoever called for them. This town is free from the claws of the Prime and his nepotistic army. This man here, Henry Pillock, will be put down like the loyal dog he is. This is Rustbank, and I don't care who you are, but none will affect its peace. Not a stray hunter who doesn't like what he sees. Not a brave outlaw who seeks riches or power. And most definitely not the oncoming storm of beasts from the breach. You all know who I am. If you have any questions, come find me. After the man finishes his odd speech, he turns from the stand and begins walking away from the bound man, his coat flowing in the wind, and for a split second, his revolver is entirely shown to the world. It's a pure silver six-shooter, and from the ether that emanates from it, I'm sure it's a Colt, probably a mighty one. As he walks away, a gunshot abruptly sounds out of nowhere. I look at the bound man, and he's dead with a hole between his eyes. Who did that? Not the man, for I didn't even see him move, not alone draw a gun. But when I turn back to the man with the flowing coat, my perceptions are overthrown. I see a smoking pistol inside his holster. Then, he steps off the stage and walks away, everyone backing away from him as he moves through the crowd. What the fuck just happened? Did he just shoot him without drawing the pistol? I spin to a man who stands beside me and ask what happened. Hey, sir, what just happened there? The man eyes me up and down suspiciously until he sees my face. He has a scar that runs down his right eye that looks blind. For several seconds, I think he won't answer me, but he laughs with a deep bellow before he does. Haha, you must be new around here, kid. You're too polite. Surprised you came all the way to Rustbank not knowing Johnny, the gunfighter. He shot that man so fast that none of us, except maybe his right and left-hand men, saw it. A quick warning, though, if you're a hunter or a wannabe, you best run out of town quick. The gunfighter? Does he only fight with that small pistol? And what is the issue with hunters? I question the man again, seeing his patience is not yet gone. Why? What's wrong with hunters? The man laughs once more at my question. Aha, you're quite something, lad. You telling me you don't know about the rot within the hunters? How only the old and rich families ever really have any power. All the others are just sent for deadly missions. And how they just recruit any lad who will sign up nowadays. All that bloat doesn't let them filter out the rats. So many just go mad or overboard with their power. I agree with Johnny, which is why I'm here. I turned in my badge a few weeks ago before coming here. Rot within the hunters? I need to know more. I ask him even more questions while Earl tries to get my attention. Ignore Earl and shoo him off to focus on the conversation. Because if this city doesn't allow hunters, then this may be a good place for me to stay. No, I don't know any of that. Could you tell me a bit more? Like, why does this city not allow hunters? The man answers, shaking the bottle of liquid in his hands. This city doesn't allow hunters, 'cause Johnny took it back from them a few months ago. He strolled on through and killed all the hunters here that wouldn't surrender after a warning shot. Their organization is so bloated and withered that they still send supplies and other stuff. I don't even think they know this place is not theirs anymore. Surprise rolls over me from the gunfighter's resolve, but I am still not getting something. Well, then why does Johnny not allow hunters? Like, what's the exact reason? The scarred man laughs again, this time with an open mouth, and shows his missing teeth. You sure are a curious lad. I don't know the full story, but for many years, Johnny was a high-ranking colonel in the hunters until he saw something he couldn't forgive. He went up to his superiors, the Pillars, who ignored him. He tried to get an audience with the Prime, but he was also ignored by him. So, he gave up on the hunters and decided to start his own little rebellion to try and change the rot within the hunters from the outside. This man, Johnny, is starting a rebellion against the hunters? What could he have seen that made him quit being a hunter and rebel? I ask another question, but the man gets annoyed at me. He takes a swig of a bottle he has out, then steps away from me. Stop your inane questions. I ain't got time for them, kid. I answered enough. Go bother someone else or find your ma to suck a teat on. He walks away quickly as the crowd begins to disperse from the spectacle that just happened. A bit of frustration builds in me from how the man treats me, but I ignore it as I see a man go onto the stage and take the corpse. Then the man in black with a raven mask puts the body into a bag before hauling it away. After seeing that, I turn around and look for Earl, who was just calling me. But I don't see him or any of the other four. Worried that something might have happened to them, I yell out and try to find them as the area clears. Earl, Leonard, Esther, where are you guys? No one yells back. I just get odd stares from the people around me who seemingly pity me. My heart sinks. Something must have happened to them. I quickly run around and look in between buildings and inside of any nearby ones while yelling for them the whole time, but I don't find a trace of them anywhere. However, after an hour of frantic searching, I find a wall full of wanted posters near where I last saw them. Many are laid atop each other, and most are old and weathered. But there is a new one, the centermost one. The wanted poster in the center has a sketch that looks very familiar, and it reads, "The Wendigo, name unknown, gender male, sigil unknown, location unknown, but reported to be in the Andrice forest. Threat, 5th to 6th, Colonel or large group recommended. Wanted for, slaying Edmund Dudley, the Bloodhound, a veteran hunter who has hunted for many decades and then defeated another group of 3 hunters afterward. Possesses the Bloody Palm, capable of quick regeneration, very fast, very strong. Fights like a beast, seemingly impossible to keep in the dirt.
Reward, $10,000.
Condition, dead or alive. The picture looks like me, just bloodied, skinny, and wounded. The information, though, fits me to a T. My heart sinks even further, all the way down into the pit of my stomach. They found out. They found out I'm not a hunter. Fuck. 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 Why is this bounty even here? I thought that hunters weren't allowed here. Why are there bounty posters here? They will try and turn me in, right? Earl certainly will. He's far too righteous not to. But I'll be fine here, right? Because hunters aren't allowed here, and maybe it's just a fluke that their bounties are here. Or perhaps it was put up before the city was taken over, but it doesn't matter. They must think I'm a monster with that description. And Earl believes in the hunters wholeheartedly, so there is no way he'll just ignore this poster. Hell, he'll probably take this as word from the Prime himself. I turn and look around suspiciously, but no one is near me. The sun sets as I look around, and the area turns much darker. My paranoia rises even further as I spin around. Trying to calm myself down, I walk towards a bar I see. As I enter, I push through the swinging doors and am hit with a strong smell of alcohol and an incredibly rowdy atmosphere full of yelling, gambling, and laughter. I walk past all the people enjoying themselves and walk to the bar. The bartender notices me and asks what I want, but in a way that just provokes me. What ya want, kid? Having a bad day? I take a deep breath and try to keep my temper despite his mocking tone. Ignoring his manner of speaking, I order something I only ever had for my last birthday. Can I have a shot of whiskey? He nods and pours a small glass full of amber liquid. 10 cents. I nod back at him and check my bag, but as I do so, I realize something. I gave Earl all the money for safekeeping. I have none. The man notices my situation and grows visibly angry. Then, he calms down slightly and points to the side of the extensive bar, a small ring marked by chalk. He also nods towards a man at the front who is positively ripped and at least thrice my size. A quick glance with chain eyes tells me he is a second sigil like me. You can't pay, you brawl. That, or you fight Bruce.
Fuck man.
What went wrong? Just an hour ago I was rich and with all my friends. Now they're all gone, and I'm alone and poor. I don't want to fight right now. I just want to find Earl and the others and talk to them. I look at the bar for several long seconds in contemplation until the man slams his hand on the counter. Bruck? No. I'll brawl. It's fine. I stand and hurriedly walk to the circle of chalk where another man is standing. He's quite a bit larger than me, but he is revealed to be nothing special under a glance of chain eyes. Just an ordinary man. I must finish this brawl before I can do anything else. I don't want to fight a second sigil just because I'm too poor to buy a single drink. A small crowd gathers around and places bets on the two of us. From what I can hear, it seems to heavily favor the man across from me. None of them can likely either detect other sigiled or recognize me, it seems. I shrug my shoulders and raise my fists before the fight begins. It starts fast, with very little preparation or time to think as a man to the side whistles and signals for us to start. The man across from me starts off immediately with a right hook as the crowd around us goes wild. And it lands against my cheek despite my thoughts that it would be an easy fight. It's hard for me to focus on this fight with what just happened and the still-present headache of ether. The hook sends me reeling and sliding back before I pull myself back together. But another fist is already heading towards my face. I push my chin in and eat the fist as I'm left off balance again. But I use this time to further stretch my adrenaline surge, which I have never taken off, careful for when its aftereffects come to fruition. I'm getting hit because I'm daydreaming to protect my mind, which weakens my body, and I'm constantly thinking of how to find the others. But enough ether into adrenaline surge will overcome that, I'm sure. And my confidence comes true. I get back up from the 2 consecutive hits and swing my fist at the man as everyone around us cheers. The burly man across from me tries to dodge, but my fist is too fast. It connects to his temple in a clean, resounding strike. I see his eyes roll back as he falls backward into the crowd. The second the man falls unconscious, the circle of men around me cheer, and hands exchange bet winnings. I take no satisfaction in my victory and push through the crowd with a bloody lip. I walk past the cheering men and tables full of people back to the bar, where I sit before the bartender. Can I have this now? He nods with a great big smile. Always nice to see a young fighter. Now that you're not in debt, I'll let you in on something. You get 1% of the total bets for each fight you win. So, you're always welcome to come back, or you can continue now if you want. I think about the bartender's offer. The man has a long handlebar mustache and a cheerful smile that makes me want to agree. I have some anger and steam I need to get out of me. Maybe a bit of fighting would be good. Plus, I'm broke. I'll need money to live now that Earl and them left. I'll find them, though. I have to explain. I didn't want them to figure it out from a bounty poster. If I do, they'll understand and forgive me. I'm sure of it. Before I accept or deny the offer from the mustache man, I ask his name and take a drink of the amber liquid. It burns the whole way down my throat, but fills me with a warmth unlike that of the bloody palm.
I'm Roy.
The owner of Rusty Nails. This establishment your very ass is in right now, lad. I'll be back to you in a second. Take some time to think. I've got another customer. Roy greets a woman beside me cheerfully with a pink scarf, something I've never seen before, but I ignore the interaction as I think. How will I find them? I'm sure Earl, with all his wisdom, found a way to hide from me or something. Even with the concussed Leonard and injured Elizabeth. That's it. They need to find a doctor. I'll just have to find one. The doc is probably closed at night, though, and it's been over an hour since they disappeared. So maybe they found one. No, I can't accept that. I'll have to look around tomorrow and ask the doctors for the patients if I can't find them. For now, though, I'll have to get enough money to sleep indoors. I don't want to sleep on the streets here. Something tells me that's not a good idea. Roy takes me out of my thinking by prompting an answer from me. So, have you decided yet? And are you gonna finish that? It's been a few minutes, and you've only had a single sip. I sigh and nod sadly. I need this money. I might as well use my best skill, one that I never expected to be so good at. Yeah, I need some money. How much do I have to win to pay for a room? He points over at the lady next to me. Depends on how much someone like her bets. She normally comes in and has some fun on the weekends. I eye her and notice something in her eyes. They aren't normal. They're yellow and cat-like with vertical pupils. Curious, I begin the ether flow for chain eyes. In my eyes, bright lime green is reflected in my mind. And to make matters worse, I see her brows squint at my action. Fuck. She gazes at me deeply in my eyes and gives me a dark warning. You know, kid, you shouldn't look at other people that intently. It's quite rude. Some might take it as a threat. I quickly shake my hands, indicating I didn't mean it like one as I try to explain myself. I didn't mean to be threatening. I was just curious because of how lovely you look. She chuckles with a high-pitched tone while looking at the fighting ring instead of me. You hear that, Roy? Dear? He's trying to be flattering. Too bad it doesn't work very well on me. I prefer actions, boy. This statement makes me realize what she wants me to do to make up for my mistake of using a sigil skill on her. She wants me to fight. I take a deep melancholy sigh before downing the rest of the whiskey shot I had not yet drunk. The liquid burns a warm feeling into me as I walk toward the chalk-lined area again. There is another man there already. This time, though, he is definitely a sigiled. He has cloth wraps around his fists and up his arms and is shirtless. Black swirling tattoos glide up his arms and down his torso. Within my eyes, I see crimson chains binding him. This one shouldn't be too bad. I just can't get distracted. I hear the woman with the pink scarf whistle a catcall as I step into the arena, immediately distracting me. Kick the scrawny kid's ass. 43, nothing to nobody. I went to bed that night with a busted jaw, nose, and right hand. And definitely with some amounts of internal bleeding, but I didn't lose any of the 4 fights that came afterward and ended the night with $10, a warm bed, and a meal. I turned off adrenaline surge before I went to bed and instantly passed out because of the exhaustion it left me with. The woman with the scarf tried to get my attention after the fights, but I ignored her to go to bed early. Early to bed, early to rise. I need to somehow find my friends and explain. I wanted to do it at a good time, but it never seemed to come up. The sleep was phenomenal and without disturbance, even from within my mind. The first time I had slept in a bed since I stayed at Edmund's small little cabin that wasn't so small. The covers were soft, and the chill was kept out despite there being a window to the outdoors at the end of my tiny room with a desk, bed, and 2 chairs. There is only one minor hiccup. I wake up to a persistent and angry banging on the door. Sleepily, I stand and walk towards the door with a hand on my head as I notice the bodily pain I went to sleep with is gone. The bloody palm removed all my physical pain in return for nourishment, both from food and me. The painful sting of ether in my mind is still present, albeit a bit lighter from the dozen nails that were in it previously from overuse. I went too far yesterday when using the bloody palm to recover. A daydream throughout my sleep kept me from recovering entirely, making me start the day on a back foot with a pounding headache. The banging continues as I shuffle towards the door and place my hand on the doorknob. Probably just Roy waking me up for breakfast or something. The bar owner is exceptionally kind, even if he enjoys watching people beat the shit out of each other for entertainment. Chill out. I'm up. Give me a sec. I twist the knob with a squeak and pull it open. What lies on the other end of a door is not Roy. What lies is a cold barrel of a gun that is placed into my open and yawning mouth. This instantly wakes me from my drowsiness. My heart starts thundering while I take in who is about to blow my head off. It's probably the last man I'd ever expect. It's Johnny, the gunfighter, the 6th sigiled man with the long coat. Why is he here? He smiles at me and pushes me back into the room with great strength, speaking like he doesn't have a gun in my mouth. I oblige to his forceful actions and move around without resisting because of the obvious. But I do notice he gives me a look as his eyes turn turquoise from his standard brown. His smile disappears as nothing appears to happen. Nice to meet ya, Wendigo. I happened to meet an ex-associate of yours, and he let me know that you were in town. It wasn't too hard to find you. He seemed quite worried that you'd act up here, though. My eyes go wide. What does he mean by ex-associate? Who told him? I don't have any associates at all, let alone not here. I wish to talk and ask what's happening, but he twists the barrel in my mouth as I try and pushes me into a chair.
Ah.
I'm asking the questions here, kiddo. I don't care what you have to say besides the answers to my questions. I'm here to see if you're a loose cannon or monster that needs to be put down. Rustbank won't allow any who cannot control themselves within its bounds. I only have one question you need to answer, and your answer determines whether your brains are splattered against that wall. Comprehend? I nod as much as I can nod with cold steel in my jaw to show my understanding. He pulls a chair nearby with his foot without even looking or the gun in my mouth shaking and sits on it facing me. Great. Why did you kill Edmund Dudley? He was one of the last good hunters left, and I was about to recruit the old man. As he asks the question, he pulls the barrel out of my mouth, but the threat of it doesn't fade in the slightest. His 6-shooter just stays at his hip, pointed at me. I speak slowly and carefully to not say anything that might end with an instant bullet between my eyes. I'm pretty sure the bloody palm can't bring me back from that. I did not mean to kill Edmund. He recruited me a few months ago after my ma died to train me to be a hunter. He stops mid-sentence, seemingly skeptical. Edmund recruited you? I knew the man personally many winters ago. He hasn't taught a student in a very, very long time because of how many of his students are killed by other hunters and the tragedy with his family. I find it hard to believe he taught you. What? A random farmer boy. I continue speaking once he stops, even more carefully this time. But I do try and reason why he chose me. He chose to teach me because of who I am. My ma sent me to him when she passed. Edmund knew my father many years ago. I'm Wyatt Graves, the son of Killian Graves. I stop talking once I say I'm my father's son as the gunfighter's eyes tighten and finger trembles on the trigger. He looks at me and asks for confirmation. Truly? You are the undying son? I didn't know he had one. How unfortunate. Your family just can't seem to die out. Continue. What happened to Dudley? I try to ignore the lousy faith statement from Johnny and keep explaining what happened. The break started just a single day after Edmund began teaching me. Together we ran from the break, as he said it would be massive. We fought many monsters and men while we ran for it out of the Andrice. He stops me once more in the middle of speaking because he figures something out from what I told him. It all makes sense. I wondered why the headquarters started to go a bit mad about a month ago, and that the break is so massive this time. The wave of demons, monsters, and monsters in the skin of men reaches over 200 miles. One of the most perilous breaches into mankind's territory in 100 years. How else but your father being gone would your mother die? The confirmed disappearance of a man like Killian Graves and a sighting of his son paired with the pillars not doing their jobs, besides unyielding Travis, ought to do that. Yet another sign that the hunters need to be fixed. I nod before continuing trying to explain, getting frustrated at how lightly this man takes my life and trying to ignore what he said about my father. He keeps interrupting me despite wanting information from me. Or maybe he doesn't care. He's just going to kill me anyway. I will try, nevertheless. We were attacked by a man while we were escaping. Alexos, the phantom pain. He was after me, saying he wanted revenge because of my father. We tried to fight him together, but I was just a new first sigil and was very little help. The only thing I could do was fire the colt that my father and ma left for me. The blooming spider lily. He cuts me off again while looking all over me, making me very agitated, but he doesn't seem to care about my feelings. You had the lily? Phew. Where is it now? Despite the gun aimed at me, I get fed up with him interrupting me and lash out a bit. If you would let me finish, I could tell you all at once. In hindsight, this was a terrible idea, and Johnny makes sure I know of that. So fast that I cannot even see his hand shift to aim or his fingers move to pull the trigger. 2 gunshots resound, and pain blossoms in each of my kneecaps. Blood, bone, and flesh fly out everywhere as I scream and hold on to my knees. A head peeks through the door, one I recognize. The lady with the pink scarf from last night. Everything all right, Johnny? The gunfighter replies back so calmly I'd swear he was speaking to his wife about dinner plans. Yes, dear. Just reprimanding a backtalker. Then he looks me dead in the eyes and gives me a warning. A final one. That is your one and only warning. If you show any signs of rebellion or anger, you die. I don't care who your daddy is. Well, that's not true. He just can't and likely wouldn't do anything to me even if he found out. Continue. I take a deep breath and try to steady my thoughts as pain racks throughout my body. I consider daydreaming to remove the pain, but the statement from Johnny earlier about control makes me think otherwise. I can't risk the bloody palm lashing out. A raised voice from Johnny, full of impatience, rips me from my painful thoughts. Now, I try to help Edmund, who was struggling as he fought against Alexos for me. I took a shot with the lily toward Alexos as he was in between Edmund and me. At what I thought was a perfect time. Alexos was wide open without the ability to dodge. But the Alexos I shot at wasn't real. It was just a phantom. It faded as my bullet went through it, and it entered Edmund. From there, you probably know the rest. I watched Johnny put his open left hand on his chin and think momentarily. The whole time he just silently rubs his right hand's trigger finger on the trigger of his gun. His gun that I noticed still somehow has all 6 chambers full despite shooting 2 into me. After pondering deeply, he looks up at me. Just the way he looks at me, I already know it's something terrible. Johnny looks at me the way one would about a dead bird or rat on the road. I try to speak up, but he stands and starts his judgment before me. Rustbank has no need for psychopaths or those who would bring about chaos. I only freed this city from the hunters to keep it from those 2 very things. You are free to leave, but I never want to see you within Rustbank's bounds again. And if you're not gone in an hour, Primrose will kill you for me. I sigh in relief. He won't kill me, but instead, just banish me. But wait, that's just as bad. I won't have time to find Earl or ensure Elizabeth is all right. As Johnny steps toward the door, I call out to him. Foolish, I know, but I need to. I can't lose the only friends I ever had. Wait, how about? Johnny whirls around and angrily addresses me without letting me finish. Are you trying to negotiate? I just did you a kindness out of respect for Edmund, and you ruined it. You seem afraid of nothing, young Graves, not even a bullet between your eyes. So, instead of whatever you want or what I just offered, I'll take advantage of your damn familial vice. Like how the hunters put your father on a leash, I'll do the same. I have use for a dead man. A bad feeling enters my chest as I hear what he says. Maybe I should have just taken the offer and tried to sneak in to find the others. Johnny yells out into the hall where Primrose, the lady with the pink scarf, is. Primrose, go get a desert pack and a dead man's pair. Then he turns back to me. Here's the new deal. You do jobs for me, and I won't kill you. You'll be doing good things for the people of Rustbank, even if forcefully. If you eventually prove to me you're not an insane dog, like your father before you, or a tainted hunter, and by some angel's grace, you survive being artificed, I will consider letting you go. I don't care anymore what you have to say. My respect was short and fleeting, and you tarnished it. Fuck. I really fucked up this time. I definitely should have just taken the first deal. Am I going to be a slave? What's a dead man's pair? What kind of jobs will I be doing? I have many questions, but I have learned not to speak to Johnny. He obviously either hates me or hates when people ask him questions. I learn the answer to a few of my queries, though, as Johnny spends a few more minutes speaking to me. You will work as a dead man for me. You will do almost suicidal missions to help Rustbank, as I don't want to have my men do them. And there will be plenty of them with the break soon to arrive in probably a few weeks. That's actually your first mission, though. You will go out and find where the break is and fight a bit to determine their average strength. Then, you will return here and tell me what you found. As fast as possible. Got any questions? Yeah, I have so many, you dickhead. But the one I'm most curious about is why. Why not just trust me? What is wrong with me that he won't allow me to stay without these conditions? However, I don't verbalize any of this and speak much more carefully. Why are you doing this to me? I'm a good man. I promised that my killing of Edmund was an accident. I've vowed to get revenge for him. Johnny looks at me, and for a split second, a bit of sadness emerges in his eyes that is quickly wiped away. Then, he points at my left hand, at the bloody palm. An understanding fills me immediately. That right there. I believe you didn't mean to kill Edmund just by my gut, but I don't know how you've made it this far without that damned palm taking you over. Your former associate told me that you had a 4th sigil artifact as a prosthetic hand. Most can only last a day implanted with an artifact of the same rank as them. How you are still standing and not a true Wendigo as your bounty states is beyond me. But one day, and definitely one day soon, your mind's defenses will fall. When it does happen, I want you to either be under my grasp or long gone. I sympathize with the weak or in need, but none for walking time bombs. After saying that to me, he twists and exits the room swiftly with boots clacking against the hardwood. I am forced to watch as he walks away because of the holes in my kneecaps. Wanting to follow him, I push ether into the bloody palm, asking for it to heal me, which obliges. But it takes its due as it does so. It eats both ether and vitality from me to mend my kneecaps and regrow bone and flesh alike. I lose about a pound of weight I recently regained from eating so much last night from my fight winnings. It takes about 2 minutes before they are fully healed, and I stand, but as I do so, Primrose walks in with her pink scarf carrying a large pack and a small box. She looks at me, standing dumbfounded. But she quickly returns to focus and tries to mess with me. I ignore her and attempt to walk past to get to Johnny. Wow, kid, you sure do heal fast. I wonder if other things recover fast. Wait. Where do you think you're going, kid? You're a dead man now, so you have some things to do before you even have a day off. That is if you live long enough to have that day off. She stands in the doorway, blocking my exit. I try to brush past her, but she twists her body weirdly and stabs a single finger into my gut like a hot knife to butter. I groan as extreme pain. Much more than a single finger from a small woman should create floods through me. A sense of paralysis from my neck down tingles to my brain as she smiles at me. I instantly know that the feeling of pain and paralysis is caused by a sigil. Then, she kneels beside me with a spotless hand that doesn't show any sign of being used like a shank and opens the small box to reveal 2 pills and a small device. You got work to do, dearie. You ain't going anywhere unless Johnny or I say so. You can listen to Levi too. And probably Abraham if you see him. But here, take this now and this when you get back. Primrose shoves one of the pills into my mouth as I gasp in pain and clamps my jaw shut. I stare at her and don't swallow it. Come on, don't be like that. If you don't swallow the ether killer, I'll stab you with my nail until you do. After hearing her threat, I painfully ask what it does first through bloody teeth before swallowing the pill. Who knows what it could do? What does it do? It's so that we can be sure you return from a mission. Once you swallow it, you have 21 days before it bursts in your gut and releases a massive amount of ether, enough to instantly kill anyone below the 4th sigil. So, you best return if you don't want to become a puddle of flesh. The other pill makes the first inert, so it will keep you alive. Without much other choice, I swallow the damn pill. Maybe my high resistance to ether might save me from the ether killer. I'd instead not test it out. I open my mouth to show that I swallowed the pill, and Primrose nods at my actions. Then, she pulls out the device that looks like an armband. Good now, this thing here is a dead man's switch. If your heart stops beating for 30 seconds, it explodes. Imagine, like a few dozen pounds of dynamite at once. That's about roughly the same. If you're wondering where all this stuff comes from, Johnny stole a bunch before he left the damned hunters. So, it's all made by them. You best not waste it. After she tells me what it is, she clamps the dead man's switch onto my right arm. Then she pats me and stands up. She goes to walk away before remembering something and turning back to me. Primrose bends down and whispers into my ear. Honestly, I feel bad, but I agree with Johnny. Any man who is artificed is bound to die brutally, no less both for them and others. Especially one as young as you. Best to give you a good, meaningful death and keep you on a short leash. Here's your pack with the stuff you'll need. I expect you back within 2 weeks. Just head west until, well, you'll know. Then Primrose finally walks away, hips and scarf swaying the whole way with no speck of blood or dirt on her as her heels clack on the hallway floor. She leaves me leaning on the doorway, bleeding from the small hole she put in me with her nails and paralyzed from the neck down. I speak up before she disappears entirely at the end of the hallway, the thoughts exiting my mouth as they come. Wait. Primrose spins in a motion like a dancer and tilts her head at me. Why? Do you want to beg? No, can do that, kid. Nothing you can say will change what's happening.
No.
That's not it. Can you tell my friends that I'm not a monster? That I'm sorry. She looks at me and squints her eyes. Then she turns back around and leaves me with a few words. Do it yourself. You'll need that motivation if you want to live the next few days. All Johnny cares about is protecting people. So if you can do that and show you're not a threat, things might just change. I doubt you can, but you've made it twice as long as I would with that thing attached to me. So good luck, kid. You've got a chance. She finishes her bit of actually thoughtful advice, considering what she did to me with a fingernail as she goes around the corner and exits my vision. Once I hear her heels clack against the stairs, I take a deep breath and marshal my ether once more to heal myself. A few murmurs from the palm try to reach me as I do so, but I keep them out with daydream and anger. Anger at myself, the world, Johnny, and even anger towards my friends. Earl betrayed me. It had to have been him. He's the only one who knows in depth about the bloody palm being attached to me. He did it, after all. It's hard to find the energy to hate him, though. I did betray him first, I suppose, by lying to him. He probably thinks I'm a monster in human skin who's just been traveling with them, waiting for a time to strike, or something of that nature. I gotta make it up to them somehow. I just hope they don't leave Rustbank and that Elizabeth is all right. After almost 10 minutes this time, a bit slower as I'm running out of mass to use to heal, and I think it's harder to recover from paralysis, I stand. Sighing, I grab my things, including the new pack, and head downstairs to the bar to get another meal before I leave. I solemnly nod to Roy and ask for a meal before I leave. I use all my remaining $10 for a considerable 5-course breakfast that I scarf down to replenish what I just lost, healing myself with the bloody palm. Roy and I talk for a bit, but my mood doesn't allow for much conversation between the two of us. He tries to offer me more food, but I decline and decide to leave early. As I walk out, I hear Roy call out to me. "Come back, okay, Wyatt? You're a good kid. I'll try and talk to Johnny, he's a stubborn man, but you gotta make it back alive." This little bit of kindness makes me smile wide. I turn back and nod to him as I heft my 2 backpacks and leave the Rusty Nail. 44, wheel horse at the bottom. Earl Garner, many hours prior. I sit in an infirmary, chewing my fingers in anxiety. So much shit has gone down in the past 2 days. I can't fully believe it. A fight for our lives ensues that we barely make it out alive, but one that Elizabeth might not get out of. The doctor said she has a brain hemorrhage and die if something is not done quickly. And even if she doesn't succumb, the man isn't sure if she'll ever wake up. He did say, though, that if we were even 6 hours later, she'd be done for. I guess that's one good thing the monster that guised as our friend did. I bet he was waiting to use us as a cover or make us join his sick crew. I had always ignored his oddness, but it all came together when I looked at and read that bounty poster. Why he never spoke about his teacher by name. Why he knew so little about Sigils despite being a hunter. Why, when we saw him, he was about as rabid as a starving beast. Why he fought just like an animal with rabies, uncaring for his safety. Why the Nain Rouge chased him down so far, and even ignored the bandits nearby in favor of him. Why he had such an odd look on his face when Elizabeth said he only killed the deserving. Why he had no issue killing men and women alike, striking first before a shot was even fired. He was the Wendigo all along. He killed one of the biggest legends within probably 1,000 miles or more. Edmund Dudley was a hero. I grew up hearing stories of his hunts from Ernest and all the terrible odds he had beat. But I guess not even a great man like him can see that psychopath coming. We certainly didn't. I'm sure the bloody palm fits like a glove to him. I hate myself for not seeing all the signs. How he never once seemed scared doing any of our fights. How he would just eat deadly wounds and shrug them off like death was never in sight. I don't think I ever even heard him scream in anything other than pain. How he always kept just a little bit of distance, never truly getting to know any one of us. But I found it out eventually, thankfully, before he tried to do anything to any of us. Or at least that I know of. Who knows if he did something to Elizabeth? She's not here to confirm or deny. The second I made the connections and the realization hit, I pulled Leonard and Esther with me and ran to find a doctor while furiously channeling reshuffle with ether to escape the monster. Luckily, a doctor was nearby, and he took in Elizabeth as his last patient before closing the sign. There is only one thing that nags at me now that we are safe. Where did the monster's baby fox go? Esther had it last, but she said she couldn't find it. While he told us of her diagnosis, a middle-aged man with salt and pepper hair and a flowing coat opened the door. The gunfighter, Johnny. A 6th sigil. A well-known veteran hunter. Not quite a legend around here, but strong enough that I know about him. It said his sigil allows him many abilities that enhance or complement firearms and inhuman dexterity. A new leader of a rebellion against the hunters. I don't know how much I believe in his claims about the hunters that he spoke of, but he is a veteran. He used to go as the hand cannon for many years until people realized he could use any gun like an extension of his body and deal disastrous amounts of damage with them. Johnny walks in with a rattling cough that surprised me. The mighty man he is sits beside the doctor, Floyd Heath. He then gazes at the group of Leonard, Esther, Elizabeth, and me. I ain't ever seen the four of you in Rustbank before. You kids new? I nod and get an idea. I need to warn the man of the monster entering his city. The man listens to my whole story and nods before yelling outside. A lady in a pink scarf then walks through and nods at him. Then, they whisper for a bit, and I only catch a bit of the conversation before she leaves. Yes, dearie? Go find a kid for me. About 16, this tall, with a face like this bounty poster. Do you want me to bring him dead or alive? Don't bring him. Don't spook him. Just make sure he doesn't do anything dangerous until I make time to see him. I smile as I look at Elizabeth on the patient's bed, who is sickly and getting treatment. The Wendigo will get his due from the gunfighter himself.
Cuida't graves.
I slowly walk out of Rustbank, trying to bleed as much out of this opportunity to look for my friends as I can, even as it hurts me inside. But all I see are rough-looking men, women, and hooded or cloaked figures I can't even see the face of as I stumble back to where I came from. No one even resembles my friends, and I'd like to look longer, but the dead man's switch on my arm and the ether killer in my guts makes me move. It all happened so suddenly. One day we were just traveling through the dunes, not entirely full of peace, but at least we were together. Then a close fight happened, and we barely made it out alive. I did all I could to help and bring them to safety, and this is how I'm repaid? It's just not fair. Now I got pounds of dynamite stuck to me and a ticking time bomb to see if I return. All because of this damn hand. Without it, none of this would be happening. But I guess without it, I'd be dead too. While I walk out of the noisy town of many people enjoying themselves on the streets and in the building, I kick rocks and sand beneath my feet in frustration. I move forward, full of anger and resentment toward almost everything. This only changes when I pass by the bone shaft I used to carry my friends to Rustbank. Seeing the rope still attached to it that I can't remove without wasting time, I feel a deep sense of loneliness. I knew this would happen deep down if they ever figured out my lie. I kept pushing it to the edge of my mind, hoping it wouldn't happen. I enjoyed having them around far too much to not hurt when they left. It hurt me when Lonnie became a Bakwa, but not too bad. I hadn't known him for very long, and he was often quiet. Not to mention he didn't speak to me very much. I didn't ever get very close to him. Only after he died did I spend more time with the group instead of distancing myself. But I think I more so just tried to follow the others' emotions more than my own because it just felt a bit forced to care. I don't know why that is, though. Esther's reaction hit me much harder than my own. It was more of the failure than the death, I think. Now, on the other hand, it is very different. I got close to Earl, Elizabeth, Leonard, and Esther. Earl and I discussed ether and sigils almost every night, which helped me learn much more. Plus, he saved my life, even if it might have worsened my future life. He's a brilliant man I'd like to be around more, even if he's a bit too much sometimes. Now that I think about it, Elizabeth was always kind to me and everyone else. That only makes the fact that I can't check to see if she's alright so much worse. I just have to trust that Earl took her to a doctor, which he probably did, but I'll never know for sure. I felt that we started to grow very close. That one morning we had together watching the sunrise made me relaxed and happy like never before. But as it would seem, that might never happen. There is also Leonard. He's a bit slow but a reliable man who came to my aid whenever I needed it. I can see why Earl relied on him to take him out to gather materials for his alchemist training before the break. I hope the doctor can handle his concussion and make him well. Last to come to mind, but not least, is little Esther. Over time she's grown on me, even after her tantrum against me in the wagon after her brother's death. She's quiet like Lonnie, but she's always nearby and watching. It's odd for a child like her to be willing to watch or even help in fights to the death and not be scarred, though. Even young me would be severely affected by death and bloodshed. The whole time I think about my friends who left me, I stare at the slab of bone I carried them on just yesterday. The constant noise and discussion between Earl, Leonard, and I are gone. The brightness of Elizabeth has dimmed and is too far away to be seen. Esther's quiet yet motivating presence is no longer present. I feel a tiny movement by my ankle as I wallow in loneliness. It's a subtle movement, like moving grass, so I merely look down without reacting. What I see brings light into my currently bleak world. It's something that I have always ignored despite making a promise to myself to protect it. The kit I picked up over a week ago scratches at my boot and the bottom of my pants. Its fur has already turned partially orange, and it's grown quite a large amount since I woke up with it on my chest. Earl told me they would take a long time to mature from their newborn forms. So why has this one changed so much? And how did it even get to me? I'm almost a quarter mile from town. What the hell? I kneel down to reach it as I feel regret and guilt for not focusing more on it, even though it is willing to run and find me from wherever it is. When my hand touches it, I notice something with my newly enhanced sense of ether since becoming a forward daydreamer. I feel a small bundle of ether emanating from the kit. Now I'm even more confused. Does this kit have a sigil? How did it possibly get one? I gently touch and pick up the baby fox, being very careful not to hurt or freak it out, but it just looks back at me calmly. When my hands touch it, I sense into its body with my mind and encounter almost no resistance compared to when I sense something like the bloody palm or other things with sigils. Inside, I feel a primal and nearly animalistic sigil. The word of the sigil enters my mind as its traits are evoked from memory. Comanche, a sigil that focuses on the senses and reaction speed, perfect for a tracker, guardsman, or archer. I look into the eyes of the baby fox as I sense the sigil within it, and it looks back at me with a small piece of blossoming intelligence in its amber eyes. A bit of information from the manuals about beasts gaining sigils returns to my mind that I read recently. It said something about how most beasts are limited in the sigils they can attune to based on their species. Humans, demons, and other planers are unique in this aspect in that, as a species, they can have a wide variety of sigils, with humans having the largest. All it takes is for the right man or woman to find the sigil to bond with it. But that's not the case with animals. Most animals can only resonate with one or two types of sigils, and rarely three. But in return, they gain very high resonance and commonly don't even have to kill the creature to take the decaying sigil from the corpse. Once an animal gains a sigil, it becomes a monster, and depending on the nature of the sigil, it may become an aberration. Like humans, monsters with sigils gain power over time, but they do it differently as their bodies are more resilient to ether. Instead of gaining more raw power and capability of ether over time, with a sigil within them, they also gain more intelligence. After many years, they can eventually achieve human levels of wisdom. Suppose a pup, kitten, or baby of a beast gains a sigil. In that case, they experience rapid physical and mental growth until they reach the equivalent of adulthood or adolescence, depending on the beast's lifespan. The information helps me realize what happened to this kit. It must have resonated with the Comanche sigil and somehow gained it from one of the killed bandits. I didn't take its abnormal growth when I woke up from the battle as anything special, but it makes sense now. I wonder how long it'll take for it to grow. I mean, it's only been 2 days since it got its sigil, and it's already grown over twice its size. It looks back at me and mewls for my attention while I ponder deeply about its situation. It must be starving. The kits ate all the time, if I remember correctly. I didn't take much care of him or any of the others, and I wish I did. It feels weird that he came to me despite me killing his parents and not spending much time with him, but he did nonetheless, and I won't complain. I could use a companion right now, and I think that's what I'll name him, Dakota. It means friend or companion in an old language from one of the few peoples who are not protected by the hunters. I should have named him much sooner, and there are many things I have neglected in favor of others. That needs to change, at least for Dakota. He whines at me once more for food, eliciting me to open the pack that Primrose gave me for his nutrition. I'll feed you, Dakota. Just give me a second. I slowly shove some small berries and a little chunk of meat into his mouth as I continue my walk, a friend in hand. He gladly eats after sniffing his nose and looking at the food. It appears he is no longer blind like the other young kits. Is that the sigil he gained that did so, or his rapid aging? I have no clue. All the sights we pass by as we leisurely walk, because I'm still recovering from yesterday's overuse of ether, are familiar and already seen. I see a few people walk near me but turn away once they get close enough to see my attire. I think they can see the dead man's switch on my arm and prefer not to engage. I am forced to stop relatively soon as we walk, only a little after lunchtime. The reason is apparent. and I should have expected it when I woke up this morning. The limit in my body for how much ether I can handle is approaching its limit. The constant use of daydream is slowly exhausting my formidable resistance. Pushing through the pain and exhaustion is an option, but not a very good one. If acute ether saturation were to kick in again, I'd be dead this time, with no one to save me. Not just that, but so would Dakota. He's growing very fast. In fact, I think he's developed an ounce or two during our travels through the dunes over the past several hours since the morning, but I doubt he'd grow fast enough to survive in the bone dunes alone, mainly since foxes are meant to live in woodlands or forests. But that makes two of us, he and I, are a long way from home. So, instead of foolishly pushing on until I break mentally and collapse, I sit and eat with Dakota, feeding him as much food as he feels like eating. Watching him chew food from my open hand and drink water from my cupped hands, happiness rises in me. I got something new to protect. Well, something I should have been shielding this whole time, but for a new reason. Not because I promised I would, but because he's a friend. The only one I have right now with me in this cold, expansive, heartbreaking land. I'll do all I can to make sure he's all right. And something tells me he'll do the same, the look in his eye with some hints of recognition. After I feed him, I take him and place him on my chest as I lay by a rock in a shady part of the sandy dunes. The headache is getting tremendous, almost distorting my vision, and I need to rest. I need to sleep and allow my body to expel the ether that is building up in it. To do so, I have to release my daydream. But the only way any recovery will happen during that is if I fall asleep. The murmurs are too powerful when I'm awake. When I slept before waking up the first time after it was attached to me, it breezed by with no voices in my mind or dreams. Just quick, instant peace like a dreamless sleep. I attempt to do that again, with Dakota lying on my chest for a quick nap. I close my eyes, and before I do so, I hear the almost inaudible snoring from Dakota on my chest. The vibration on my chest and the sound in my ears bring a smile to my face as I release the stream of ether into the center of my pupils that is daydream and quickly drift off into sleep. Fitful sleep, full of dark images and gory sights, of war, of murder, and of survival. Like a series of episodic nightmares of death and trauma from a first-person perspective, almost like I'm seeing from someone else's eyes. The last and only bit of the many dreams that I remember when I wake up is bleeding out on a battlefield with the roar of cannons and the stomping feet of monsters. I reach outward toward a nearby fallen ally with my left arm as much as possible, and blood slowly trails toward my left hand. A want? No. A deep desire? No, not that. An obsessive yearning for survival floods my mind like an infectious plague. Just as my finger dips into the small stream of blood and flows onto my finger, a crashing hoof from a mighty creature falls down towards me and upon my head. 45. Frayed edges. I jolt awake and sit up abruptly, waking the small Dakota on my chest. The first thing I hear is not his crying, but instead the now familiar whispers of the bloody palm. Dakota's cries are distorted and change to sound painful instead of hungry. I put my hand to my eyes and wipe the tiredness from them as I look around. All my surroundings are distorted and appear as though they are through a lens. Things that were definitely in the distance now seem very close, while very close objects now seem somewhat distant. Even Dakota appears much smaller and further from me as my whole body elongates in my vision. The trippiness and weirdness of the sights in my eyes make me expunge a portion of my large breakfast. The murmurs and delusions are getting to me at this point, and the vision makes me sick. I rapidly restart the flow of ether into the center of my pupils. The focus of my daydream is on removing the whispers, and it works to remove the noises, but not wholly on my eyes. That's when I feel as though something is really wrong. The noises disappear entirely, but the edges of my vision and my peripherals are blurred and distorted. Flowing shadows nip at the corners of my eyes where I can't see thoroughly, making me look around constantly to ensure there isn't something nearby. Looking down at Dakota, I see the little fox has grown more during my nap. Not much, but it's simple to sense when you have the precision of being a philosopher at a point in time. He appears normal before my sight, just like a crying baby fox before my ears. I rub his little ears with a smile, as I try to ignore the signs of madness that dawn upon me. Something to ground me. That's all I need. The more anchors, the longer I can hold on from this damn artifact. Maybe even long enough to evolve my sigil sufficiently to match the palm and keep it in line. I wake up around sundown, so I feed Dakota and myself some more before leaving and getting a move on with a body fully expelled of ether. We travel through the chilly autumn night. A first since I did so with Edmund out of the Andrice forest. But this time, I go backward as a guardian of my own, in a weird way. Now that I am beginning to see the signs of being artificed, as they put it, I'm starting to understand why I was treated more like a wild beast on a spiked pole than a person. If all it takes is a single few hours of sleep without protection for me to begin seeing things, what would happen if I didn't have daydream? Surely, Johnny would be right if I didn't have a way to protect my mind. I'd be more monster than human within a few days, maybe less. And I've always thought I had a powerful will. Ma used to say that quite a lot to me growing up. Now that I think about it, it is odd to tell a child. Maybe not once or twice, but I remember her saying it commonly, even during mundane tasks. Another sign that perhaps she wasn't who I remember her as. I can't even imagine how quickly anyone else would have fallen to the dark whispers of the bloody palm. I mean, it's even got into my dreams at night. That desire for survival I felt in that dream? That must be what keeps the bloody palm going. All artifacts are formed from leftover desires or emotions, right? I guess I at least know the bloody palm's desire. It's simply a need to survive. One so deep and powerful that it transformed the previous owner's sigil into a distorted aspect of survival. An object capable of keeping its holder alive with even severe injuries just by holding onto it. I can't imagine how much it will affect me now that it is a part of me, both physically and mentally. There is only one true positive to this whole situation of being artificed. For artifacts that are artificed onto someone grow exponentially in power with a host to directly draw sustenance from. I laugh as I say it into the nightly air to just myself and Dakota. Haha, I'm gonna be one hell of a bitch to kill now, aren't I? That bounty poster said I was seemingly impossible to put in the dirt. Imagine it now, Dakota. Do you think I could have taken those 3 hunters now without one running? I feel like I could. They would be in for a world of hurt if they tried me now. A combination of the bloody palm and struggler's gasp previously rendered a break in my fucking spinal cord pointless. I could still move my legs with shrapnel, shredding my whole body from a bullet in my back. What will put me down now? A shot to the head is the only thing I can think of. I gotta get myself a helmet or something. But all things do come with a cost. I've been trying to read a bit more lately, and the manuals speak of laws regarding how sigils work, the first being the law of equivalence. No effect is made without something being consumed. Whether the resource is ether, vitality, souls, or something more abstract, a toll is always taken. To gain something of high value, a high cost is required. And just like the law states for a high-value effect, the bloody palm's fee is steep and non-negotiable unless I take from others. A few other laws state similarly essential things, but they have no hold on this. There is another law called the law of balance, but it has to do with the power of individual sigil, not artifacts which are distorted things brought forth from an artifact. As I walk through the moonlit, ever-shifting dunes with Dakota, the growing kit on my shoulder, my thoughts wander this way. The little guy sleeps an awful lot, seemingly to either keep up with his rapid growth or fuel it. I don't know which is the answer, but hours we walk, deep into the night, before I even begin growing tired. I do grow hungry, however. As I set Dakota down so that I could open and eat a midnight meal from my new pack, I see the little guy wake up and stand to immediate attention. At first glance, I assume he is just excited about food as every time we have stopped recently has been to eat. But no, that's not it. He growls lowly, as low as a baby fox can, into the dark. I rapidly spin and look where he is facing. The Comanche sigil focuses on reactions and the senses, so I take his instincts as fact there is something despite him being a kit. At first, I don't see anything in the dark. Nothing but the edges of my conscious gaze frayed with twisting darkness. But eventually, I spot a bit of movement west, toward where we were heading initially, before I stop to eat. My first reaction is to flood ether into my body in preparation for a serious fight, but as I look closer at the movement, I realize it's not that big of a deal. Not a threat that requires me to waste my now increasingly precious ether capacity. It's a considerably sized rattlesnake. While it is dangerous, it's not a threat I cannot handle without ether. Before I do anything to the snake, though, I bend down and comfort Dakota, petting his still small and fragile head. I also make sure to commend him. I heard that's what you do when you want to reinforce an animal's behavior. If it works with cats and dogs, it also works with foxes. Good boy. I'll take care of this one. You can have the next when you're larger. I draw the revolver from my hip, one of my many weapons, and aim it at the slithering snake as it nears us. It'll be good target practice for me. Never tried to shoot a snake before. Trying to ignore the static in the edges of my eyes, I focus forward using the 6-shooter's iron sights. Then, I pull back the hammer to prepare the chamber for firing. Once the snake is on the other side of the steel sight, I hold my breath for a single short second and squeeze the trigger. A loud bang echoes through the dunes as my first bullet enters the sand beside the snake. Dakota, used to gunfire, I guess, doesn't react much to the gunfire, but the snake does. It begins slithering faster toward me. Damn it! I quickly pull back the hammer with my thumb and aim once more. Once again, another round echoes through the dark sands. This time, though, the bullet strikes true. It enters the side of the rattlesnake and stops its rattle. I walk over to it and pull out the serpentine dagger that reminds me of it. Then, just to be safe, I stab it in the head into the sand with the dagger seemingly made after it or its brethren. Dakota rushes over once I kill it. Quite sharp for a beast, but I suppose that's what the Comanche sigil will do. Make an expert tracker, killer, and provider. He's just not quite at those levels yet. When he gets to the snake, he tries to bite into it, but his teeth and jaws are too undeveloped to yield much flesh from the newly deceased snake. I watch him gnaw on it for a few moments in amusement before I get on a knee and start cutting off pieces of snake meat for the little guy to swallow. I am careful not to make them too big, though. Don't want to make him choke. While I feed him, I wonder why the snake came at us. We, or at least I, are dozens of times larger than the snake. Surely its instincts would make it stay away from us? Unless it was starving. I know firsthand that starving creatures will do almost anything to feed themselves, even resorting to things that would be certain death if they failed. But if that were the case, why would it be starving? At most, I'm only a few dozen miles away from Rustbank, so why is it hungering? There shouldn't be any massive monsters with sigils nearby. Rustbank and its inhabitants would handle that. Maybe it's the break, affecting the food of the small predators? If the break is the reason for this snake's abnormal actions, then that's dreadful news. That means it's getting close enough to affect food chains. I don't know exactly how close that would be, but I imagine it's not crazy far. This means my little trip back out into the dunes might be short. Very short. But it also means that I need to be fast. Because if the monsters are that close and I don't warn someone, many people will die. My friends will die. I don't want that to happen, even if they don't want to be near me. From what I've heard, a break is typically thousands of monsters led by a few demons and semi-full intelligent monsters with many outlaws that follow on the fringes to loot. But this one is said to be unique. An enormous wave of powerful monsters meant to take back land established and guarded by my father. The Undying's words apparently held enormous weight. Enough to just stave this whole thing off for decades. I can't even begin to see how strong he'd be. Certainly tens of times more potent than someone like Johnny, who has to send me out to scout for him. I cut these burgeoning thoughts about my father short before they spread over to my ma, neither of whom I want to dwell on very much with my sanity under assault. Doing so, I stand and pick up the satiated Dakota, who has snake blood on his muzzle. I wipe a bit of it off and let him know what will happen, even if he can't quite understand me yet. Looks like I'm gonna have to skip eating. We gotta get moving, buddy. The break might be closer than we thought. If I don't warn Johnny and it's close enough to attack, our friends will die. You in? I end the explanation with a question, and I swear I see the small fox nod at me. I nod back. Good. Let's go. The little guy goes into my predominantly empty pack, merely full of notes and other odd things. His eyes, nose, and ears stick out, though, so he doesn't suffocate and so that he can sense the surroundings for me. The first time might have only been a rattlesnake, but who knows what the next one might be like. Then, I take a bit of advice from Earl. Adrenaline surge apparently leaves one with a lasting sense of exhaustion after it wears off. And I certainly felt it last night when I went to bed, but it was completely gone when I woke up. That might not always be the case, though, if my injuries are too significant for the palm to heal overnight. So, instead of using adrenaline surge, the risky general skill that Edmund taught me while pretending it wasn't one, I use physical enhancement on my legs. I don't know why Edmund lied about what it was, but I'm sure he had a reason. Maybe to keep my ego down from learning an advanced technique so quickly? Who knows? Only the dead do. And everyone knows, dead men tell no tales. Well, that's unless you go to the underworld and ask them. But I know very few people have ever made it back alive. All of them are legends and mythical people that might never have existed, now that I think about it. Most of what Ma told me about legends was false, just nighttime stories about demons, ogres, and other monsters. She told me very, very little about humans and their tales. And whenever she did talk about people, it usually ended in gruesome deaths. I forced these thoughts about my mother out of my head and focus on running with my legs enhanced by ether. And I already feel the difference after a few seconds compared to adrenaline surge. The life-saving skill always gives me a massive shot of energy and adrenaline that can keep me going even during dark times, which makes perfect sense why I was taught it, but not why I was lied to about its name. Physical strengthening just gives me some extra push for what I need. This extra push means a great deal of increase in speed, especially now that I don't have a few hundred pounds to lug behind me through the dunes like a wagon full of pack horses. I zoom amongst the moonlit sands at a rapid pace. I look back here or there to check on Dakota, and the whole time, he has his head out the side of the pack sniffing the air. He yips and yaps here or there in a low tone as he watches me speed westward. After a few hours of this brisk pace, I see a bit white of light in the distant west. It's hard to tell whether it's a fire or a lantern, so I slow down and crouch. Then, I slowly approach the light source with Dakota in my pack, and the dunes is cover low to the ground. The little guy goes completely quiet as if he knows something is up ahead. Slowly and carefully, I approach the light source. I try mimicking Edmund's movements and using the only other sigil skill he taught me. Sneak. Something I have not even thought of in a long time as it never came up. But now, I move with icy muteness over the dunes toward the light, little swirls of ether clouds in the bottoms of my feet quieting each step. I attempt to take this skill one step further as the swirling sands with the breezing wind make noise upon my body. Instead of just having to swirl cloud-like ether on my feet, I take a moment to focus and try to replicate the ability on every surface of my body. The task is arduous. To make sections of swirling ether fit on more extensive parts of my body, like my torso or arms, is a great challenge and causes me to stop moving to focus. I fail several times and waste multiple minutes, but the light is far away, and I can afford to spend time to get this right. The increased control of ether from my sigil's evolution is intensely felt. The streams and collections of ether twist and turn much more rapidly and smoothly than ever. After my 8th try, I ultimately succeed. Long swirling clouds of ether now exist within the skin of each of my limbs, my torso, and my head. Now, I'm utterly noiseless. Wind-powered sand hits my body without a single trace of noise, the sand being cushioned by my ether. My feet touch the ground without even making a single vibration to be felt, the clouds of ether preventing them. I even kneel down on all fours in case I must move like Edmund, and even then, I'm reticent. Like a wraith, inaudible and non-existent. I move without any indications of my presence except for the sand I disturb. Even Dakota is much quieter. I think the clouds of ether around my body help him be silent, but it might just be the fox's instinct that does most of the work. With the upgraded sneak, something I surely can only do now because of the increase in ether from evolving into a daydreamer, I stalk closer toward the light. After nearly 10 minutes of slow and deliberate movement so as not to be seen, I get close enough to spot what the light is. It's a man walking in a fully tailored suit with another man's decapitated head in his hand that he's carrying by head's long hair. The part that really throws me for a loop is that the light comes from the decapitated head's mouth like a lantern. 46. Binding light. I stare at the decapitated head in confusion. Is it an artifact or a creature? It's hard to tell from several dozen feet away. But the man holding it in the suit is shambling slowly and shiftily. He stumbles here or there despite there being nothing in his way. It's all quite odd. Reading the manuals has been a reasonably high priority lately, doing so in between fights last night and during breaks to eat, but nothing like this man or the head in his hands was mentioned at all. I'd pull them out to check quickly because I have no one to save my ass if I fail, but I don't think the improved sneak will also remove that noise. So instead, I wait a little bit longer and try to gather any information I can on the man and the thing he's carrying. To do so, I slowly activate Chain Eyes to get a read on the man's sigil and whatever the head may be. Ether flows into the back of my eyes, and manacles appear in my vision. More than there should be. The man is covered in red chains as he hobbles with a wobble. A first sigil. On the other hand, the head he is carrying is the first time I've ever seen a non-living thing with chains binding it besides the bloody palm. Wrapped in luminescent yellow fetters, the head sways in the man's hand hanging from long hair. I feel a small connection to the head for some reason. It looks familiar, but I don't know how it could, though, as it's too far to see clearly. But that's not all. On the other side of the man and a little bit ahead of him, I see two sprinkles of lights amongst the sandy dunes. Two other beings restrained in yellow lie in the sand, unseen. I only see the colors from them as they are not entirely engulfed in sand, and bits of them stick out. Enough for my eyes to pick up with ether. What's happening? There are 3 third sigils, a second, and a first, all in the middle of the bone dunes at a random time in the depths of night. Is there some discrete thing happening? I mean, the man is wearing a suit in the middle of the dunes. It's all so weird. I choose to wait even longer and watch as the man hobbles ever closer to the 2 small glares of yellow in the nighttime sand. Each step he takes looks like a struggle and reminds me heavily of when I was in the darkness alone with the bloody palm. The hopeless yet defiant struggle to not be devoured. Every step felt like both a victory and a loss. Every foot moved meant you survived a little longer, but were now closer to losing yourself. Pity wells up within me for the man, and just before I stand to do something about it, the 2 figures cloaked in yellow ethereal steel emerge from the sand. In a burst of dust and debris, they both dash at the suited man holding his decapitated head. Their figures are blurred and incredibly fast, so fast I cannot see if they are even human at first. But before they reach the overdressed man, he turns toward them slightly, just enough for the light from the mouth of the decapitated head to touch them. With my eyes still activated by the ether of Chain Eyes, I watch in amazement as the manacles around the figures grow in size and quantity. Quickly, the 2 figures slow to a pace where I can clearly see them. They are 2 men clad in dark leather and covered in sand. The chain on their bodies only continues to grow and slows them from a bullet-like pace to that of a tortoise. Amongst the light, I can see panic and determination in the 2 men's eyes as they try to move against the force of the decapitated head. How is that happening? Is the light creating chains? I thought that only philosophers and their higher forms could interact with chains. Maybe I'm wrong. Or maybe that head has the 3rd sigil of a philosopher? I continue to ponder this as I watch the chains grow even more on the 2 men to the point where they are almost entirely engulfed by the yellow concept that binds them. Apparently, they aren't prepared for whatever is happening to them. They both scream at each other, trying to get the other to do something. I learn quite a bit from their sibling-like squabble. I thought you said this was an easy heist? What the fuck is this? Why can't we fucking move? It's the damned head. I didn't think it'd be this strong. What do you mean? It's a fucking skull-type artifact. Those are like the fucking strongest. I thought you said it was a hair type? It was supposed to be. The information was off. Is there anything you can do? No, you dumbass. I can't even move my fucking arm. I shouldn't have let you gather information. You're not ready yet. That's not true. The guys I got the info from must have been told the wrong thing. Wrong things, my ass. Use your damn ether. All my skills are up close, you dunce. Fine, but you're paying for the painkillers, and you take care of Aaron this time.
No.
You either do this, or we die. Why would I take your chores?
Fine.
During the whole argument, I just listened silently and learned a lot. I already knew some of it, like how artifacts made from hearts, skulls, and the like are much more potent than most. But I didn't know hair could be turned into an artifact. I wonder how having an artifact of hair would work. I also make the connection for the first time that other people cannot see the chains that bind them. To these two men, it must look like they are frozen or grappled by something invisible. For a moment, I wonder how they would escape this without slowly dying from their restraints, but they prove their third sigil statuses. The conversation ends with a metaphorical bang as the man on the right, who in the light appears to be a little bit shorter but dressed identically to the man beside him, makes a small finger gun and mimics a bullet being fired. It looks like a child's imagination, but an adult effect happens. A loud bang resounds as a burst of bright light emerges from the leathered man's finger and slams into the knee of the suited man with a blinding flash. The flash is so powerful that I am forced to spend a few seconds blinking out the light before I can see the outcome. While still blind, what I hear is boots upon sand once more. The suited man now rests on a single knee, as the one hit with the flash of light appears to be sizzling and charred like an overcooked chicken. The light from the lantern moves slightly as he falls to the point that it now only covers the man who did the finger gun of light. The other man, narrowly taller but also dressed in robust shady leather, sprints at the suited man as fast as he can, shadows twisting and turning beneath his feet with every step he takes. The chains encasing the man have not yet faded, but they have stopped growing, as it seems he is using ether to boost his power and speed to make it to the lantern head. Every time the shadows beneath him shimmer, he moves quicker. Rapidly, he nears the man with the head of a lantern in his hand. But before he does, the man with the luminescent head looks at him with unnatural calmness. Then, before the gaze of the suited man, the man, aided by shadows, freezes for a moment. An instant solely long enough for the lantern to be moved to engulf both of them again. I watch for a little longer as I hear the two attempt to bicker again. Vernon, use another light shot.
eccentric.
Fuck. You're never doing recon again. The one who is obviously Vernon is so tightly wrapped in chains that he can barely speak. This lantern head's power is incredible. It's able to freeze a third sigil in under 20 seconds. Of course, the light must stay on them, but it is still full of hazardous might. The cost of it must be ludicrous. After all, the man holding it just appears to be a puppet, moving only to the machinations of the head. The machinations are temporarily disrupted as the other man, Vernon's companion, the frustrated one, grunts in the effort as an egg of inky darkness grows to cover him. Like floating rivers of sandy darkness, tendrils of black emerge from the ground and attempt to tear away at the man's surroundings to no avail. The man's grunts grow to pained screams as the ether spikes, and I can sense it even from here as the tendrils double, then triple in number before even a slight improvement is made. Bits and pieces of chains are slowly rotted and ground away. But it's not enough. The man certainly cannot keep this rate of ether up for long. Just the fact that I can feel the ether moving in the air from a few dozen feet away speaks volumes of the power he is using. It must be his third sigil skill. Despite the fatal position these two men are in, I just continue to watch. I've learned my lesson from speaking to others in the wild. Only once do I need to get a hand removed to remember what happens when you interact with people when there are no consequences besides failure to win a fight. Something rapidly changes my mind, though, and shows me that not all men out here are immoral. I hear curses exit the mouth of the man fighting for his life as his speech slows down from the weight of his restraints. Fuck. 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 Not like this.
6 STLLNEEDSUSS.
Fuck. I got from his words that they're fighting for a sister, and I've made one too many sisters brotherless. If this bites me in the ass, though, I'll never help anyone in the wild again. That I promise. And so I get up from my prone position and stealthily move toward the suited man with the decapitated lantern. Before I do so, though, I gracefully place down my pack with Dakota in it. I don't want him to get hurt. He seems to understand and just watches from the pack. Sand noiselessly moves beneath my feet as I swiftly close the distance between us. Then as I near the man, I draw both of my daggers. The two daggers leave their sheaths just as I get close enough to strike, and the ring of steel sounds the alarm for the man as he tries to turn as quickly as his zombie-like movement can. During this motion, I see the eyes of Vernon, the man with the fingers of light, and the other man with a body of shadow, light up with hope. I attempt to prove their hope as I stab both serpentine daggers into the back of the suited man's neck. They sink in as smoothly as they would if they were cutting butter, but no blood exits the puppet of a man. Instead, he just continues to turn and steps backward with a shamble. As he turns, the light leaves Vernon and touches me. Instantly, I can see my chains tighten and grow in quantity. It feels as if I were to daydream, but if the weakening aspect of it were 10 times stronger and only grew more powerful over time. I push through the opening effects of the light, though, and rip my daggers out in lateral motions, trying to deal as much damage as possible to the man. Since neck damage didn't do the trick, I figured that trying to remove his head would work. It worked at first. All that happens is that my daggers cross on the inside of his neck and cut his spine in half and the remainder of his neck in one motion. Then, his head rolls off as his body loses balance and falls backward. A sense of victory enters my body when the head smacks against the ground loudly. But quickly, the sense fades as the chains upon me just continue to tighten. I see that the man's body fell in such a way that the light from the lantern of a head now touches all three of us in at least some way. It gets me in my left leg, Vernon's entire body, and the third man, whose name I do not yet know, in his right leg. It's hard to tell if the area of light that touches someone even matters as we all three are rapidly entombed by chains. The situation rapidly turns terrible as I stand under the light for just a few seconds. I try to take a struggler's gasp, but it doesn't work. The chains are too heavy for me to fill my lungs wholly. Instead, I go for a substitute, probably not the best idea, but the only one I can think of. I release my almost eternal daydream against the bloody palm's corruption. Then, I pivot the daydream and have it dream of my lungs filling with ether. This immediately works and allows me to fill my lungs. I do so. I fill them with the deepest struggler's gasp so far. It seems as though my lung capacity for my gasp increased since my Sigils evolution as the air within several dozen feet collapses in on itself. All the ether in that entire volume of air compresses and enters my system like a much-needed flood after years of drought. I force the ether to enter and combat the growing chains and make them regress. Ether is not all that joins me, though. So do the murmurs of the bloody palm. But for now, I can push them aside and focus on the situation's severity despite the shadows that eat at my vision. It works, but only partially. The orange manacles that bind me stop growing and shrink slightly, but the pressure on my lungs grows exponentially as the two forces fight against each other. I will lose this contest of wills, and fast. To not lose steam and turn into an orange carrot of chains, I force my body to move despite the weight upon it. It is difficult. Very, very difficult. Like carrying a boulder up a mountain just to take a single step. But I have to do so, and as fast as I can. I feel my lungs rapidly reaching their limit. The ether from my gasp and the light going to war inside and outside my body. I could only hold this standstill for under 10 seconds, but within those 10 seconds, I get close, very close to the decapitated head, before I can no longer keep up the clash of ether within me. Close enough for a final act as my lungs touch their breaking point, just before they burst and make me either explode or implode from a clash of ether. I push the ether within my lungs out, and out comes defiance as every other time, but this one is much more enunciated. A tempest exits my lungs and flows out of my mouth into the outside world. This tempest hits the decapitated head and sends it flying through the dunes dozens of feet, freeing the three of us from the binding light. Even after the light leaves us, we are still bound by ourselves. And the weakness of strugglers' gasps aftereffects enters me like a kick to the nuts. I never had the luxury of feeling what it's like when it ends. I usually just fall unconscious from wounds soon after it ends. I think I prefer that. Extreme nausea and sickness run rampant through my body like the ether that just did, and much of that ether remains, leaving me with a pounding headache and a firm warning. I must be cautious when I use it, because the other times, I have been fortunate. One, I barely made it out of acute ether sickness alive, and the other, I immediately evolved my sigil, saving my ass before my body collapsed from ether oversaturation. But my nausea can only grow as I cannot expel it in any way because, for the next 2 minutes, both the unnamed man in leather and I are frozen in place by our colorful chains. While still bound, I deactivate the flow for chain eyes and rapidly reactivate Daydream to guard against the bloody palm. The whispers are only adding to my nausea and headache. Yet, I can't see my surroundings to witness how the palm affects my vision besides just the static peripherals because my face is pointed toward the ground. Eventually, though, the binds slowly loosen. The unnamed man and I fall face first into the sand, both not expecting the sudden release. I hear his laughter and excitement at surviving as I empty my stomach into the dunes. Haha, we're alive. Thank you, man. You're our savior. I don't know how you did it, but you did. I nod between heaves, and he notices my situation. Oh man, that's rough. Sorry if helping us did that to you. I'd introduce myself, but I need to check on Vernon first. He got hit with that petrifying light really bad. I hear his feet shuffle in the direction of the other man as I try to recover from my gasp. It takes a long time for me to get the chance to remove myself from the ground and stand. While I do so, I hear several coughs and chokes from Vernon, the man on the soil still affected by the chains. It sounds like he couldn't breathe the whole time he was confined. When I eventually stand after my recovery with shaky feet, I see the 2 men inspecting the head, careful not to enter its light. They both notice me standing and walk over to me under the moonlit night. Then, they introduce themselves at the exact same time, confusing and distracting me.
Heya, I'm Vernon.
Thanks for saving us. How'd you do it? Hi, I'm Virgil, this chipper man's older brother. I appreciate the backup. We don't get much of that in the wild. 47 2 of clubs. I skeptically look at the 2 men who are smiling wide in dark leather. They both have black hair and reasonably slim builds whose frames must hide power due to their careers. The older brother Virgil is slightly taller and has a missing front tooth. Vernon has 2 hands scarred by burns that he uses to reach out to shake my hand. I hesitate for a moment, but eventually clasp his hand after I think about how amiable they've been. Much more than Wiley or the other bandits, even at first glance. While I shake Vernon's hand in introduction, I inquire what they are doing this out here late. I have reasons, chiefly because I'm forced to be out here. But why are they here? It should be treacherous out here, right? And they have a sibling to care for, so what the hell are they doing out here?
I'm Wyatt.
Happy to help whenever I can. But what are the 2 of you doing all the way out here in the dunes this late? Are you not aware of the oncoming break? The 2 of them, Vernon and Virgil, both glance back to the decapitated head on the ground and then look back at me. Virgil speaks up first despite me mainly asking Vernon. Out here for money, what else? We got a huge family that needs us to take care of him. And our youngest sister is really sick with a rare disease. Priests or shamans willing to help an unsigiled are rare and expensive. Occultists who can heal are cheaper, but always come with risks. I nod in sympathy. If I had known about Sigils before Ma died, I would have gone out and tried to get something to help her. She had always told me that there was nothing that could be done. I hate that she lied to me. I hate that there are so many things I don't know about her now that she's dead. Hints keep popping up everywhere that she's not who she seemed. Why would she allow herself to just die? Indeed, people would be willing to help just to get into my father's good graces. Money isn't the end all. Power is. My thoughts slowly shift from Ma to the money they spoke of. Are artifacts worth a lot of money? I figure their downsides will lower their worth, but as I said, power matters. And artifacts have an abundance of it. I ask the 2 in front of me, who obviously have the answer. Is that artifact really worth that much money? Vernon looks at the head and nods emphatically. For sure. Artifacts are worth a bunch of cash. This one here would probably sell for over $1,000. Maybe even 2,000 or 3,000 because it's quite unique. But if it was a sigil hire, its price would near 1,000 gold eagles, 10 times as much as least. I ask for more clarification from personal experience while a small thought considers how much the bloody palm would be worth. Even with its dire cost, living is what matters most. Would it be worth 1,000 eagles, gold coins worth 10 times a paper dollar? I'd say so, but this lantern? I have trouble seeing it sell for just $1,000, a tenth of each eagle. Why? Aren't the negative effects of artifacts too strong? Vernon nods once more while Virgil inspects the head. Yeah, they are, and I'm sure this one's awful. That's not all that matters, though. Only a dozen or so craftsmen can make colts, claymores, or other types of gear that can match up to lower artifacts. Even fewer can make things that compare to artifacts of organs like skulls, hearts, or actual items. The negative effects are always bad, but they are always worth it. Virgil, tell him about your artifact. These guys seem to be really friendly, especially Vernon. He appears to be genuinely talkative and energetic. To be honest, a remarkable change of pace after the past 2 days. Virgil's attention shifts to the two of us from the head. Then he pulls something from his pocket and tosses it to Vernon. You tell him, I'm checking this thing out. It's so weird. I've never seen this type of artifact before. Vernon fumbles to catch the object, but eventually grasps it before it touches the ground. It's a small letter opener that's dyed dark blue. He yells at Virgil for throwing it at him, amusing me a little before quickly turning back to me, ignoring the mishap. The hell? Don't throw this fucking thing at me. Look, Wyatt, this happens when an artifact from an object is made. This one is only a first sigil, but it's as powerful as most second or even some third sigil crafted weapons. It can cut through almost anything. Vernon shows off the letter opener to me and pulls out a small piece of steel from like a handle or something. Then, he slices the letter opener into the steel, and it goes through as if it were actually opening a letter instead of steel. It's pretty impressive, especially if it's only a first sigil artifact. Like they said, my first sigil rapier is only a bit better than one without a sigil at all. Vernon continues bragging after setting it down when I exclaim how cool it is. Artifacts are always mighty, but they aren't everything you should use, or you'll eventually die from their negative effects. I have a second Mark Colt, and Virgil has a third flamboyant knife to replace this little thing. I named it Cutting Words. Clever, huh? I just wish it wasn't so weird. While holding it, you cannot read, write, or understand anything but spoken words. Not even facial expressions or hand signs. That's why Virgil holds it most of the time, because I talk a lot and make up for it. That, and he's fluent in hunter hand signals. While listening to him speak, I grab my pack with Dakota still sitting inside it with his head peeking out. Vernon notices the young fox and continues to rant while I hear Virgil sigh in annoyance. Oh, you got a pet fox. That's cool. You should be really careful, though. If something like that head points at something without a sigil, they're likely to instantly die. Just shut up. I laugh at Virgil's sigh and respond to Vernon's worry as I walk past him to the decapitated head. You don't have to worry. Dakota's got a sigil. Only one, but it's enough to make him grow faster. Virgil looks up as I near him, and I can see his eyes take in the fox in my backpack. Then, he changes his focus and talks about the head, obviously trying to interrupt Vernon and I's conversation. Come over here, Vernon. I need you to inspect the head and see its sigil. You got your willpower enhanced by your damn scholar sigil, so you better do it. Unless you want to try Wyatt, you did save us, so we'll let you get most of the money from it. I shake my head in refusal. I don't want to inspect another damned artifact. I've had enough of one whispering into my mind constantly, and I'm not looking forward to my next sleep. No, I'm good. I don't like inspecting sigils. Virgil agrees with me and shares some of his own experiences. Yeah, it fucking sucks. Before little Vernon here got his own sigil up to mine, which was only recently, I had to do most of it. I hate the waves of emotions and shit that are sent at you, especially if a really nasty one injects you with its last memories. Those always send chills down my spine. Vernon speaks up and slows us down on the inspection, though. We should probably wait until the remaining ether in it from the man fades. I don't want to put my mind into it while it's still active. His words make sense because the light from the mouth's head remains. A bit dim and less like a lantern and more like a bright candle, but still there. Vernon kneels next to us, and all three of us just inspect the head for a few minutes together with idle chatter. It takes almost 10 minutes of us sitting and talking about odd things while I feed Dakota before the light ultimately leaves and the mouth of the head closes. Then, Virgil and I watch as Vernon places a glowing hand on the head. I glance at Virgil curiously, and he just says one word. Protection. Makes sense. I do a similar thing but with my daydream, which is invisible to anyone who cannot see the ethereal chains that bind us. A silence then befalls us for several long seconds as we both watch Vernon's hand tremble and sweat drop from his head. We trade several glances as Vernon's hand begins to shake. Then, Virgil reaches out to pull his brother off the artifact, but before he does so, Vernon rips his hand away with a loud gasp and words that even I can tell are unlike him. Holy shit. Holy fuck. This thing's crazy, guys. It's got two of a sigil I've never heard of. Does it have the Philosopher's Sigil? It is a rare sigil, which would explain how he's never seen it before. How else could it manipulate chains if that wasn't the case? But how can I be encountering so many of such a rare sigil? It's supposed to be unconfirmed? Some of my questions are answered as Virgil presses Vernon to say what the sigils are and what its sigil is called. Just spit it out, Vernon. What do the individual sigils feel like? And the trio, what's its full sigil name? Vernon drinks water from a flask before obliging Virgil's demands. Okay, chill out. The first sigil I recognized was lawman, which fits with the whole restraining thing. The higher levels are known for that. The other two, though, were the same. They looked like a pupilless eye entombed in glowing steel chains like the kind prisoners are put in. Another pause ensues as Vernon takes another drink, followed by a breath of air. I guess the inspection of the sigil took a lot out of him, but his description speaks of the Philosopher's Sigil for sure. No doubt about that. So then the question arises once more. Why is it here and not any other of the many and much more regular sigils? Vernon resumes his explanation while I can visibly notice Virgil get excited, but then annoyed throughout his brother's words. The true sigil of it, not the three parts individually but as a whole, was called tethered. It sounds like quite an interesting name. But how about we call the head something different? How about the tight light? You know, like a night light, but instead tight, 'cause it freezes us in place? Both Virgil and I groan. No, that's a terrible name. I don't want something that dangerous to be named after something for a child. An argument ensues between Virgil and Vernon over the word. I merely watch, amused, while they argue despite siding with Virgil. Eventually, they both settle on a name that, while I don't love it, isn't as bad as the tight light. We name it Law's Light. This is actually kind of cool, but I simply feel like the alliteration is childish. A brief silence ensues after we name it, though, as the prospect of how we divide it is up for debate. These two are pretty kind, but I don't think the two brothers are willing to share a few $1,000s of profit with me, a stranger they just met. And so, I back away and force my tired ether to move again, prompting my ether headache to rear its ugly head again in complete annoyance. My fingers stay low, close to my hips where my weapons are, just in case they try something. I helped them before I knew so much gold was on the line. I look back and forth between the two brothers constantly, looking for any movement that might be threatening. My paranoia may be too much sometimes, but as Earl said, it's necessary to not be eaten by things like giant spiders or killed by outlaws. But after a few tense seconds, surprise fills me with the actions of the older brother, Virgil. He tosses Law's Light over me, and I am forced to scramble to catch the fucking head that was just lugged over to me. While I do so, Virgil explains why he did so and blows my mind with his kindness with his hands raised in the air of evident peace. Phew, actually scratch that, only one man with a sigil I have ever met so far has been kind. But now, I can add 2 more men to that list. It's all yours, Wyatt. But we ask that you compensate us somehow. You know, we did help a little bit, even if it was just to distract the damn thing. I don't want to fight over it, even if it's worth a lot of money. Are we on the same page, Vernon? Yeah, I agree. I hold the decapitated head of Law's Light in my hands as I ponder what they said. The head is in pristine condition. No blood exits it, or dust lies within its long hair. Up close now, I do realize that it is a female's head, which makes sense with the long hair but surprises me. I don't know why it does, but it just does. Forcing my mind away from the artifact of a woman's head in my hands, I look up at the two brothers and think of a solution while opening up a bit, one that will possibly benefit us all. Well, as long as they agree. I appreciate you two giving me Law's light. The rare sigils within it are the same type as mine, so I am interested in them. I don't have any money or gear that I can spare, and I have a mission I gotta complete. But if you two come to help me, there will likely be monsters and sigil to kill. The two brothers look at me skeptically for a few seconds. Then Virgil, who I'm beginning to see as the leader among the two, asks some questions back at me. Who gave you the mission, and what is it? Was it a sheriff or a captain? We are both technically hunters, but don't do missions for them. I have issues with how they do things, and just used them to train my brother while I was busy. We only still have our badges so that we can enter cities easily, so if it is from one of them, we'll have to decline. I shake my head. The two being hunters only briefly crossed my mind, so it doesn't matter. I can't bring them back to Rustbank, or Johnny will kill all three of us. I risk telling them who gave it, though. I figure it's best to be honest if I want these two to fight with me. No, it wasn't any hunters. It was the gunfighter, Johnny. He runs Rustbank near here, and wanted me to see how far the break was and if it'd reach here. Virgil nods and replies to me. Give me a second to talk to Vernon and discuss it. Okay, that's fine. The two brothers dressed in leather huddle up and whisper quietly to each other. A few moments pass as I wait, somewhat patiently, then they turn back, and Vernon leads the conversation this time. Before we agree to do this, we all need to know each other's sigils and abilities. Nearing a break is highly dangerous, but you're right. It is profitable if you're with a good team. I'm a third sigilite, a combination of scholar, trapper, and priest in that order. I can use a variety of weak ether abilities from scholar and set up various well-made traps using light. I can also make bullets and small weapons from light. It's night, so I'm quite weakened as it is. I can also enhance others using light. What about you, Wyatt? Vernon's honesty impresses me. I can't believe he just laid all that out, but I reciprocate his honesty. I do, however, keep the prefix out when I say my sigil. Gotta keep a little bit in the pocket. I'm sure they are as well. They never told me what their Colts or Claymore do, so I won't tell them everything either. We're not at that level of trust yet. I'm a second sigil daydreamer. The sigil in the Law's Light is the first sigil philosopher, of which I have two. I hope to use the dual sigils in the head to somehow advance later. I can spot people using a type of vision that reveals their sigil ranks, and I can enhance myself using sigil drastically. The main aspect of my sigil is increasing my capacity for ether and my body's diffusion of ether. I also heal fast. After I say my piece, Vernon and I look at Virgil, who puts his hand on his chin and thinks deeply before opening up with his sigils. However, when he does, it focuses more on me than him. You're only a second sigil, Wyatt. I'm impressed you could make it through the light, but that increased ether must have done the trick. I warn you against using the sigils within the artifact for yourself, though. Few people do it because it comes with a risk. It's not as bad as being artificed, but it can be close. Your sight will be beneficial, let alone that increased ether. I've never heard of a sigil doing that before. Abilities like that are scarce that can spot others' strengths. Just them alone can make people famous. What about that burst of air you made? I go to answer Virgil, but Vernon gets frustrated that Virgil just talks about me and steps in. Virgil, stop lecturing him. Just tell him about your sigil. It's fine, Vernon. The burst of air is just an after effect at the end of my physical enhancement. Virgil nods, and then relents to Vernon's demands. I wasn't trying to be a dick, Vernon, just analyzing our prospects. I'm a third sigil night whip, a single rogue followed by two night owls. I have to sleep less than 2 hours a day and am rather fast. My two night owls give me a rudimentary control over shadows near me. While Vernon can make light reach out, most of my shadow control is restricted to on or near my person. I'm also enhanced while in the dark. The light from the lantern really got me. Normally, though, Vernon and I make a good team. One of us is always stronger whether it's night or day. Virgil's right, for that, would make a good team. Having someone who is always at their peak state. We discuss our abilities for a bit longer until they agree to come with me, on two conditions. The second we see the main body of the break, we are out. Don't think I didn't notice the dead man's switch. After all, I've been in your situation, forced to do things that garner near certain death. While you seem quite kind, Wyatt, compared to most dead men, we don't want to die a pointless death on the order of a man we don't know. And we get any and all loot from those we kill. It's doubtful we will get anything that nears law's light in value, though. I think about the conditions for just a few seconds before agreeing. The agreement ends with me shaking the brothers' hands, sealing the deal. 48. Obstacles. When the deal is made, I feel a flood of relief. I won't have to fight these two, for sure. A trifling amount of people would break a deal when you have shaken on it. And I don't think either of these two brothers are those kinds of men. Not just that, but now that I have law's light, they are even less likely to backstab me. It's a powerful artifact, and I feel that because it is a similar sigil, I may be a bit more resilient to it. The contest of wills, while I was in the light, makes me think so. I might not have held on for a very long while in the illumination, but surely I can resist whatever adverse effects the full-on woman's head may give when I'm not placed into its light. Said woman's head is uncomfortable to look at, and when I hold on to it, I can feel the invisible restraints on my body tighten further than expected. I move the head up to meet my face and feel bad as I hold on to it by the hair. I can see the two brothers looking at me quite oddly. I give the brothers the reason for what I'm doing so they don't think I'm insane. I'm going to test its strength and see how bad its negative effect is if any while being used. Vernon agrees with me and moves behind me while pulling Virgil with him. That's a good idea, Wyatt. Some of them have negatives that are always present, like cutting words, and others only have them when they are used, while some have both. I think it just depends on the nature of the artifact. We once acquired and sold an ear with no negative or positive effect until it was put up to your ear. Then you could hear everything within 1,000 feet, but simultaneously, the noises would be thunderous and slowly deafen you. So, just be a bit careful. I thank Vernon for the advice as I channel a thin stream of ether into law's light. I'm careful not to let my mind touch the woman's head. I'd rather not have another artifact vying for my sanity. One is enough. The instant my ether reaches the artifact and sinks into it, the mouth opens, and a small beam of light emerges. The beam doesn't fly very far and is more similar to a small candle than a powerful lantern or fire. But it's something. And at this level of ether input, I don't feel anything happening to me. Is that restraining effect the only negative this artifact has? Probably not. I'll just have to up the ether to be sure. And so, I increase the small stream of cool ether that exits my fingertips into the hair of the artifact into a larger one. A small fire ignites in my veins from the unwelcome ether after strugglers gasp, but I force it through, for it is still manageable. With the increase of ether, the light output by the open mouth also surges. At the point that the light increases to the intensity of a large candle, I feel something. I feel a tightness in my chest, where my heart is. Not just that, but I feel my fingers, where I hold onto the artifact, tighten and become burdened by more invisible restraints. I slowly activate chain eyes, careful not to disrupt any of my other flows of ether that are currently active, to investigate these phenomena happening to me. With the eyes that can see the burdens of reality, I see yellow chains that grow from the hair of the artifact. Then, the yellow chains from the hair slowly latch onto my fingers, hand, and arm and become a part of me, restraining me as if they were my own while shifting into my color. That's not all, though. The more concerning issue is the one I see second. I see it after the yellow chains graft themselves on my hands and turn orange because it's an internal issue. When I look down, I don't see any orange or yellow manacles. Worry rises within me as I imagine the inside of my body, trying to see what's inside of me. Like how I usually do when I flow ether through, I just send it through veins or arteries. This time, though, my inner vision places itself at my heart, the beating organ that keeps me alive. But something is affecting it. With a combination of my chain eyes and general knowledge about my own sigil, I sense that tendrils of ethereal yellow steel are wrapping around my heart. The tendrils gradually grow in size, number, and strength the more prolonged law's light shines. This revelation makes me immediately stop the flow of ether into law's light. The lack of ether makes the mouth slowly close, and the light dims for several seconds until it's completely gone. I wait a few seconds to see if the tightness in my heart lessens, or if the grafted manacles on my right hand disappear. Only after close to 30 seconds after the light from Law's light fades, do I feel even a bit of relief in my chest and feeling return to my hand. At the end of my wait, though, Vernon speaks up worriedly. "You okay, Wyatt? You're just kind of standing there, holding a decapitated head." The sound of his voice makes me spin and look at them while lowering the head. I try to explain what just happened to them as best as I can. It seems to make whatever you hold it with slowly tighten and lock up until it doesn't move, losing feeling. But that's just the passive effect. When I made the light emerge from the mouth, the passive increased in ferocity, and something else happened. I felt a tightness in my heart that felt like something was trying to stop it from beating. Either of you got any ideas about that? Vernon put his thumb on his mouth before shaking his head. Not really. That sounds like a fairly unique negative. Maybe you can try to carry it on your hip or something, or in a backpack, so you don't have the passive effect on you. I nod. Despite how morbid it would be to have a decapitated head hanging from your hip, that's a decent idea. I'd much rather put it in my backpack and throw things away to make room for it. Virgil speaks up with some of his advice after Vernon, and while I'm thinking about what to do with Law's light, "You need to be really careful when you use that, Wyatt. We came here on a lead that someone ran away with a newly found artifact months ago. The chances of us finding the man were slim, even slimmer considering he was taken by the artifact. Now that we know its effects, though, we must be cautious. The man was probably taken by the artifact from overuse of it. The combination of forcing you to hold on to the thing while stopping your heartbeat is deadly. You might not be able to stop it even when you try." I nod once more in thanks. I already knew how dangerous artifacts can be, but this one seems more of an active usurper than the bloody palm that took its time taking me over. Well, it's not taking its sweet time now that it replaced my left hand, but it did before that. While I ponder over what Virgil said, a thought returns to me from earlier, and I voice it aloud. How come I even found this man and this artifact? I mean, we're in the middle of bone dunes. The chances are crazy, right? And that's not to mention that it possesses the same sigils as me. Do either of you know? Vernon shakes his head in denial at my question before looking at his brother, Virgil, expectantly, who seems to have an answer to a question I didn't think had one. That probably has to do with a law of ether. Well, to be more precise, it's a theory, one that not many are aware of because it normally takes place at higher sigils. It's called resonant attraction. The higher resonance someone has with a specific sigil, the more they resonate and attract others with the same sigil nearby. To make it have a significant effect, though, where it can be noticeably seen like this, your resonance with your sigil must be ludicrous. I'm talking near perfect, or absolute. That's the first I've ever heard of anything like that. I'm pretty sure it's not in any of the notes that Edmund left for me. It does explain many things, though. The group with Harold, another philosopher, that just so happened to be within our ability to see rising smoke from a campfire, and now this. I thank Virgil for the information as he looks at me like I'm a golden chicken. That makes a lot of sense. I've never heard of it before, like you said, though. Thanks for everything so far. You two have been quite kind. Virgil waves off my thanks. It's nothing. What are humans without kindness? Nothing more than demons or beasts. And now that I know you have a high enough resonance to attract others, I am even more confident that this trip will be fruitful. But we best get moving now. I am most powerful while the sun is down, and we only have a few more hours of darkness. Vernon's not as useful for travel as I am, so we normally move at night. I agree and pick up anything that I dropped. Then, I put Law's light in the big pocket of my primarily empty second backpack, which I've had for a long time. Now that I have 2 packs with things in them, though, it is a bit unwieldy and uncomfortable for Dakota. He makes some low fox-like noises every step I take to let me know that he doesn't like being near the artifact. Or at least that's what I take it as. And my thoughts are only proven as he keeps whining and making noises from the top-sitting backpack near Law's light. And while I can't understand the whines, I can get the idea. I know what he wants despite how much I don't want to do it. But I relent for him. He came to me, after all, The least I can do is make him happy. It's also probably unsafe to have Law's light near the young fox. Groaning in disgust, I take out the decapitated head that is Law's light and tie the hair around my belt. Then, I restart the trek westward, armed to the teeth and with a decapitated head hanging from my hip. Definitely not how I imagined my first mission, if you can even call this one. At least now I got 2 people to help me. We travel quickly over the dunes with a setting moon. Virgil was right. He's a great asset at night. The man is swift and nigh uncatchable when he moves with shadows licking at his heels. He can scout ahead of us and look out for danger or places we shouldn't go. It's only near dawn and the rising of the sun do I realize just how lucky I was to meet him and Vernon. Virgil never seems to drop his vigilant gaze. He was able to keep us from running into several packs of monsters and even a den of short-horned serpents, which despite their name saying otherwise, are giant snakes with hollow horns capable of storing tremendous amounts of water. Virgil kept us away from monsters by spotting them from far away and returning to us with a warning of their locations. At first, I wanted to kill these monsters to prevent the possible danger they may cause, but Virgil said we shouldn't. He said that my mission, well, I guess our mission, is to see how close the horde from the break is. He also made sure to let it be known that wasting time fighting creatures only hurts our objective. I saw the wisdom in what he said and agreed. Many will likely die if we don't, or if I don't return to Rustbank before the horde reaches it. Johnny is a powerful man, but he's no legend. His hands may work a gun faster than any other, but there's a limit to what a single man can do against an entire horde of monsters, demons, and the occasional outlaw. Vernon and I are busy discussing a variety of things like ether, and I ask him about the abilities of scholars, trappers, and priests. But as I am learning that scholars tend to focus on elemental ether with the occasional illusory or enhancement skill, the sand underneath me gives out. A yelp escapes my lips immediately just out of reflex as I feel my body turn weightless. I fall face first because of how the sand gives out mid-step. Next to me, I also see Vernon falling, but instead, with his feet first. I turn my attention to below us like snapping on target with a gun, and I see what has to be at least 100 or so giant amber snakes in a 10-foot or so underground pit guarded by the above ground. This threat makes the ether course in my body instantly in response. Vernon beside me is panicking as we fall into the pit. I yell at him to get it together, but just as I do, I feel something cold and smooth wrap around my leg. It's a thin black tendril that leads up behind me. I still keep falling, though, despite the object wrapped around my leg, and as I approach the ground, I see the snakes notice. Then, they all rear their massive 30-foot or more bodies toward me. The biggest one reacts the fastest and bursts its fanged mouth against my falling head. I can see the venom and saliva drip from its massive mouth that could easily fit my whole head as my ether reaches a crescendo in its stand against almost certain death. I draw my daggers and prepare to fall on the snake, ignoring the odds stacked against me. Just as my serpentine blades come within a foot of the giant snake, and the serpent's poorly named head with a considerable horn is covered by my body's shadow, I feel a massive force on my leg that had the tendril wrapped around it. Right before the snake closes its ravenous and venomous jaw on my head, I am yanked up with tremendous force. I can feel the mouth of the serpent scrape the top of my head with a warm pain that suffuses my body. But after I escape the mouth of the snake, I continue to get pulled up as the serpents attempt to follow up the pit in the ground. As I am pulled up, though, I hear a low cry as my backpack lightens. I see a puff of dark orange fall from my back and down into the pit. My heart skips a beat as the rest of my body erupts with speed to catch the falling Dakota from the hungry serpents and hold him close to my chest. When I near the top of the hole, and the snakes are trying to make their way up, I put Dakota into my coat pocket, letting him see a bit but still be secure. I reach the top of the pit and am pulled to my feet by a sweating and panting Virgil with a pale-faced Vernon next to him. I see the struggle and recognize it. Using too much ether. He did say that his shadows are most concrete near his body. The man probably used almost every ounce of ether he could manage without passing out from oversaturation to pull us up. Thank you, Virgil. That was a nice save. Virgil nods as he stands with his hands on his hips, trying to get himself together. I also try to take the moment to recover and check on Dakota. I pull out the little guy, and he looks up at me with his pure hazel eyes. I guess he notices my lack of reaction to our almost death and doesn't whine until he looks around me. Then, it seems he sees something behind me and growls with a flat tone. His growl makes me immediately focus my attention in the direction he's looking, the pit. I hear the slithering and tongue flicking unique to snakes, sounds that only grow louder as I watch the hole. Realizing what's about to happen, I grab the tired Virgil and push Vernon backward away from the pit. I move them just far enough away so that when the first snake crests the edge of the pit, none of us are within range of its maw. We back up even further, and I can see the telltale sign of Vernon using his ether as light covers his hands. But all resistance leaves our bodies as several more snakes the size of horses and the lengths of train cars appear. A single glance is shared between the three of us with a decision that is instantly proposed, shared, and agreed to. Fucking run. 49. Big ol' snake. We haul ass together. Running? No. Racing away from the giant serpent behind us on the sandy dunes. I have to pull Virgil with me and keep him moving at my pace due to his ether saturation slowing him down. The giant snakes are slowly gaining on us because of that, though. Pulling Virgil behind me slows me down, and Vernon keeps looking back to check on his brother. For a single second, as we cross the dunes, the thought of abandoning him crosses my mind. But it's shot down without a moment of hesitation. He could have just pulled his brother up. But no, he yanked me up from that pit as well. Do to others as they do unto you. Some things you just gotta do, even if they may not be the best way to survive. I give Virgil a quick look, pick him up, and put him over my shoulders before he can resist. Then, I slam another foot into the ground as I command my dull and nauseating streams of ether to move once more on this night. No, this early morning. Sunrise must be soon. I focus on this while looking at Vernon. He's more powerful in daylight. Hopefully, enough to get us out of this. My part will be done, though. A good man won't die today. The recently used struggler's gasp burns a recognizable trail of fire through my veins as I try to force my ether to move and enhance me. An adrenaline surge flows through me with blinding pain, but I don't let my boots stumble. Instead, I move even faster before the serpents behind me reach my ass. I pump my legs as fast as I can. No greater motivation have I ever had to run than an entire horde of powerful short-horned serpents. I really hope this isn't an instance of resonant attraction. If it is, we're done for. Hoping this isn't the case, I push myself beyond my limits with sweat streaming down my body and blood flooding down my nose. A yell of panic enters my eyes from above me, breaking me out of my pure, unadulterated, adrenaline-fueled focus. Faster. Wyatt. Big one is right behind us. I'll try and keep it back. A need to glance behind me arises, and I foolishly oblige. Swiveling my head back as I run, I see the largest of the short-horned serpents only 10 or so feet behind, just a single stumble away from devouring us. I look it in the eyes and see anger. Anger for being disturbed. Anger, in turn, rises in me while I continue to run over the sandy dunes. This damn thing wants to eat us just because we disturbed its sleep. Fuck. I need to go faster. If any more ether is pushed into me, I'm almost sure I'll push past the point of no return. I feel a small burst of speed as movement is felt on my shoulders from Virgil. He must be trying to hit the damned snake and slow it down. Ahead of us both is Vernon. He's devilishly fast for not having any sigil that leans towards speed. Mine helps me simply because it gives me more ether to work with, which I don't have enough to break out of this situation with. Guess I'll need to use some more. Just as I go to funnel more ether into my body with determined resolve, I see and hear Vernon stop running and raise his hands toward us. At the tip of his hands, I see a single ray of sunlight that runs across the dunes, lighting up the world. Virgil and I, though, are still in the serpent's shadow. It'll keep chasing us. Wyatt, just turn and fight. I'll help. The words from Vernon make me hesitate. Fight this damn thing? What about the others? I don't stop running and continue towards him as I yell back. What about the others? He points behind the snake and makes an X with his hands. We outran them. Only the biggest is fast enough to keep up, I come to a stop beside Vernon and toss Virgil to the ground. Then, in one smooth motion, I nod to Vernon, spin to face the oncoming short-horned serpent, and take off my coat with Dakota in it, passing it to Virgil. Take care of the kit for me. Then, I roll up my sleeves and draw my daggers, stepping forward to meet the hungry serpent on level ground. In the corner of my right eye, I see Virgil stand shakily and hold Dakota. He sidesteps out of the snake's path as he pulls a lever action from his back. I can see he's also pushing himself past his limit because blood is pouring down his nose and some even exit his ears. Just before I charge at the oncoming giant snake among giant snakes, I see Vernon to my left with a ball of burning and radiant sunlight in his hands. I can just imagine the burning pain that comes from holding that. But all powers have downsides. We just have to make do with what we have. And what do I have? I got another breath in me, at the very least. That's all that matters to the struggler. What happens after doesn't matter as much. I have failed too many times to save people. Just once. Just one single time. I want to win. So, with drawn daggers and a behemoth of a snake bearing down on me, I take a breath, one that sucks in the air all around me in a small tornado. My vision is blocked by the magnitude of sand flown into the air as an enormous amount of ether fills me. Ether that will undoubtedly make me burst in just a few moments. The ether that enters me is crammed down into each and every one of my restraints. Speed, flexibility, and strength fill me, but alongside the three is an incredible amount of pressure in my lungs. A force that demands me to immediately release Strugger's gasp. I refuse. Instead, I pull out Law's light that hangs always facing forward from my belt and force it to bathe the dust before me in its binding light. Liquid magma floods my veins, and I airlessly grunt in pain from all I am making happen using my unwilling ether and breaking body. Keeping multiple streams of ether active is brutal, both mentally to articulate and with the extra pain it delivers, forcing the ministrations of ether to shake. But I push through. The mouth of the head that is a lantern opens and sheds its light into the sand that blocks my vision. The second the light appears, I see what lies behind the sand. A giant short-horned snake that is within a single foot from me. The light from Law's light touches it, and I don't notice a difference as I am given a split second to react before it slams into me with the force of a barreling train. With eyes full of defiance, I stab the serpent with both daggers in my hands as I drop Law's light to bind whatever is in front of me. The duration of our confrontation, the snake and I, is so short that I don't even have time to soundlessly yell in effort because I can't breathe as my blades sink deep into the front of the snake, the sensation of every bone in my body breaking. After the futile clash, I am sent flying out of the cloud of dust and tumbling over the dunes for dozens of feet as my vision goes blurry. When I stop rolling, I try to stand but am physically unable to. The tendons and bones in my body are not just unwilling but unable to stand the force required to stand. Even with loosened chains, some things hold still. In my blurry sight, I see a figure cloaked in radiant light, dodging and jumping away from the serpent while another shoots at it with a gun. The impact shakes my brain and my entire body, but I can still recognize the situation and realize what must be done. The bloody palm must be unbound by my daydream and, if possible, enhanced by it. My body is damaged. Not the most impaired it's ever been, I don't think, but far too much to stand. Previously I could stand despite a broken spine, but that was after several moments of healing and a fresh struggler's gasp, neither of which I have to spare. So, I take a risk and release the daydream, blocking the whispers from the bloody palm as a wave of murmurs instantly crests and inundates me. I do all I can to ignore them in my rapidly malfunctioning vision. I funnel ether into the bloody palm to heal me rapidly and feel a surge of warmth fill me as my body lightens, the artifact taking its due. The heat continues to suffuse me as small bits of motion return to me, but it's not enough. I need a full range of motion and speed to kill this serpent. I need more than that, actually. I need an undying body. I don't know if my daydreams can affect anything more than just myself, but I figure that the bloody palm is basically just an extension of myself now. And so, I daydream. I daydream an image of healing flesh and bones followed by a vision of speed and resilience. Resistance is felt at first, as if I shouldn't be allowed to do what I'm about to do. But I don't let this feeling stop me. I push more against the palm with my dream. As the cabin said, I force my will to dream of a better world on the palm. A few seconds of this resistance lasts until a sense of agreement enters my mind from the bloody palm. I feel satisfaction rise as I watch my two companions fight for their lives and mine. That satisfaction is quickly tossed aside as the normal murmurs from the bloody palm return, this time twice, no 3 or more times as loud and piercing. But I can't complain. As with those murmurs, an equivalent effect is born. An enormous wave of warmth enters me and makes my body crack and pop in healing, then stretch and shift in malfeasance. My vision trembles even more as the darkness that used to encompass just the corners of my eyes now bleeds closer toward the center. The eyes are the window to the soul, but this time, the window feels like it's about to crack. I can feel the bloody palm growing closer to me and more powerful, but I disregard it. There are more important things at stake than my likely unstoppable madness. My body rises once more, covered in blood and bones that poke out from my body that has been stretched and thinned like the other times the bloody palm has done as it willed. I feel almost an entire foot taller and significantly slimmer as I get on all fours and burst forward while my lungs barely hold onto the air. The ground disappears beneath my feet faster than at any other time in my entire life. The speed at which I move right now approaches Edmund's speed when he was fighting Alexos, or at least I think so as I barrel toward the serpent about to devour Vernon. As I get near, I see that Vernon has damaged the snake badly. Its entire face and mouth are burnt or charred and even, in some places, just turned to charcoal. But it seems like his ability to defend himself has run out. The giant short-horned serpent is powerful and unwilling to be defeated by a single man with ether and another with a gun. Confidence and power flood me as I charge at the snake to prevent it from eating Vernon. I may not be as threatening or as massive as the serpent, but unfaltering confidence comes with the whispers of the bloody palm in my mind. One that tells me I am more than a mere human, that I am an apex predator that can hunt anything. This feeling makes me slam into the side of the snake's jaw at full speed, just like it did to me. Once more, I feel every bone in my body crack and break, but not for nothing. The snake's jaw also shatters with a loud crack that almost bursts my eardrums as it is pushed to the side and goes past Vernon, touching him. My body falls with the damage, and I can literally hear it reassemble itself with the help of the bloody palm. There is little I can focus on besides my mind and the snake, though. I even ignore Vernon's yell of triumph in not being eaten and surprise at me still being alive. The whispers eat into me more than ever before. The window in my soul buckles under the pressure while, at the same time, the ether in my chest feels as though it's about to make me explode into a million pieces. With limbs still reassembling and lengthening, I return to my stance on all fours. My bloodhound step gives me the perfect way to take advantage of these longer arms. They are weird, uncomfortable, and unsettling, but I have grown used to them over the past few times they've appeared. Under the pressure of the bloody palm, I can only think of a solution to a single problem: the bursting lungs. I place the decapitated head on the ground and fill it with an immense amount of ether, enough to work for a while at full strength without any more input. Then, I have it face the serpent as it slithers and turns around to meet us. I can sense the chains that grow on it and weaken it. Alongside the chains on the snake, though, develop a set on my heart as tightness fills my chest, slightly alleviating the about-to-burst feeling by adding a counterweight. But it's not enough. I need to both kill the snake and keep myself from exploding while doing so. I can only think of one way as my body and mind crumble. I wait as the serpent nears, slowing down the whole while now that it is in the binding light of law's light. The serpent heads straight for me, and I make it regret that as I step into the binding light as well. I hear yells behind me telling me not to, but I'm too sure of this solution, even with the darkness in my mind. If there's one thing I'm sure of my instincts being right of, it's survival. Just a single second after I enter the light and the serpent nears me much slower than usual, the feeling of an eruption from within my chest is completely countered by chains that wrap around my whole being. The light of law's light competing against my very self. But it's not just competing against me this time. for the bloody palm has joined in despite being an unwelcome aspirant for my soul. And so, under these counterbalancing effects like dancing on a razor's edge, I run at the snake as it slithers toward me, both of us more in line with the normal speeds for our respective species. The snake opens its mouth as it nears me, and I change the focus of my daydream despite the healing that is used to keep me alive. Right now, all I need is speed. I daydream of myself stepping on clouds through pure speed alone, the world itself shifting to aid my movement. Pain returns to my body as the warmth healing me lowers, but what replaces it is a furious wind flowing over my bleeding ears and eyes. I rush at the serpent as a beam of burning light sears straight into its right eye and makes it flinch to the side with a wide-open maw. This is an opportunity, one given my Vernon and his sizzling light. I burst forward as fast as I can with my broken body and jump onto the short horned serpent's bottom lip. Then, after leaping again by using the lip as leverage, like using ice picks to climb, I stab my way up the snake toward its eye with my daggers as it tries and fails to swing me off. Now that I am on the snake, I make my daydream return to the warmth of the bloody palm's self-consuming healing. Then, I make my way to its eyes and become a dervish of blades on top of the snake, just below its horn, trying to make it to its brain. A horn that, now that I'm near it, appears to be hollow with a hole at the top. I feel heat wash over me from Vernon's ether several times as I gradually slow alongside the snake, Law's light earning a grasp over the both of us. But even as we slow to a crawl, I continue to stab into it while Vernon and Virgil blast it with guns, bombs of light, and an occasional blade of light. Eventually, the snake stops moving, its head absolutely destroyed and bloodied. Its hollow horn is the only undamaged part of the giant short-horned serpent. At this point, I release my breath of defiance onto the dead snake and collapse. Then as I see Vernon pick up Law's light and turn it to face another way, I tumble off the top of the snake and fall into the sandy dunes. With a vision where only the center of my eye is pure and untainted by darkness, I feel a bone-chilling cold enter me alongside a blistering heat. 50. Concoction. I feel my body begin to spasm in a shake, blood flowing out of me from every orifice and even my pores. The ether within me is going rampant. I held onto it for too long, and now I cannot expel any ether. So instead, it sits in my body and eats away at me, a substance that humans are not meant to deal with. Cold and heat simultaneously wash over me and fry my nerves as I seize next to the giant snake that is now dead. Accomplishment fills my heart as two pairs of footsteps rush toward me. Then, through blurred vision only further obscured by veins of darkness, I see Virgil kneel beside me with Vernon, holding onto Dakota. The two brothers frantically argue above my convulsing body. I can barely even recognize who speaks and what they say beyond the pain and effects of my own ether, which is disassembling my body. What do we do? He's shaking and bleeding everywhere. What's happening? Grab the medkit. Get the syringe within. I'll hold him down. Wait, it's his ether that's killing him? Yes. Now hurry up. He doesn't have much time. Most die in hours or days, but I can feel the ether bubbling in him from here. At most, he has a single minute. Firm hands grip both of my arms, and cold shackles of what I can only assume is darkness wraps around both legs. Through my eyes that can, at this point, probably not even recognize my own mother, I see a vaguely human face look at me and speak to me. Hold on, Wyatt. You have acute ether saturation. Just hold on a few minutes, and you'll be okay. I have a shot of the concoction. A bit of assurance that I might be fine fills me because they have the concoction that can fight ether saturation, something even my addled mind remembers from the manuals as a treatment, but then he turns away from my face and yells backward. As he does so, the black and blur that used to encompass my sight turn fully red, blinding me entirely. Now I'm left with only my hearing to hear them try to save me. Hurry the fuck up, Vernon. His eyes are literally fucking melting. Okay, I'm ready. How do I inject it? Pull up his shirt and stab it into his heart. I hear a rip of clothes, my shirt being sacrificed to reach my heart faster, followed by a sting in my chest. Nothing at first happens, But I hear Virgil yell at Vernon to prepare him. Once you inject it all, help me hold him down. Get his lower body. I had an old buddy before you got a sigil, and he had this happen to him, but we didn't hold him. He killed himself to escape from the agony. The last thing I hear before red fills my whole body is an affirmative grunt from Vernon. I prepare myself for what is to come by gritting my teeth and steeling my mind. Then, he injects the concoction directly into my heart. I figure that I've been through a lot of pain before, so this shouldn't be too bad despite Virgil's history with the concoction. I was wrong. The liquid magma that filled my arteries earlier was nothing but a hot cup of coffee slowly dripping into my circulation. That felt like I was being tortured then, but it is not as bad in hindsight. The concoction, though? I feel like I'm about to die. I shake even harder as the heat of a radiant sun enters my body and purifies it from within. The seizure forced upon me leaves as I create one with 12 times more power. I spam and convulse to bear with the pain as screams so loud my eardrums ring exit me. However, hands and dark tendrils press me into the sand and prevent me from hurting myself, as Virgil said. But the agony only grows as the sun permeates throughout my body from my heart and into my limbs, not devouring or expelling the ether in my body, but instead cremating it, burning the ether with such heat that it exits my body in what feels like bloody steam from my pores. My convulsions only grow in magnitude as the fury of the sun reaches my extremities. I hold on as long as I can from the pain, but it's becoming too much for me to handle. I've had my spine broken, more holes in my body than should be possible, and even survived acute ether saturation once. But this shoves down my throat my recklessness and folly. That some things are worse than death. I give up once the plasma reaches my head and touches my core. The heat is now just me. The radiance is 10 times worse than the ether saturation in the forest. So much ether is being evaporated from my body that I worry that I, too, am being evaporated. I slam the back of my head into the sand beneath me, searching for any way out of unending agony. The first hit, though, sends a concussive force through me, and I try again. But before I do so, a feeling enters me. One less so a feeling and more so an idea. One more second, of just one more step. One more instant forward in time before I relent. I grit my teeth so hard I feel cracks emerge within them and hold my head in the position to slam it, but I do not. I wait just a little bit longer. I can do just a little bit more. Just another second. No, I'm done now.
No.
Another second. I can't. I can. I feel something grip me from within that guides me subtly forward. And amongst the worst physical pain of my life, I realize what the forward and forward daydreamer means. It means a daydreamer who always takes another step. That giving up is not an option. Once you give up, your dreams fade as well. This thought is held onto for a few more seconds before a massive burst of heat overflows me and then fades just as quickly as it first appeared in my heart. The afterburn, though, gives me a rush of energy like I just took a whole night's sleep as I sit up and open my eyes. Hands resist my movement, but I croak out reassurance with dry lips from the internal heat.
Infine.
Let go. Pressure relents, and I sit up, eyes no longer blurry but still filled with darkness. The darkness and whispers seem to almost always be present. I dream of a time when they are not. Carefully, ether is moved to restart my daydream that was focused on healing me, and that did a damn good job if I'm honest. The ether in me flows smoothly and without resistance, as I notice the ether headache is gone. Does the concoction remove normal fatigue from ether saturation? I guess it would, since all the symptoms of saturation come from ether not yet expelled from your system, and the concoction removes all ether from your flesh. My eyes slowly clear from the darkness and allow me to see the two brothers in front of me who saved my life. They both smile as Vernon hugs me and yells into my ear. I thought you were gonna die, man. Thank you so much for saving me. I was a goner if you didn't hit the snake like that. How'd you even do that? You're only a second, Sigil. A hand slaps Vernon on the back of the head, making a chuckle escape from me despite the circumstances. It is followed by Virgil's voice. Chill out, Vernon. He almost died, and that was our only concoction. They're expensive as hell, but it was worth it. This snake should sell for a pretty penny, though. Or at least its heart, venom, and possible artifact will. Rest up, Wyatt. I'll take some liquor to fight my headache and butcher the snake. Vernon? Yeah? Watch out for more snakes in case we need to cut and run. Okay. I nod to Virgil's words and lay back down. Before Virgil cuts up the snake with cutting words, the letter opener artifact, he sets Dakota on my lap with my coat. Then, I just relax with Dakota while Virgil works and Vernon watches out for danger. I'm not physically tired because the bloody palm healed me, and a headache from ether is not present because of the concoction clearing out my system, but instead, tiredness falls upon me. Tiredness that asks for rest, not sleep, but just relaxation. How did Edmund fight back-to-back without dropping dead all those times? He escaped from an entire town overrun, then continued to fight and protect me for days. I don't think I ever saw him sleep for over an hour. How did he have the ether or the mental energy to stay standing? Just another thing for me to admire about the old man. I obliged to the tiredness for an hour or so, merely observing the ever-shifting clouds above until Virgil hops down from the snake with a cheer. Covered in red blood, he holds up two objects. The first is the horn from the aptly named short-horned serpent. It's a short but comprehensive and hollow horn that is obviously just cut off of a dead creature. The second is a large organ in his hand that is utterly covered in blood, its heart. Without even needing me to ask, Virgil says what he's found. So, the snake wasn't very venomous, so I just left its venom, but its heart will sell for a lot. The hearts of monsters like these are jam-packed with nutrients and are perfect rations for powerful hunters in the wild. The real prize, though, is this horn. The snake's sigil is within, which seems to be around our level, Vernon. Could you check it out? Vernon nods to the question as my head turns in confusion. The snake only had a third sigil? How? It was massive? I raise my question to Virgil as he hands the brownish horn to Vernon for inspection. How come the snake was only a third sigil? It was so massively dangerous? Virgil looks at me and explains a bit before pointing to his head to emphasize a point. You must have not hunted very many monsters before. Beasts can handle much more ether than humans can. This is because their bodies are tougher and they don't have as delicate minds, so they can grow much larger while at the same time using more power at the same sigil rank. Whenever we use ether, the most common symptom of drawing too much is a headache and other brain-related injuries. Beasts don't have that issue as much. Our greatest weakness in the wilds is what gives us our greatest power. I acknowledge his explanation and think about it a bit longer while Vernon peers into the horn for the sigil that dwells within. Humans will almost always be at a disadvantage with raw power. I remember reading that or something similar early on in the manuals. Does that mean we can never reach the strength of these beasts, no matter how many sigils are used? Another quick question, Virgil, while your brother is occupied. If we can use less ether, does that mean we are always weaker than a beast? Is there anyone that overcomes that gap? And what about demons? He laughs at my questions, but not in a mocking way, but more in a joyful way. Yeah, we almost always are weaker than a beast of a similar sigil. The only way to overcome it is with caution, planning, and teamwork. Few exceptions exist to this rule, and even fewer that can stand up to demons, the creatures with even more natural advantages than demons. They have the best of both worlds, which is intelligence and power. Marshall Travis, the unyielding wall, is one of a literal handful of men who can go toe-to-toe with a beast or demon of the same sigil. I get curious at the mention of a man like Marshall Travis. I feel like I've heard Earl mention him before and ask more about him. What does it take to tango with a snake like that on your own? Or a demon? How can Travis do that? Does he have a special artifact or something? Or is his sigil unique? Virgil shakes his head before laughing, this time with a bit of mockery. That man?
No.
I saw him myself when I visited the Bent Fortress years ago. He owns no artifacts, only a pair of brass knuckles. More scars litter that man than sand in the dunes. And his sigil? It's said he has only ever taken the sigil of the soldier. One cannot be more mundane. Then how does he do it? From half a century of constant war, through the deaths of thousands, maybe even millions, he has learned everything there is to know about combat, war, and, most importantly, survival. Little could possibly catch him off guard. I've seen him punch a Urayuli to the ground, a monster that resembles a massive hairy man and nears 50 feet tall, then immediately meet Nemeriger, a famous pygmy known for his poisons. He fought both simultaneously, going back and forth expertly with unmatched timing and senses. I dare to say none in the world can match that man in combat experience, not even the Prime himself, because he hasn't fought in years. Virgil puts his hand on his chin and thinks for a moment before coming up with a possible opponent for Marshall's experience. Maybe Behemoth, the first binary lord of the demons, could match him in technique, but that's not a fair comparison. Behemoth has been alive for over 1,000 years, and compared to Travis' paltry 70 or so, not a good comparison, as Travis has been fighting for humanity since he was 12. That's incredible. There are many amazing men in this world. Many that I want to meet, like this man Travis. But I know for every one of these legends on our side, there are 10 or more against us. We just don't mention them that often. My thoughts aren't left to dwell on this for long as Vernon turns back up to us from inspecting the horn. This time seems to take longer than the previous one with Law's Light, but Vernon appears to be incredibly excited. I think we got some good merchandise here to sell, Virgil. Why, it must be our lucky break. The horn has a trio of soldier sigils within it, the entire thing being a veteran. I could also inspect deeper into it, as it is weaker than Law's Light. The leftover emotions within it aren't compelling, so neither should the negative. A third sigil artifact won't sell for as much as a fourth, but this is just a start. Virgil, we might be able to pay off the debts after this trip. Virgil's eyebrows raise at Vernon's sentence, and so do mine. Debts? I thought these two were getting money to pay for a sister's treatment. I present the suspicion. You guys have debts to pay off? Virgil nods at me and explains quickly before turning his attention to Vernon. Yeah, I sent Vernon for hunter training when he was younger, and I had to take a bunch of debts that we are paying off alongside the treatment for our sister. We need a lot of money. Vernon, calm down and lower your excitement. If it doesn't have a strong negative, its effect won't be as strong. And don't get too expectant of this trip. You know how rare artifacts are from dead monsters. Nothing is guaranteed unless we find a demon, and a demon is the last thing we want to meet out here. My suspicion that rose out of nowhere is put down instantly. Of course, they would have debts. Hunter training is expensive, and these brothers seem like Virgil pulled their whole family out of the muck by himself. I can see it just in the way he acts. I have to be more careful of my paranoia. And Virgil's right. Based on our conversation, a demon would be a whole magnitude more dangerous than the giant serpent. We could only kill the damned thing because it was stupid, and we didn't realize to leave the light of the head lantern. I see Vernon's excitement drop a bit, but then he raises the horn into the air as if he's about to blow into it. Before he can, though, Virgil smacks it out of his hand, making the horn fall into the sand. Are you insane? Don't blow that. The giant snake's den might be nearby. If that horn does what it looks to do, you're attracting a battle we can't afford. We'll test it out later, okay? Obvious disappointment rises in Vernon's eyes as he pouts. A soundless laugh comes from me as I cover my mouth.
Fine.
Let's go then. Then, he begins walking and kicking the sand beneath him as he walks west, leading our group of 3 men and 1 baby fox. A baby fox that is rapidly growing. I turn to the little guy who has returned to my backpack, and he appears to be nearing the size of a juvenile fox. Soon, he'll be big enough to help with scouting or other things. I don't want to risk him in a fight, though, so he'll be kept from those until he has a much higher sigil. I realize it's hypocritical of me, with how I was willing and raring to fight even without a sigil, but I don't care. As we travel, I see Virgil chugging half a bottle of whiskey in just a moment before pouring it on one of his wounds. You doing okay, Virgil? Don't push yourself too far. Rest if you need to. He laughs before taking another swig of alcohol to numb his pain. I'm fine. Don't you worry. We'll take a short break once the sun is up far enough. All I need is a short 2-hour sleep to clear my body of ether or alcohol. A benefit of having the night owl sigil along. But talking about pushing oneself too far is rich, coming from you. Are you doing all right? I've never taken a concoction before, but I know they are traumatizing. I nod toward him and reassure him of my situation. Yeah, I'm doing fine. I tend to go overboard quite often. The only thing my sigil really gives me is the ability to withstand more ether, so I commonly use that to my advantage. I've already suffered from acute ether saturation, but I didn't have a concoction then. I just pulled through on my own. This time, though, I doubt it could have worked. It was way further gone than I was previously. Virgil whistles and pats me on the shoulder, and I even hear Vernon ahead of us, moping about being unable to name and test the horn, exclaiming, "Damn, you're a walking miracle, man. I've never met anyone who survived without a concoction to pull them from self-destruction. Must have been a hell of a ride." Recent memories flow through my mind, of friends who helped me pull through when I was hopeless. It makes me realize how much companions beside you matter. I make sure to offer to help him out for saving me. Yeah, it sure was. But I had some friends to help me get through it. And sorry about using your concoction. I'll pay for it. The man shakes his head profusely before pulling me in close. Then, he whispers to me quietly so that Vernon can't hear. "Think nothing of it. I'll handle it myself. You saved my lil bro. Even if he's annoying or childish, he's family. We're a team now because of it. And teams don't have debts among them if they want to last longer than a single mission." He ends the whisper by ruffling my hair and walking faster to catch up to Vernon, who is trying to gain distance from us. A team. That's a first. Earl, Elizabeth, and the others weren't all that much of a team. We worked all right together but never fought together like we did just now. We were always a jumbled-up mess that somehow got out of things alive. I like having a team, though. 51. Phantoms of Days Past. Together, we head west for a few more hours until the sun is bright overhead, the time when Vernon's sigil is most powerful. At this time, we take a break, and Virgil does as he said he would as we find a specific part of the dunes where you can see in every direction. The man lies down in the middle of our small camp, and shortly after pulling a piece of black cloth over his eyes, snores emerge from him. Vernon laughs at his older brother before playing with the artifact from the short-horned snake in his hand. Curious about why he's so insistent on using it, I ask him, "Why are you so persistent when it comes to artifacts? Like you almost risked our lives just to try it out?" The younger brother of the two looks at me, then raises the horn a bit to give me a good look at it while he speaks. "It's because they're so interesting. The ways that a sigil can become something different despite having the same foundation. It's easiest to see within artifacts as they distort the sigil, but that type of thing can be found in other ways, and I'd be just as insistent on seeing them. I don't know why, but they excite me to use and find. And because of how hard they are to destroy, naming one is like leaving your mark on the world, one that will outlive you." Huh, I didn't think of it like that. So it's passion and discovery that fuels him. Another thought strikes me, though, on leaving your mark on the world. Wouldn't leaving behind an artifact be a bigger way to put something on the earth that will outlive you? Vernon nods but cringes as if he dislikes the idea. "You're right, but I don't ever want to die in such a way that I make an artifact. Most are painful and slow, or terribly depressing. Like that snake's death. I mean, we just slowly killed it once Law's light had it frozen. Yeah, that sounds quite horrific. On a brighter note, though, how close do you think we are to the break? I'm not too good with geography." Vernon thinks for a second while he looks out westward. Then, he just shrugs his shoulders. "I dunno. I've only ever experienced one break, and it was magnitude smaller than this one, so I have no clue how fast it will move. Virgil would be a better person to ask, but who knows for sure until we find it, right? I mean, that's why you were sent out here." I nod in agreement. "We'll just have to see where it is ourselves. No point in random guessing." Vernon and I talk for a few more minutes until a hat is thrown and hits Vernon in the face with blazing speed. The man falls backward and into the dust. I quickly glance to my right and see Virgil with an outstretched hand when he should instead be sleeping. He only says 2 words before dropping his arm. "Shut up." We both listen, and from then on, we just play rock, paper, scissors, or draw in the sand. This silence lasts about 2 hours, ending only when Virgil sits up from his noon rest. The second he does, Vernon stands with the horn and prepares to blow it. I sit back and let him while Virgil puts his head in his hands. "Go ahead, dumbass." Vernon immediately goes ahead with permission and releases a long bellow from the horn, aiming it upwards. The roar from the horn is loud and vibrative. It enters my body and makes me shake a tad as a bit of energy fills me. I feel a slight boost of motivation and drive permeate through me. Vernon shakes his hands into the air happily after blowing it completely. Then he looks at us and opens his mouth to talk, but no sound exits his wide open and moving lips. I can even see his chest move as he tries to yell, and air leaves him in huge quantities. Virgil clears the confusion by clearing his throat and taking the horn from Vernon. It seems as though the horn gives courage, motivation, and a little energy to those who hear it, but mutes whoever blows it, likely temporarily. Not a bad negative for how useful it could be for an army or large group. Vernon shakes his hands at us emphatically while trying to speak, but Virgil ignores him and talks to me. He should know I can't understand anything he's trying to communicate. Cutting words makes it so I can only understand spoken words while I hold it. But anyway, do you hear that, Wyatt? I raise my ears and try to listen because of his question, but I hear nothing except for the wind, swirling dust, and Vernon's boots kicking the ground. Looking around for danger, I still see nothing, but Virgil chuckles and grabs his stuff off the dirt. What he says next, though, makes me lower my vigil with a laugh. I haven't had a moment so peaceful in quite a while. Maybe it would be better if the mute was permanent. You can name the horn once your voice returns, Vernon. Vernon throws a rock at Virgil that the older brother dodges swiftly. It's hard to hit a rogue. I imagine swiftness comes with their sigils. Then, we begin our journey west toward the break together as Virgil stops poking fun at Vernon. An hour or so after we depart our short camp, we begin to move much faster as Vernon uses a skill made from ether to cover our bodies with a thin film of light. He leaves a simple explanation of its usage while we run. I can only use this during the day, but it increases speed, endurance, and physical toughness. I call it sunscreen, and I'm naming the horn Boa Bugle. It also has a passive drain on the air in your lungs, making you breathe much more often, kind of feeling like a boa constrictor. A sigh emanates from Virgil as we run. I don't join him, though. That name for his skill isn't bad, and neither is the horn's name. I think it fits pretty well. After this, we quickly cease further discussion to focus on movement and speed despite Vernon's attempts to keep using the horn to test it. We travel a great distance before taking a break after sundown. We only encounter a few first sigil or lower monsters during the westward sprint. They were easy work to kill and left Virgil and Vernon some more resources to sell when they make it back. No new artifacts were created from the dead monsters, though. It is at this point that we enter the namesake for the Bone Dunes. That I return to the giant graveyard of Death Goliaths. Reaching it now makes me realize how far I ran in a single day. Really far. It leaves me impressed as I sit and watch Vernon lie down to go to rest. Virgil does the opposite, the night owl he once was. He climbs atop a giant bone rock to watch out for us. Tiredness fills my eyes now that the dark envelopes the land once more. A long time has passed since I last slept, and I feel the need for it grinding me down. Just before I relent and lay down, though, a voice emerges behind me, and a trail of smoke enters my vision. I twist around so fast I can feel my body pop and crack from the strain. I see you made it out alive. Quite impressive even for a cockroach like yourself. My eyes widen, and my hands go up in defense as I see the figure sitting on a rock smoking a cigar. A dark bandana with clouds covers his neck like the last time I saw him, and his face looks slightly different than before, like an illusion is clouding it, or perhaps the first time I saw him was one, but the voice and mocking demeanor are unforgettable. Alexos is before me once more. I try not to immediately attack, careful not to antagonize the walking calamity, but I cannot help myself as I whisper shout at him. What are you doing here? The second I do, though, I regret it as I hear Virgil yell down from the rock he's on in worry. You good, Wyatt? I take a second to answer as I look Alexos dead in the eyes and see his lips creep into that wicked smile he always wears. Then, a straight and bloody dagger appears in his right hand, the one not holding the cigar. He threatens me with the blade. Best you be on good behavior, or I'll make you kill your new friends. Tell him it's fine. As I go to yell up to Virgil, the words of Alexos catch in my mind. Why isn't he just making Virgil see his own phantoms to control him? Is Alexos tired or something? I look closer at the phantom pain and see vague dark circles around his shifting eyes. He is tired. But how? Who could exhaust this man? Worryingly closer this time, Virgil yells again, breaking my investigation into Alexos midway. Wyatt. I answer as if everything is okay. I can't risk his life just on a hunch of Alexos being weaker. The man killed Edmund without breaking a sweat. I loathe imagining what he'd do to Virgil or Vernon. It's fine, Virgil. I'm just talking to myself. Virgil replies with relief in his voice. Then I hear his footsteps atop the rock slowly grow quiet as he moves around again. See how hard was that? We can just have a nice talk. I'll answer your question if you answer mine. Who put that dead man switch on you? I grind my teeth just listening to the man talk, but I have no choice. People will die if I don't keep his interest until he decides to leave. This is 10 times harder than fighting the short-horned serpent. While looking at him full of hate, I explain my situation while being quiet enough so Virgil doesn't hear. How I've been sent here to find the break and report back. Little Johnny, I remember meeting him back when he was a 3rd or 4th. I don't quite remember which. It's been quite a while. I've been meaning to catch up with him. Some advice for you, though, free of charge. Best for you if you get away from here any way you can. If it was a miracle you survived through your ether situation, an angel would have to fall to save you this time. The way he mentions Johnny makes me feel incredibly uncomfortable, like he's talking about a man who's already dead. And his advice is even more worrisome than his comment on Johnny. He says I was lucky to survive, but was it not his fault? And how does he know that the break is so dangerous? I ask him my question once more while he pauses his talking and puffs from his cigar. Why are you here, Alexos? He takes a long drag when my voice softly reaches him and responds while smoke exits him. The smoke that escapes him shifts and shimmers in shape and volume until it resembles a scene. A depiction of a cloud that shows a horde of monsters a mile long. The dunes beneath them so covered that sand flies in the air near their feet. Is that the break? Is Alexos moving with it? Oh fuck, we're so dead. No, maybe not. He's here with me right now. After all the smoke exits him, Alexos explains what he created. I'm just following along with an interesting forecast. I can't tell you anymore, but I'm here now because I'm bored. And you're interesting. Like that palm that's been artificed onto you. How'd that one happen? I answer his question while ignoring the feelings of loss. A friend did it to save my life. Alexos nods sagely as if he expected that answer. Sounds about right. Artifiction only happens for 3 reasons: a mad reach for power, a sick method of torture or experimentation, or a desperate gamble for life. How long ago was it? I don't answer his question but respond with my own. I thought it was my turn to ask. He smiles wide and nods. His response makes me hate him even more than I already did, which I thought was impossible. It was. Now it's not. So how long ago did you get that thing on your wrist? A few hours? A day? I want to know the time frame of you losing your mind. It's been about 4 or 5 days, I think. The face he makes when I tell him that dissipates for just a little bit of the anger he's building up within me. He looks astonished and looks me up and down. I'll be damned, cockroach. You really know how to survive. You might actually stand a chance to survive the next week or so. The words from him only continue to grow more ominous. I use the question that he is granting me for some reason to ask for clarification. What do you mean? What's going to happen in a week? Alexos spreads his arms out slightly and gives me a cryptic reply, one that is still clear despite his attempt not to explicitly say it. A storm is coming. I'm sure you can smell the rain. His unwillingness to answer questions and the vague exhaustion emanating from him builds suspicion within me. What is going on with Alexos? Why is he truly here? Undoubtedly, he's not here just to talk. But there has been one thing from this. I know that the break is close. Very close. Close enough for me to smell the rain, as he put it. I wait a bit for him to ask another question, but he doesn't. So, we sit silently for several minutes as he finishes his cigar. I don't end the silence myself, as I am careful not to provoke him. One of him killing someone I care about is enough. But when he is done with his smoke, He stands off the rock he was sitting on and stretches out his arms. Thanks, Wyatt. I needed this. Just a little bit of calm before the rainfall. Then, the only man alive who truly knows who I am stands and begins to walk away westward. He does leave me with some more cryptic words with a backward wave as he begins to fade, his illusions appearing for the first time. We all have leashes, Wyatt. No matter how many we remove, there is always more. But I recommend you remove the one on you as soon as possible. Dead men don't live very long. Oh, and this goes without saying, leave our meeting to yourself. You remember what happened the last time, no? The second he fades, a rush of questions enters my mind as my heartbeat slows back to an average pace. Why is he talking about leashes? Does he know about my sigil? No, he's talking about the dead man switch. But why was he even here? Definitely not for relaxation, despite his claim. It's something else. It feels like he was here to warn me. He tried to do so multiple times, but cryptically, as if he couldn't say the exact reason. But why couldn't he? And why would he even want to? He's an odd and unpredictable man, but even this is way out of expectations for him. I thought he'd show up just to remove me from my companions. But no, he came here with an odd attempt to help, I think. The whole interaction was so weird, though. He kept speaking of rain, forecast, and storms. Is that a hint? Why would he even give an indication and not just say his thoughts? Maybe he can't say his thoughts. He mentioned leashes. What if he also meant his own leash? He used to be an academic, right? So, this cryptic double layer fits him, even disregarding his usual facade of illusions. But what could put him, a deadly outlaw, on a leash? He looked slightly weary, as if he's been using a lot of ether lately. A man capable of killing Edmund and setting me on a path against the hunters by framing me is not someone easily controlled. So, who is doing it? Another outlaw?
No.
Probably not. I'd be hard-pressed to believe another outlaw put him under his boot. And it's definitely not a monster. They're too dumb to outsmart and catch a man like Alexos. So what could it be? I ponder for a few more minutes before a recent conversation comes to mind. We almost always are weaker than a beast of a similar sigil. The only way to overcome it is with caution, planning, and teamwork. Few exceptions exist to this rule, and even fewer that can stand up to demons. A demon, that's got to be what put the phantom pain on a leash. Only a creature of inhuman power and otherworldly cunning could put that madman on a leash. But how? And why? So many questions remain. But one is answered with the hints he gave me. He was here to tell me a demon is coming with the break. And Alexos is right. I can smell the rain. Not just that, but I can see signs of it far, far in the distance. Thunderclouds. Dark, ominous things that shift and undulate miles and miles away but are still present. I stare at the clouds for quite a while in grim silence. The coming storm. 52. Harmony's return. I want to warn Vernon and Virgil about the phantom pains warning to get us moving immediately, but I pause. What will I tell them? I can't tell them that I met Alexos. He warned me not to, and despite my thoughts of him being controlled, I don't want to risk going against him. The last time I did, not only did I almost die, but so did 3 other hunters that had nothing to do with him or me. So then what? Do I tell them I have a vision of danger? That we need to move now? That won't work. They may trust me, but not that much. And we can't head back now, as we still don't know exactly how far the horde is. It could be 2 weeks away for all we know, or a single day from the Goliath graveyard. So, instead, I sit in silence for a while. Then, eventually, I just shake my head of these thoughts and lay down to obtain some sleep. The most productive thing I can do is be ready. Be ready for any monster, ghost, outlaw, or demon coming after us. And I haven't slept in a while, too long to be fully alert. I close my eyes, and while my thoughts think of the cloud Alexos conjured out of the illusory cloud, I slowly drift to sleep with a steady heart. After what seems like an instant, I wake up with Virgil patting me on the shoulder. He points to Vernon, stretching like a cat after a long midday nap, before holding a hand out to me. Come on, let's get moving. Don't want to waste any moonlight. I groggily take his hand as he pulls me to my feet effortlessly. Virgil notices my lack of weight and comments on it. You good, Wyatt? You weigh almost nothing. Do you need some food? Fuck. I forgot to overeat to counter the healing I underwent during the fight with the short-horned serpent. My stomach groans in need as I shake my head at Virgil and pull out some rations that I eat. While I gorge myself, I try to sneak in tidbits of the information I learned from Alexos without being too obvious. We should hurry up and try to find the break's main body as fast as possible. I've got a bad feeling about taking too long. Virgil agrees with me as he checks his weapons to ensure they're all in shape, disassembling and reassembling his lever action in seconds before sharpening his knives. Yeah, that would be smart. My gut tells me a storm is coming. I can just feel the rain that is about to fall. We don't want to try and escape from monsters in the rain or heavy storm. Vernon doesn't have much to say on the matter, but he trusts his brother's gut and complies with our quick movement. A small rush of relief flows through me at my successful attempt to speed up our journey. I smile as I pick up my things and feed Dakota as part of my rations. I try to speak to the growing fox to see if he can understand me. Hey, Dakota, you think it's about to rain? The little guy sniffs into the air for a few seconds before sneezing. I take that as a yes. Just another confirmation despite the sky above being completely clear of any dark clouds as far as the eye can see. I just sigh and swing my backpack onto my shoulder with Dakota sticking his head out the top. He's growing close to being too big for the pack, and will have to soon just follow me on foot or paw, I guess. As a group of 4, we quickly move through the graveyard of bones, and I warn the 2 brothers of the spider I had once seen here. They didn't take it as much of a threat until we saw another one of those giant spiders. We run past and see it fighting an enormous centipede on a colossal wall of bone. Collectively, we nope out and run even faster out of the graveyard. It feels like the wildlife is growing more active as the threat of the break approaches. Maybe that's why they can grow to become so dangerous to even huge settlements. They take in all the monsters they encounter, and monsters can somehow sense the break on their way. Before we exit the graveyard after running through it until morning at beyond horse speeds, several massive insects, arachnids, and other crawlies are seen in mortal combat. We do our best to stay away from them, but we get into a fight with a mantis the size of a carriage. The fight started with jumping down from a high height above us and a frantic blow from the boa bugle out of Vernon's hand that he was already playing with before it appeared. Then, a quick fight began as Virgil circled around, and I distracted it. After I had its attention solely on me, Virgil jumped onto its back and wrapped several tendrils of shadows around its limbs, slowing it down significantly. With a yell to Vernon to let loose a burning ball of radiance in his hands, Virgil jumps off the back of the mantis. Vernon throws the ball and slams it into the face of the mantis, leaving it disoriented, and then I move it and finish it off with daggers into its eyes. We spent only a few minutes scavenging for anything to sell as it was just a first sigil. Apparently, first sigil artifacts typically sell for very little, which is why they still have cutting words. Its usefulness to them outweighs the money they could fence it for. Virgil does remove one of the blades from the mantis, saying that it can replace the steel in a mining pickaxe. Not much money, but better than nothing. The only encounter we have to fight before exiting the boneyard of Fallen Goliath is that single praying mantis. So, we leave without much exhaustion or tiredness and venture westward. Close to midnight, we reach an area near where Harmony Town was previously, and I warn the 2 brothers of what I experienced when I was there. Virgil takes the information seriously and makes us rest up before going any further. Another night's sleep passes for Vernon and me while Virgil gets the couple of hours he needs in the late morning. Then, once rested and with the sun high in the sky, we head forward to Harmony Town. Within an hour, we see it in the distance, and it looks exactly the same as when I first came here with Earl, Elizabeth, Esther, Leonard, and Lonnie. The only different parts are the deep wheel tracks and the shrapnel from Leonard's shotgun that was left in a few walls. All 3 of us stick close together, within sight of at least another person at all times. Virgil told me that Bakwas are incredibly dangerous and must be culled immediately when found within a populated area. These men and women were unfortunate souls to be turned into Bakwas and will suffer until the first that entered our plan in the area is killed. Once that knowledge is given to me, I propose staying here until nightfall and trying to kill the progenitor of these Bakwas. I can't let Lonnie stay here and suffer any longer. Not when it's my fault he's got turned. The brothers disagree at first, but I plead with them. Please, this is personal. The Bakwas have to die. We can continue onward right after. The two brothers hesitantly agree, but Virgil sets a rule that no one is allowed to fall asleep or mess around. We must stay alert at all times in case of attack, and that the second the thing is dead, we are heading back west. I agree, despite thinking that the rules are a bit bossy. And so, we wait a few more hours from the current sun that is a bit past our heads until sundown. We spend our time reviewing and discussing how to kill the Bakwas as we build a small fortification in the center of the town with dressers, planks of wood, and other large objects. But at this point, I have been going to sleep with Daydream active multiple times in a row, and it's starting to add up. Every time I do so, I don't recover entirely as a part of my ether is constantly used even while sleeping, not allowing my body to expel it all and leaving me with an ever-growing headache. Because of where we are, though, Harmony Town, I just ask Virgil for some painkillers while we work and move on. A little bit of exhaustion won't stop me from freeing Lonnie. I know the risk. We have no concoctions, but some chances are worth taking. The conversation drifts to how mundane weapons without ether are pointless after I get the painkillers from Virgil. Any strike without large amounts of ether is pointless. Concussive force can knock them back, but only focused ether will disable or kill a Bakwa. Fire is also useful, but I'd rather not burn to death in the town. The progenitor is no exception and is actually about a dozen times harder to feel than a normal one. My shadow-attuned ether will not be that powerful against the Bakwas either. They are ghosts of the night and only slip into our realm at the sun's fall. Vernon's light-focused ether will be a good bit more powerful, however, so we're depending on you two quite a bit. Have you fought Bakwas before, Virgil? You seem to know a lot about them. More than even me, and I almost got killed by them. The older brother nods and continues to stack pieces of furniture. He resumes telling his knowledge of Bakwas simultaneously with a solemn tone. Yes, they were one of my first experiences with the supernatural when I gained my first sigil. I was part of a small group of weak first sigils sent to clear out a small infestation of Bakwas. 12 were sent into a slum where Bakwas were reported, and only 2 walked out. Vernon pitches in at this point, asking his own question. That person was Dennis, right? Yeah, it was Dennis. Been a few years since I saw that runt. Curious about who this man is, I asked to help pass the time. Who's Dennis? Some rich kid who rebelled against his family, and they sent him out to die in risky missions. He and I worked together quite a bit, and eventually, he could separate himself from the Harvey estate. He used to be one hell of a lawman, but I'm not sure what he is now. For all I know, he might even be a 4th sigil or dead. Another thing that piques my interest is the Harvey estate. I pick up a large wooden pole to place for cover as I speak up about it. What's the Harvey estate? Virgil answers with derision and disgust in his voice. A family of rich bastards. People who use their power to escape from duties and force them onto others. One of the reasons why so many are dissatisfied with the hunters as a whole. When a family like the Harveys, or some of the ones that are even worse like Shaws exist, many who join the hunters leave because of what they see from them. How can people escaping from duties and whatnot make others quit being a hunter? I don't understand. Is it really that bad? Like, why are they so hated? Virgil sighs and sets down what he's holding before turning to me. You should get rid of your fondness for the hunters. Hunters do what they can to indoctrinate children to join them, but they aren't what they used to be. I've heard stories straight from Dennis, someone from one of the powerful families, that they own slaves and torture them alongside many other disgusting things that are outlawed. Someone would step in, right? What about the Pillars or the Prime? Why aren't they arrested? Surely hunters would step up and stop it, right? Do any of the Pillars or the Prime step in?
No.
Because these families are the hunters. 9 of the 12 Pillars come from estates. The Prime comes from the Harvey estate, the largest one right now, but he rarely interferes with anything at this point. So, yeah, the estates just run the world. Damn, maybe Johnny was right. That there is something genuinely wrong with the hunters. That a revolution is needed. Oh, yeah, is right. The world is a fucked up place. We just do what we can to improve it for ourselves, right? I nod in agreement as I continue working with less motivation than before our discussion. Knowing that Johnny might actually be right and not just a crazy man who put an explosive onto me, I wake up to my childhood disillusionment about hunters. Ma never actually spoke about them that much to me besides about my father, but whenever we went to town, it was all the other kids would talk about. It hurts to think that my dreams were never real, that the organization I looked up to is corrupt and rotten to the core. But one thing still remains: the legends. Surely, all the fantastic people still exist or existed, like Marshall Travis, the Unyielding Wall, like Edmund Dudley. They must want to do something to stop this corruption. Why don't legendary people like Marshall Travis or others do something? Even if the pillars are mostly from these families, not all of them are, right? Virgil just shakes his head sadly as he continues to barricade the street, rapidly becoming full of furniture, wood, and other odds and ends to slow down the Bakwas. They sure would, if they knew about it, or if they weren't busy keeping everyone alive, or if they weren't manipulated by the unworthy. Someone like Travis cannot leave his post to deal with internal matters. The second he goes, demons will return alongside many other creatures of the West. He pauses slightly as he lifts a table to throw in the barricade before continuing. Others are too far in the wilds to interact with the corrupt central portion. So many reach 4th, 5th, or even rarely 6th sigil if they are true fighters before figuring out what is wrong. And the most common reason people don't step out is because of a sigil that would, to most, seem to be the opposite. Lawmen. At higher sigils, as long as one has mostly focused on lawmen, contracts, rules, and laws can be made to keep people on tight leashes. So yeah, many wanna but can't. The moment people rebel, humanity will likely fall to its enemies. Damn. I guess that makes sense, though. Edmund would have definitely done something to stop whatever corruption Virgil is talking about. I haven't seen it for myself, so I'm still not 100% sure. But if it's as bad as they say, Edmund would have stepped up, and with how many people I've met who knew of the Bloodhound, others would have stepped up too. The only way that Edmund didn't bust down the doors of estates is if he was busy protecting something more critical. The old man was far too kind and righteous to let those things slide. Wait. Something more meaningful? Wouldn't that be the vault? It had so many weapons and tools inside. So why did he leave? Why did he take me to escape? He had plenty of food and rations to stay in the vault for months, and when the break died, he could have taken the things with him and ran. So why didn't he? Was I more important to him than the vault? But how so? I'm just a random kid that asked him for help. I suppose I'll never know since he's gone now. I push down my sadness for a later time, as I focus on preparing for a dash of catharsis and Lonnie's freedom from his state as a Bakwas. It's something that I have to do now, and I will probably never get another chance to do it. If I don't, I'll never forgive myself. Throughout the latter half of the day, we create a street-wide makeshift barricade to slow down Bakwas. The main plan is for Vernon to kill as many as he can with his radiance, and Virgil will guard him up close, using Vernon's second mark Colt. I will be the one to find and kill the progenitor Bakwa because of my chain eyes, which allow me to spot and find it amongst a crowd of them. Virgil gives me his Bowie knife with 3 sigils from a craftsman imbued inside it. Its ability is simple yet effective. The blade is coated in ether whenever you flow ether into its hilt, allowing it to kill the ethereal while also extending the blade's edge. Perfect for a situation like this. Virgil said it's something he bought just in case any ghost, phantom, or other incorporeal creature is the target for their bounty. We will begin atop a large pile of debris and have the Bakwas try to fight their way up to us like climbing a hill. The vantage will help me spot the progenitor should it rear its ugly head for us. The only bad part is that we will have to be careful with our steps and footing. The mountain of debris is not the most stable thing, but with how light and incorporeal the Bakwas are, we only have to worry about our weights. The plan is made and perfected while we wait. All our roles defined, even Dakota's. Dakota is our spotter, the little guy incredibly sensitive to danger. Vernon is our main attacker, who will keep the horde of ethereal Bakwas at bay, and Virgil will stay near him to protect him and Dakota. And I will go out and release Lonnie from his torment himself. And so, as night begins to fall upon Harmony Town again, Virgil, Vernon, Dakota, and I all sit atop the 6 or so foot tall debris with weapons ready, waiting for a ghost to appear. 53 run against a pill. The sun sets, and the town grows dark, darker than most nights, as the moons don't rise alongside the fall of the sun. The only lights that allow our eyes to see are the bonfires around the town we have set ablaze in preparation for the Bakwas. My eyes constantly scan Harmony Town, searching for any sign of life, or I guess, unlife. But neither Vernon, Virgil, nor I spot a Bakwa first. Instead, it's the little fox, Dakota, who does. While sitting on Vernon's shoulder, which took a lot of treats because he prefers to stay with me, he sniffs the air and growls behind us toward a nearby house. Immediately, I turn and squint my eyes to search for the spirit that he found. At this point, I trust his senses. At first, I don't see anything, but Vernon shines a small ray of light into the second-floor window. He must have caught a glance of something. Within the beam of sunlight that exits his hand, all four of us see the humanoid spirit with a large head with even larger eyes missing both a mouth and nose. The cerulean eyes of the Bakwa reflect the sunlight from Vernon's ether. A shot is fired from beside us before Vernon, or I can react and discuss what to do. The head of the Bakwas explodes as a bullet is sent out of Virgil's revolver, and another is inserted just as fast as it left. He's one hell of a deadeye and comments on the firearm he is using while inadvertently starting an argument between him and his brother. Your Colt, Mercy, is quite good on these, Vernon. Glad I bought it for you. Shut up. We split the cost. Yeah, but you could have done none of the bounties we gathered for it alone. Neither could you. That's debatable. I jump in to spot their bickering as I see another Bakwa appear in the open doorway of a nearby building. Shut up. Focus, guys. They both nod in agreement, but share a glance that I notice. One that means the argument isn't over. At least Virgil can still fight without distraction, even while arguing. I shake my head in annoyance as I pull out my revolver. Then, I shoot the Bakwa I can see 6 times to keep it away. The impact of leads slamming into the spirit that looks like a giant malformed blue-eyed baby with elongated fingers isn't much, but it's better than nothing. I flick out the chamber and expel the rounds as I reload some more into it. Some more gunshots resound from behind me as I watch the Bakwa approach from the doorway of the house. I turn, and at a glance, I see Virgil mowing down several Bakwas in the middle of the street with a fanning fire from his Colt, the man slamming down onto the hammer repeatedly, but as the most significant weakness with all firearms, he has to reload. And while he does so, they approach. Vernon, however, made preparation for this while Virgil and I set up the barricades. The user of the sun placed several small inscriptions on the dirt imbued with his ether. At first, I was curious about what he was doing, but now it's clear. He does have the trapper within his trio of sigils, after all. Several blinding flashes of light make me turn around as I hear unearthly cries of pain from dying Bakwas. I am forced to turn away from the landmines made of sunlight, so I'm not blinded and turn back to my part of the street. Vernon only placed his traps on one side of the two-way street. He has the eastern side, and I have the western, with Virgil helping both of us out until taking my place when I go after the progenitor. His side started way more energetic than mine, only now becoming filled with Bakwas. Several are already climbing the mounds of barricades toward us to turn us into shells or one of their own in their weird and unnatural ways. They reach out toward me in offering as they approach with shells in their hands. I ignore their attempts to make me join them and push ether into Virgil's Bowie knife, dirge. I feel the large knife vibrate in my hands as it glows ever so slightly around its edges. Then, as I climb over the debris and approach them, I circulate ether in my limbs, making my adrenaline rise and strength explode. A telltale sign of adrenaline surge. It is a bit difficult to move over these obstacles quickly, but I move faster than my enemies as the Bakwas are struggling more than me, the philosopher's precision coming in handy. However, I choose to further increase this gap as I put the Bowie knife in my mouth and begin moving on all fours. Rapidly, I close in on the first of the Bakwas to approach us, which just so happened to be the one I shot. Unharmed by my bullets except for the disorientation it gave the damn thing. It attempts to attack me as I near. The spirit is far too slow. I've grown substantially since I was last here, and the Nain Rouge isn't here to aid them by slowing me down. I flit underneath its clumsy grasp and swiftly grab the knife from my mouth as I stand up and shove the Bowie into its mouthless face. The The Bowie knife slides in with some resistance as I see the ethereal light on the knife dim. But the instant the blade enters the Bakwas face, the spirit begins to fade and dissipate into the world. For a moment after the swift kill, I wonder what happens to a Bakwa when they die. Do they go to the underworld and face the Red Judge's verdict? Or do they go back to whatever dimension or plane they are from? This is a question to ask Virgil when more Bakwas are not pressing down on me. In the time it took me to kill one, a dozen more appeared from the dark of the night and approached me with their abnormal movement. I dash forward and attack, using every limb to move in bloodhound step, hopping from Bakwa to Bakwa in a dance of death under the moonless night. I am frequently beset by flashes of light and consistent gunfire from the other side of the street. After I slay my 20th Bakwa, I activate Chain Eyes, hoping to see the target of my hate. But I do not. The progenitor is nowhere to be seen even as we decimate its creations. And so, we continue. I continue to fight amidst debris and dozens, if not hundreds, of enemies, as I am slowly surrounded along with Virgil and Vernon. The mass of spirits seems to be never-ending, at least over a few hundred. This makes sense despite how much I wish it wasn't the case. The whole town got turned, after all. At this point, I also begin to slow down from being touched here or there as I slay the damned shell-turning apparitions. The battle against the horde continues for much longer as the small mountain of rubbish is slowly overwhelmed and taken over. I attempt to help Vernon push them back, holding them off in every direction as he charges up one of the radiant spheres he used on the giant serpent. I do a quick run around the whole circle of ghosts that attempt to kill us. The whole while, I move as fast as I can on all fours with the Bowie in my mouth once more, moving just close enough to have the knife slice them as I progress. It's something only possible because of how little resistance there is when the blade enters one of the spirits. But as I complete a circulation around Vernon and Virgil, I slow briefly as something catches my eyes in the distance west. A Bakwa's ugly head quickly covers a flash of yellow. This is a mistake. I slow for just long enough in my confusion and hesitation in what I see that something grasps my foot. I look down as I pull with all my might, but what holds onto me isn't just one spirit. Multiple latch onto me and refuse to let go. Fuck! I yell through gritted teeth, Bowie knife in mouth, as I'm pulled despite my attempts to not be, and I am hauled into a group of the strange creatures. I struggle to clear them off of me, but I cannot. They are uninjured by my right hand and do not let themselves come in contact with the knife in my mouth, while at the same time keeping me from grabbing it. But just as I begin to panic and contemplate using Struggler's gasp to escape the situation, I grab a nearby Bakwa with the bloody palm, and something interesting happens that gives me hope. Bloody red liquid exits the Bakwa, where I grab onto it like squeezing a sponge. The spirit turns to goop and explodes above me. My face is covered in this red goop as it splashes upon me. With a new way to kill these damn things, I flail the bloody palm about and injure several more Bakwas, but quickly learn a single touch isn't enough. I have to either put force into the contact or stab them with my hand. Frantically, I escape this dangerous situation and claw my way out with the bloody palm. Just as my head sticks out from the massive Bakwas, I see a glowing orb of light leave Vernon's hands that rapidly approach me. I hear a quick "OSHIT" before a bang, ending with my vision turning white and my ears ringing alongside a searing pain all over my body. Instinctively at this point, I rush a torrent of ether into my left palm to help me heal and recover my senses. The bomb Vernon threw devastates my insides and almost knocks me unconscious. Before my vision returns, though, I feel warm and rough hands wrap around my arms and pull me. I struggle for a moment until I realize that it's not a Bakwa and will likely be Virgil helping me out from the bomb of radiance that his brother threw at me. For a few moments, while my body is quickly eaten from and repaired, I sit in white silence with constant vibrations ringing throughout my body. Eventually, my senses return, and my hearing is the first to return. Fuck. Goddammit, Vernon. You gotta be careful with that shit. I think you almost killed the man. I know. But he should be fine. Remember when he got hit by that snake? He stood up within a minute. Just hold on a bit longer. Hopefully, he recovers. If not, you're detonating your trap underneath us, and we're running. Hearing this, I shakily raise my hand before putting up my hands and pointing to my ear. Vernon notices this first, being the closest sounding voice to me. See, he's fine. Just wait for him to heal. Oh God, that's terrifying. Don't look at his regenerating flesh up close after a burn. Shut up and help Vernon. Oh, right. After another bickering session that I cannot end, followed by gunfire and movement, my vision returns from my burn eyes, and I look down at my body, covered in third-degree burns that are slowly shifting to second despite not feeling much pain. I wonder why that is, but I put the questions for later and let the two know I'm back up. I'm good now. I can see again. And before I was attacked, I saw a flash of yellow to the west. I think it's the progenitor. Vernon yells at me, probably thinking I was talking about him hitting me with the radiance. Sorry about that. It was before that. But yeah, you need to be more careful and react faster. I literally saw you throw the damn thing. Enough of that, though. I need to head west. I quickly try to get up and move while ending the discussion of blame. It's not the first time I've been friendly fired, but Virgil stops me with a firm hand as he shoots several imminent spirits. No, you're not. Not alone, at least. That plan was before you got hurt. We're doing this all together now. I try to protest, wanting to do it on my own, but a tidal wave of agony flows over my body out of nowhere, almost knocking me on my ass. I can HHG. Virgil holds on to me and pulls me away from a Bakwa that he stabs in the face with cutting words, the letter opener opening the spirit like paper. Looks like you healed enough to feel your burnt nerves. See, as a team, we do this, okay? Painfully, feeling my skin stretch in a way it shouldn't while melted, I nod in agreeance. Good. I'll lead the way until you're a bit better. Vernon, get my back. Don't burn me, though. I laugh full of agony at Vernon's joke that I can see never going away. Had it been Virgil instead of me who was hit by that brilliance, this fight would be over quickly. My laugh quickly turns to a cough as I stumble and try to follow Virgil west through the horde of townsmen turned Bakwas. A burst of dark, tenebrous tendrils and a small film of shadow emerges from the man with the night whip sigil. He uses these to push away all the ethereal spirits near him, clearing a straight path west that I stumble in fiery pain to follow. As a close-knit group, we move through the horde as I recover, and the pain gradually disappears over a minute or so. My fat and muscle were sacrificed alongside ether to repair my burned body. By the time we reach the area where the flash of yellow earlier came from beneath the overhead ramp of the general store, I recover enough to take the front position from Virgil, and with good timing, too, as he almost exhausts himself by throwing literal dozens, if not hundreds, of Bakwas around like ragdolls. I tear through the groups now that we are on solid ground. The barricades were suitable to keep them from us, but not good for us to move either. But like a Rougarou, the fabled beasts of Sinskreek, I tear through using the nails on the bloody palm, leaving huge bursts of red goo and fading apparitions with the Bowie knife in my right hand. And it's at this point that it truly becomes suspicious just how many there are. Sure, we haven't killed an entire town's worth of Bakwas, but we have definitely killed enough to make a noticeable dent into their horde. Yet, the amount of Bakwas seems to not ever decrease. That, and I swear I've killed multiple that look strictly the same. All Bakwas look relatively similar with their deformed bodies, blue eyes, mouthless face, and long fingers, but their sizes and movements are all slightly different. They must not die when slain, even when a strike with ether makes them fade. I urgently ask Virgil this to see if my suspicions are correct. Virgil, the Bakwas we kill seem to keep coming back. Is this normal? He replies amidst his fanfare from the cult that drops several Bakwas before me. Yeah, this is odd. What sigil was the progenitor again? I don't remember you saying it. The one I fought a long time ago was only a first sigil. Was it a second? Fuck. I didn't add that information when I described this place. I only said it was a higher sigil than me at the time, not that it was a third. As I rip a Bakwa's ghostly head off, I reply to him. It was a third sigil. He speaks without firing his gun for the first time in this whole fight. Shit. Worried, I ask him what's wrong. What's the big deal? Aren't you two third sigils? Yeah, but so was the short horned serpent, and we didn't have to fight it with a whole horde. Though it seems, whether luckily or unluckily for us, the progenitor's abilities don't lean toward frontal combat. It must be able to grasp the souls of those under its control and reassemble them. Oh, that's just wonderful. So we need to do this fast before we wear ourselves out. Another voice joins Virgil and I's conversation. I'm already tired. It's not daytime, remember? I turn back to glance at Vernon. Sweat covers his face as he continues to heave out small beams of light, only less often than he used to. He's right. He's running out of juice and quick. When we get underneath the canopy that I saw the progenitor at, I climb atop it quickly, using my practice of climbing trees when I was young. There is a window above the canopy, but I don't see anything inside, and the glass is closed. After a quick check inside, I look for any sign of yellow manacles amongst the horde. I don't find any sign of it, though, no matter how much I look, and the two brothers yell for me to get back down and help them fight the unending onslaught. As I command my leg to jump off the canopy above the front of the general store, I feel a cold sensation on my left shoulder. Instantly, I look to see what it is using the corner of my eyes, and I see inhumanly long tendril-like fingers, longer than any other Bakwa, wrapped around my shoulder. 54. Waking up the wrong passenger. The first thing I feel when the Bakwa's tendril fingers touch me is a surge of freezing cold and paralysis. All I can do is slowly move my head to look at it while it stares back at me. The progenitor of all the other damned apparitions stands before me, the bottom half invisible or incorporeal and the other half tangible and visible. It towers over me, and while similar to the other Bakwas at a glance, it removes the vague humanoid look entirely. The head of the third sigil ghost is the size of a washbasin with a neck the length of a forearm. Its limbs are dark blue with black veins that run over them that end in those inhuman hands. I look into its eyes as they are the only part of me that is not paralyzed the second it touches me. The face of the creature has only eyes. No mouth, no noise, not even a minor feature that lends itself to being humanoid anymore, as if it never was one to begin with. But the eyes, they stare deep into me and send bolts of lightning into my brain continuously, wreaking havoc on my mind. Paralyzed, I attempt to rally my ether to fight against whatever it is doing to me, but I cannot. The core in the back of my head is still and unmoving, the paralysis reaching even my ether. There is one thing that I noticed, though. My daydream ended the second I was paralyzed, yet I don't hear any whispers. No dark shavings from the bloody palm enter my mind as I lock eyes with the ghost. I know what it's trying to do to me. It's trying to control me, turn me into one of those things forcefully. There's one thing it doesn't know, though, as the cerulean lightning from its eyes digs into the crevices of my body and freezes me still. Something else already claimed my mind. The blood palm dislikes anything that threatens its survival in any way, and it retaliates at full force, doing something I didn't even know it could do. I feel dark energies that make me sick, leave my left hand and fight against the azurious lightning. Black-red and sky-blue energy wrestle for control of my body and my veins, organs, and muscles as the Bakwa holds onto me. The energy quickly fades from my body as the bloody palm devours my flesh for power, and agony blossoms through me to increase the volume of its dark energy. Bursts of multicolored lightning, red and blue, escape my body from the clash and make the progenitor in front of me flinch and the canopy shake. Yells from my companions below me echo through the night air and into my ears, screaming for immediate help, but I cannot help them. I can't even help myself in this war happening in my body. The Bakwa grabs me tighter and brings its disgusting, disproportionate, inhuman face closer to mine, placing its eyes right before mine. I see a flash of multi-spectrum color followed by thousands of colors I didn't know existed within a boundless pane of glass ever spinning that makes my head explode in pain. Unable to comprehend what I see, my mind partially shuts down, allowing the battle within me to rise in scale. Iridescent sights that end in blue constantly attack my mind, and without ether, I struggle to hold my own. But I'm not alone. The bloody palm seems to hate the intrusion of the host it seeks to devour and fights for me even while I'm removed from the situation. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. For now, until the palm turns its ravenous hunger to me once more. The red-black lightning and deep sky-blue lighting continue to arc from my body, causing small explosions and fires around me. The bursts of energy catch the canopy that I'm standing on ablaze and make it creak under my feet. Light appears amongst the dim and Bakwa-covered streets. The two brothers beneath me continue to fight for their lives, but have stopped asking for my aid. I can see in the corner of my eye that Vernon sees me being held up above, but cannot spare the time to help. So, like an ignored spectator, I continue to watch the struggle within me alongside the two brothers fighting for their lives. The war in my veins only grows in scale as time passes. The Bakwa progenitor is robust and stands with its third sigil full of ether to use. But the bloody palm slowly loses the fight and is pushed back into my left hand despite its higher sigil as it fights alone, hungry, and malnourished. But just as the sickly energy of the palm is forced back into the hand, it realizes the threat presented to it. I've always thought the palm was the most dangerous thing I've ever seen, but even that thought underestimated the artifact. I've never seen it cornered. I've come close to death many times, but for the artifact, I guess that wasn't a worry for it. Only when the Bakwa threatens to destroy it from the inside out through its host does it truly fight back. A slight lull is made in the battle when the palm is cornered back into my left hand, but it lasts only a short time as the Bakwa's lightning begins to change my body. Only when my fingers start to elongate and my head grows with painful throbs does the bloody palm stand again to fight. Out of nowhere, the dormant artifact bursts with dark, sticky energy. The energy is so shady and syrupy that it rips off chunks of flesh and muscle as it escapes my body. For a split second after the power erupts from me, a dark image with a backdrop of endless death of humans and rivers of blood enters. My mind's eye as two massive sigils made up of steady streams of ether loom in the air of my mind. The larger one on the left is an enormous hand with four mismatching fingers dripping blood and flesh onto the dying underneath it. Each drop of blood turns the human into an ooze of dark red meat, and the falling flesh crushes those beneath it before consuming and becoming whatever it ate, only a featureless version. Opposite the floating hand is a cracked pane of glass with a single long, tendril-like finger pressed against it. Millions of rays of light come from the cracks, rays of light that target the living yet to die. Each color of the light does something different, but they all go toward one purpose, transforming the living into non-living, unthinking, unfeeling ghosts that seek only to spread. These two sigils command their armies of depravity at each other by taking over what was already living between them. In a single glance, less than a fraction of a second, the still image turns into a scene as an entire war occurs before my paralyzed and delirious mind. A war that the bloody palm that hangs from the air is losing. At the final moment of the war, the hand in the air erupts with a scream that makes blood exit my ears, eyes, nose, and mouth. Then, an entire deformed and malnourished finger detaches from the hand and splashes into a tsunami of flesh, blood, and bone that overwhelms the spirits, breaking the scene in my mind. But that is not all that is broken. The hand of the ghost that held onto me cracks and then melts when the red-black ether sticks to it from my body. This frees me from its grasp and removes the source of the cerulean lightning from me. A moment passes between the spirit and me as we both try to understand what is happening before more energy erupts like a volcano. The second wave of ether explodes out of me with such force that it breaks the canopy beneath me that is in tatters from the fire, sending me forwards, propelled by the blast, several feet away from the progenitor into the sea of Bakwas. As I fall into the group of apparitions, though, the remnants of the bloody palm's energy, followed by a third surge, make all the imminent threats that seek to petrify me into a red-black ooze. While in the air falling, I feel my core freed and force ether through my body to clear it of the masterless cerulean lightning. As the paralysis on my upper body fades from my own ether clearing out the lightning, I crash into the hard road of Harmony Town. The air is knocked out of me that I hold on to for a full minute, and I take another breath desperately. The first breath in a full minute enters my lungs and fills me with energy. After the first, I forcefully seize one more breath with shaky lungs, as the situation definitely calls for it. A gasp of defiance, of struggle, enters my body, siphoning the ether around me and filling me wholly with ether. I'm careful not to take in too much so that I go beyond my limit so far that I'll die, and instead stop the gasp around 70% of the way through, filling my lungs with ether. The second thing I do is restart adrenaline surge, the pain that encompasses my body and mind from the battle of colored lightning. An internal sigh without breath escapes me with the relief that the ether grants me. Something that I notice soon after the ether fills me and is commanded to loosen my chains now that my pain is gone is that the bloody palm is quiet, even without daydream. So with this passenger in my body dormant, I use a large amount of this ether as well to focus a daydream on my legs. I require swiftness right now, and the loosened chains in my legs, alongside the extra ether, allow me to stand despite the paralysis that still plagues my lower body. When I get up from the ground, covered in sand, my own flesh and ooze, I see a sphere of Bakwas that stare at me from several feet away, and below their feet are translucent spirits. The Bakwas below them look like they were drained of essence, of ether. A smile comes across my lightning-charred lips. The progenitor floats just a few feet away from the side of the building, the bottom half of its body invisible. I twist and see the two brothers, Vernon and Virgil, desperately fighting for their lives and Dakotas against the horde. Freedom for an old friend who died, or the lives of the current. It's an easy choice to make. Flicking the Bowie knife, dirge, into a reverse grip in my right hand. I attempt to do the same with the left hand and another dagger, but I cannot. The bloody palm is limp, bloodless, and unresponsive as it hangs from my partially devoured body. I quickly try to pump ether into it before I move to see if it recovers, and it does, but just barely, as only a hushed and almost inaudible whisper enters my mind. So, with a weapon in one hand, I dash toward my companions, unburdened by the bloody palm that expended its energy to save the both of us. I move so swiftly that dust flies into the air as I dash among and between ghosts to keep my friends alive. Bullets from Virgil's Colt fly past my face as radiant bombs explode beside me during my warpath to them. Quickly and covered in wounds, as usual, I return to my group in the small circle of safety they have made, roughly 5 feet in diameter. Virgil sees me first and is shocked, but recovers almost instantly and continues to shoot his gun while giving commands. Damn, Wyatt, I have no clue how you did whatever you did, but I'm happy you did. Now, let's end this as quickly as we can. Lead us to the progenitor while you still have strength. You look like you're about to drop at any second, and you're not healing like usual. Virgil's words make Vernon glance over and yell in excitement at seeing me alive before firing another bomb of radiance that makes him puke afterward from saturation sickness. His words also make me look down at my body as I notice that the constant healing I'm used to is absent. Extensive strips and chunks of flesh are missing from almost every part of my body. Something also feels wrong about the left side of my face as I raise my hand to touch my mouth, and my fingers touch my tongue without any flesh in the way. A hole in my cheek is present, and I can only imagine how ghastly it looks, especially in the dark, which is only lit by gunfire and ether. A shadow to my right calls for my attention to be drawn away from my injuries as a Bakwa lunges at me. I react by accurately placing dirge into its mouthless face. I then attack another with my left hand as a habit that has quickly formed. This is quickly discovered to be a mistake as all I do is slap a deadly ghost with a useless limp left hand. A small chuckle rings through my mind during the middle combat, brightening my mood despite the dark night and dangerous situation. I rectify my mistake by stabbing dirge, the Bowie knife, into the Bakwa's face that I slapped a beat ago. From then on, I penetrate and kill these ghosts toward the progenitor Bakwa that observes me weirdly from the window it hangs upon. By the time we get halfway to the giant and Bakwa, which is even more deformed than the others, Vernon runs out of steam, his mind unable to resist his body's exhaustion. Something Virgil and I were expecting. He did a large amount of preparation before nightfall and used a considerable amount of ether while at night, after all. Fainting like this occurs when the mind cannot push past the body's request for rest. Sleep is the best way to allow a body to expel personal ether. However, foreign ether is a conscious act and is, therefore, different. So, when we are 20 feet from the building the progenitor is on, Virgil has to begin carrying his brother, who passed out from ether saturation, unable to push himself further. The bad part about the older brother carrying the younger, though, is that he now has to shoot and reload with one hand, which makes our job of staying safe just that much harder. Not to mention that my chest is beginning to grow tight and uncomfortable from the period of not breathing and the mass of ether that dwells within. We're not moving fast enough. I'm spending too much time killing the Bakwas in front of me while advancing. If only I could just get these damn things out of the way. Wait, I can. They are incredibly light, and bursts of air-powered ether have pushed them back before. There's only one issue. If I breathe out, my struggler's gasp will end. That means Virgil will have to finish the job, and I can't even tell him that without wasting ether with my exiting breath. I look at the experienced bounty hunter and monster slayer, and he gazes back at me, understanding something. If you got something you can do, Wyatt, you better do it now. I'm almost out of steam, the body just about full, but I can handle one last push. I nod back at the man, and he drops both Dakota and Vernon in preparation for what's to come. We both know that if we fail now, we die anyway. Might as well drop them to give us a better chance to kill the progenitor. Then, I point at his Colt and hold out my Bowie knife for him to take. At least I can help from afar with the gun if he attacks up close. Virgil quickly gets my meaning and possesses the Colt to me while taking the Bowie knife back. He does leave me with a warning about it, though. Pistol is very heavy and only has a few bullets left. We're gonna have to scavenge for some tough this town after. After we trade, I raise my right hand and count down from 4 while holding dirge with my thumb. Then, I point my mouth at the ground in preparation for the zephyr of air to leave me and send the Bakwas flying away with their light bodies. 4, 3, 2, ooh. The countdown is interrupted on the drop of the last finger as the wind flutters above us. Looking up, I see the oversized and deformed Bakwa flying in the air. It must have ended its break and jumped from the building it hung from. Only one thought exits me as the giant spirit lands on me and pushes me backward onto the ground on my back, the surprise and the impact making the newly acquired Colt fall out of my hand and onto the dirt several feet away. Fuck. The Bakwa progenitor reaches down to touch me again, and without the unwanted but needed aid of the bloody palm, it will win this time. Easily. But before it can, a man tackles it off of me into a group of other Bakwas that reach down to touch him while stabbing the massive spirit the whole way with a long knife. Virgil. I force myself to roll over and point myself toward the man and the spirits upon him like a ravenous horde. Desperately, I release my breath of defiance. The first aim to save someone other than myself. A massive squall exits my lungs and streams of my mouth. The rush of wind, more similar to a miniature directional tornado, sends all the Bakwa within 100 feet of Virgil into the air and away. Their bodies tumble away haphazardly and almost comically due to their lack of weight. Hopefully, they land far enough away that the fight will end before their slow bodies return. Immediately afterward, though, a monumental ether headache knocks down the doors into my mind. I grimace with pain as all the energy leaves my body, and I end all my flows of ether because I'm at the tipping point. I tiptoe upon the razor's edge that would send my body into a total breakdown, something I've grown to dislike and loathe to the point I'm careful not to experience its effects. Acute ether saturation. But as I collapse into weakness, I watch Virgil wrestle against a king of ghosts all alone. 55. Fight like Kilkenny cats. Virgil tussles with the massive Bakwa for a few moments before extricating himself away from it, obviously knowing how dangerous it is to be up close and personal with the progenitor of the horde of ghosts. He swings his Bowie knife in a wide arc and grazes the Bakwa before expertly stepping around the spirit's counterattacking lunge. The man with Sigils of darkness leans into their traits while dodging and uses his ether to create small whips on his left hand without the Bowie knife. He wraps several around the spirit's deformed and malnourished legs before ripping them away, trying to knock the creature prone. But unfortunately for him, the legs of the creature disappear right before he yanks the ground out from under the spirit, and his whips pull nothing but dead air. Light footsteps of returning Bakwa ring out behind my limp body. The directional whirlwind I sent out must not have done much for behind me because the slow spirits have already begun to near me once more compared to the ones on the other side of Virgil that are still very far away. I ignore these oncoming threats and focus on Virgil's battle, taking in every detail, hoping he will win. As long as he kills the damn thing, the rest should die or, if turned for a prolonged time, scatter into whatever plane the Bakwa is from. Virgil continues to press the Bakwa and slice into it here or there carefully. He uses tendrils of darkness to keep the creature from touching him whenever it gets close or tries to attack him, but he quickly loses steam as the ether in his body builds up without a way to promptly expel it. Every attack he initiates makes him use even more ether to protect himself, while the progenitor just eats or dodges most of the incursions from the knife without being fazed in the slightest. We've all been fighting a desperate battle for quite a while now, and it's honestly impressive just how long Virgil's hung on. The rest of his team has fallen, yet he stands. Shadows flying, daggers stabbing, and expert footwork keep him from getting caught in the clutches of the progenitor Bakwa. But he can't keep it up forever. One by one, the whips he has conjured from nightly ether fade and leave him with less and less protection. Eventually, he is left with no more dark lashes to protect him and veil him from the Bakwa's touch. All the Bakwa needs to do is land a single grapple to win, but Virgil needs to kill the thing with a weapon that is ineffective against it. To me, it resembles a woodsman stabbing a bear with a knife until it dies, just that the bear is a massive, deformed, and half-transparent ghost. Because of the risk, Virgil begins to slow and play the battle even more carefully as sweat drips down his face, and he frantically swallows a handful of pills. Pills that I assume are some kind of painkillers to block off the massive headache he must be feeling at this point from ether exhaustion. My heart aches at the money he just swallowed. Medicine is expensive. Very expensive. But at least Virgil can hold up against ether exhaustion much better than his younger brother, who passed out when he neared his limit. But the man acts like nothing is wrong, or that he is dancing on the edge despite him now fighting a creature that possesses 3 sigils and a small army of ghosts without any ether. The great equalizer is no longer in the equation. It's man versus monster in the most primitive and teeth-grinding ballet of death. Virgil moves with an agility I've only ever seen in Edmund as he rolls underneath a swipe from the Bakwa and shoots himself upward. This maneuver lands a puncture with the Bowie knife to the face of the Bakwa as it reels back in pain and screams with an unearthly pitch.
Small.
You got this, Virgil. The man who fights for me, Vernon, and Dakota presses onward with the onslaught against the oversized and inhuman ghost as the horde closes in on me. I can't even turn my head to see how Dakota and Vernon are doing, and can only hope that they are fine. Swipe, stab, dodge, leap,
Roll.
The expert bounty hunter and once hunter fights tooth and nail to win, doing everything he can to not be grazed, touched, or even just breathed on by the progenitor Bakwa. But the other Bakwas close in on him and give the man less space to dodge and more pressure. Armed with only his Bowie knife that, at this point, only emanates vague sparks of ether, he presses onto the progenitor with a courageous yell, but this time, the massive spirit is expecting it and grabs hold of him as he does so, stopping him in his tracks with a bear hug. Both the spirit and the man's sides face me in a struggle as I lie on my stomach, watching them. Virgil maneuvers just barely enough to twist himself out of the grapple as he stabs the apparition's chest, but it doesn't even flinch and reaches for him again. This time, it wraps several long tendril-like fingers around the man's neck and lifts him into the air. All the Bakwas in the area stop moving and stand oddly still while watching the scene of their progenitor, lifting up the only remaining threat. The deformed spirit then begins to choke Virgil as it peers into his eyes. Virgil doesn't give up, though. He continues to swing and stab at the creature without pause as he erupts with strength one can only possess at death's door just before she welcomes you into her cruel embrace. Something I'm fondly aware of. I look around, searching for anything I can do to help despite my bleak situation, and I find the colt, Mercy, several feet away from me in the dirt. Pushing with all my exhausted might, I extend my arm to the gun. My fingers stretch, and my body pop as I grasp desperately for the colt on the ground that is beyond my grasp. Dirt is clenched and swept as I try my best to reach it. I'm too far from the gun. I cannot reach it. The only effect is that dirt and dust cover my arms, and some fly into my eyes from my futile struggle. My eyes glance back over to Virgil in sadness as he is lifted further into the air and starts convulsing painfully, the Bakwa attempting to control him. This can't happen. This damned Bakwa won't take another. I stretch my arms as far as possible to the gun and try to crawl closer. About a foot of dirt is crossed in several seconds as I scramble weakly against the dusty earth of the dunes, but a foot is not nearly enough. The gun is still too far out of my reach. Giving up is not an option for me, though, and I continue to try to crawl. Eventually, though, the vessel does not agree with that sentiment. My lower body stops responding to my movements, and I feel like a whole ton of lead, too heavy to move anymore. Screams exit my exhausted body as I watch the Bakwa slowly drain my new friend's life. Still, as the feet of the experienced bounty hunter and monster slayer in front of me begin to turn transparent, I hear tiny paws that grow in volume, hitting the ground behind me. I turn my eyes and see Dakota, the small fox standing before me. Just as I begin to feel sorry for the kit who's about to die, he looks at my outstretched arm and the fingers that point to the object just a foot away. Then, he peers back at me with his orangish-red face and tilts his head, questioning. Yes, get that thing, Dakota. The young fox watches me yell in excitement, filled hope, and flail the fingers of my right hand, the only parts of me that yet work with any measure of strength, at the colt. Dakota's eyes follow my finger to the colt, and he trots over to it and grabs it with his tiny mouth. He tries to move it, but the colt is quite heavy, and at first, he cannot. Then, I hear a short, low grunt before I sense a minute amount of ether within the young fox begin to flow, the animal's instincts teaching it how to use ether rudimentarily, similar to how I used it without knowing how to initially. With this ether, the fox's strength rises. Dakota's feeble, petite, and still growing body increases by just enough to allow the little guy to drag the heavy colt over to me, dropping it with a pant for air in front of my hand. Thank you, boy. Non-stop treats after this. I pant just like the fox next to me in effort as I slowly wrap my fingers around the colt and its trigger. Then, I tilt the gun with my wrist to point at the Bakwa, aiming just through guts and feeling with the hilt of the colt, keeping it up in such a way that my position does not allow me to see down the barrel. At this point, Virgil's entire lower body, from the waist down, has turned ethereal and see-through. Desperately, I aim the colt at the giant spirit and squeeze the trigger. Boom! A deafening bang resounds in Dakota's ears and mine, and the gun falls out of my weak hand, my fingers unable to keep the recoil in check. I peer through flying dust and sand with open eyes to see the effect despite the sting. I miss. The shot lands next to the Bakwa on the right, throwing dust into the air. Fuck. Frantically, I repeat my actions and fire again. Another miss, this time to the left, with a rich echo through my ears. Fucking hell. At least the gun didn't fly out of my hand this time. Glancing at the bullets in the cylinder as they rotate, I see 3 remaining. Virgil wasn't kidding about being low on ammo. He didn't even have an entire cycle. Once more, I try to hit the Bakwa as the etherealness reaches Virgil's stomach, and he finally stops struggling against the spirit. I pull the trigger this time, trying to meet both in the middle. Another bang reverberates throughout my body, and as dust clouds my eyes, I hear a painful wail. The dust clears from my eyes, and a smile touches my burnt lips and cheek with a hole in it. I hit it, right in the side. The Bakwa turns to look at me and throws Virgil to the ground. Then, it begins to walk at me, with a slight limp from both the injuries Virgil and I've left. I point the colt at it again as it approaches me, and I squeeze the trigger. Another piece of lead shreds into the Bakwa's left leg and slows considerably, unable to turn incorporeal before the speed of a bullet. I pull the hammer down for the last bullet in the chamber and release the trigger as it shambles at me, once again hitting it in the left leg, this time its knee. The spirit slows significantly in its attempt to reach me now that I've filled it with my remaining lead, but it slowly gets in front of me despite its slow gait. When it does, though, another sticks up for me. The little fox walks before me, still panting, and Dakota growls ferociously at the giant creature. The size difference makes me tremble for him.
No.
Dakota, go. The fox turns back and looks at me as the Bakwa reaches down with its tenderly fingers to touch it. But just before it does, a deep, mournful howl of a horn breaks through the night, echoing throughout the ghost-filled town. The Bakwa pauses its reach and looks to its right. Surprised by the sound that emanates from behind me, I turn my gaze just a little bit to my left, and I see Vernon, on one knee, barely conscious, blowing out of the boa bugle with tears in his eyes. He is looking behind the progenitor Bakwa that blocks my vision toward where Virgil fell to the ground. Virgil Boone. I lay on the dust-filled ground, struggling to breathe after the progenitor let go of me in favor of Wyatt. I used ether to my very brink. Even just another single thread of the substance within my body would push me over the edge, and within my body courses a different flavor of ether, cerulean lightning that changes me deep within. My lower body is constantly fading in and out of existence because of the lightning built up from the bottom, and with that comes unending assaults of pain that harass my already feeble mind. The Bakwa slowly ambles over to Wyatt as he fumbles and tries to shoot the damned spirit. Vernon appears to have woken up from his ether saturation-induced faint, but he is curled into a ball full of pain. I know the feeling, buddy. I don't blame him. Vernon's only had a sigil for about 3 years. I've spent most of the past few years training him and helping him to rise to my level. But what that means is he is missing experience. Experience that you only find at death's door that irons your will. I've done this a long time, but this is probably the worst situation I've ever been in. And I've been through some shit I'd instead not even remember. Yet now make some of those deathly experiences pale in comparison. Not the tortuous ones, but the life-threatening ones. My body is literally fading in and out of existence. Every time I try to move, the etherealness that the spirit forced upon me grows just a little more from the bottom up alongside the blue lightning that leaves traces of rainbow in my veins. My mind is catching glimpses of wherever this Bakwa is from. An ever-shifting realm of colors that puts spikes into my mind every time I see a new color that's not meant to exist in our world. And whenever these glimpses occur, all the objects fade and become see-through. The buildings, debris, and even our unsigiled weapons are invisible, as if they don't exist in whatever plane I can now see into. I'm so close to breaking and giving up. I pushed myself beyond my limit already. I was just hoping that it would die quickly when I attacked the progenitor on my lonesome. Alas, that was not the case. It is a tricky bastard, but I guess we all are. We have to be. Wyatt, despite his grave injuries, despite how the Bakwa touched him as it did to me, despite the ether that must have left him uselessly limp in both mind and body, despite being an entire sigil below the other fighters, continues to try. With every step the Bakwa takes in an endeavor to near him, he attempts to shoot it some more. I wish I had his will. It's inspiring. His fearlessness, how he stares into death's cruel arms and sees right through them to focus on what's at hand. Even little Vernon is trying to get back up. I'm sure he feels guilty for dropping unconscious a bit ago from exhaustion and leaving us to fight. But it's not going to matter. I can see it through this broken pane of glass that is now my vision. The Bakwa is wounded and only grows more wounded with each bullet put into it, but we're too injured, exhausted, and outnumbered to win. It was a bad idea for us to come here. A mistake that I made. I should have known better. I've fought these bastards before, but I didn't know any could rise above second sigil, so I never even asked, assuming it would be fine. A rookie mistake. One that I shouldn't have ever made. I've been fighting this endless battle against the supernatural for over 11 years since I was 19. Of course, it'd be the first enemy I ever fought that'd end me. I just wish it didn't have to end Vernon as well. Or Wyatt, for that matter. He's a good man, albeit with many mysteries I've learned better than to ask about. Things I'd plan on asking if we ever got close. Now I'll never get the chance to know the questions that have plagued me since I saw him tackle a fucking short-horned serpent. These regrets flow through my body as I watch the Bakwa near Wyatt. I see to the side that Vernon struggles to pull out his boa bugle while looking at my fading body with teary eyes. I don't know what he's doing, but But even the clever guy can't fix this. No one can. Just before the Bakwa reaches down to where Wyatt is, I can't see well from here on the ground. Vernon blows into the horn, filling it with whatever ether he can spare since he fell unconscious. A ring of courageous and inspiring air fills the night. The Boa Bugle's veteran sigil can grant those who hear it confidence and dauntlessness. And this trumpet of bravery reaches my addled and surrendered mind, relighting the bonfire within. Warm foreign but still welcome ether settles into my mind. My thoughts of defeat and giving up instantly clear and fade. Confidence returns to my mind. I can do this. I can stand once more. That is all that is needed. When the progenitor falls, most of the remaining Bakwa will die and return to their corpses, while the rest will scatter and lose their tether to this realm and return to where the progenitor is from. I never expected the artifact to be instrumental when we first got it, except for considerable battles, but now, my mind completely changes. Filled with spirit, I attempt to stand once more. The flickering in and out of existence legs beneath me, unwilling to help. But the human mind is powerful. Even the demons were based on us. With enough strength of mind, some things can be overcome, especially if they are within your own body. And so, I yell with inspired fury and courage as I place a flickering and fleeting boot onto the ground, ordering it to not fade for just a moment. It relents, but just barely long enough for my other foot to touch the environment as well. A heavy presence descends onto my body that at first confuses me. It seems as though the very weight of the world presses down upon me at this moment as my feet touch the ground and make my actions even more difficult. And after a flash of thought and a struggle for balance, I recognize what's happening. I've earned the ire of the heart of the world. Who would have thought? A poor peasant-born orphan like me would earn the chance to prove the mother below wrong. To perform an act of absolution is a rare and momentous thing that is usually only done by pillars to be and those near that level. A smile crosses my lips despite the weight of the situation and the severity of it all. I do not know why simple me gained the attention of the mother below. She one who made all. She who created humans and tossed them aside in favor of demons and her other creations. But one thing I do know is I'll prove the bitch wrong. All she wants is for humans to die. And when she wedges her bets against someone, it makes their likelihood of surviving much lower. But if we prove her wrong, the pressure placed upon us makes us reform like coal into diamonds. I grit my teeth even harder and push myself up with as much strength as possible, both mentally to keep my limbs corporeal and physically to go against the weight placed upon me. Using these small moments of existence, I stand and quickly begin to run toward the Bakwa, the only way for me to stay upright. Going from flickering foot to fading foot, I sprint with near-silent and unnatural-sounding footsteps. The reduced weight but similar strength allows me to speed up to a blistering pace, which I had only seen Wyatt move at when fighting the serpent, and I crash into the Bakwa a split second before it accomplishes its goal. Together, we go head over heels beyond Wyatt and his pet fox. I use the Bowie knife that I never let go of regardless of the lighting coursing through my body or the sights that my limited mind bore witness to and stab the Bakwa repeatedly. I ignore the deformed monstrosity of a ghost as it touches me once more. Its cerulean eyes and unnatural fingers send bolts of flickering lighting back into me, but as I'm now used to the feeling of not existing on this plane, my onslaught does not relent. Gradually, the Bakwa begins to flicker, similar to me, because of its injuries. When I've stabbed it over at least 100 times, it fades entirely and turns to a glimmering dark blue light that stems into the sky. Nora and our other siblings will still have a protector. I sigh with relief, but nowhere exits what should be my lungs. Then, I notice something about myself before my vision goes dark after accomplishing my goal. My whole body looks ethereal, and I can no longer feel my limbs. It appears as though the mother below bet right. 56. Wraithful Jaunt.
Wyatt Graves.
Stunned, I watch Virgil filled with the confidence that the bugle gives tackle the apparition to the ground. Then filled with mad fury, drunk arrogance, or pure ignorance, he neglects the Bakwa's threat of turning him into a spirit and stabs the spirit ruthlessly with wild abandon. The whole time the condition of his body worsens, the flickering etherealness that he was struck with growing from just his lower half to spreading to his upper body. By the end, he was switching the hands that were using his Bowie knife as they kept fading and reappearing during his onslaught. But by the time the Bakwa truly dies and his creations begin to fade or simply explode into pounds of rotten flesh and blood, I guess depending on how long they were transformed, his condition reaches the bottom of his neck. Dozens of seconds pass in silence as Vernon and I pant in effort and exhaustion as we try to move to Virgil's body. Vernon reaches his older brother first, the latter phasing in and out of this realm into whatever plane the Bakwa came from. I crawl over to the two brothers while Vernon cries over his brother. A wave of depression and loss hits me as I speed up as much as my heavily wounded frame can to reach the fading man. While doing so, I see small bits of light come from Vernon's hands as he places them on his brother's body whenever it returns to this realm. He's trying to heal him, but even I can tell, despite not being a doctor or any kind of healer, that it won't work. When I reach the two brothers, Vernon has tears streaming down his face as he erratically speaks to his brother and frantically tries to fix his spirit-like form with his dim radiance. "You can't die. How am I supposed to return to Nora, Aaron, and Victor without you? They've never even known our parents. Only you truly remember them.
I barely do.
You've been our guardians for almost 2 decades. You can't die now." I look at the hysterical Vernon and see that he is now trying to heal Virgil from his face, the only part that doesn't fade in and out of existence. But even then, the flickering is still spreading from Virgil's neck to his head. It seems as though whatever the Bakwa tried to do to him and me previously doesn't go away quickly, especially when it's already taken root. I look down at Virgil's face and see his eyes. They used to be bright green like Vernon's, but now they are a stormy gray, losing focus and glimmering. With a shake of my head depressingly, I put my right hand on Vernon's shoulder. Virgil is too far gone. Another one falls. "Vernon, you need to stop before you kill yourself. You just fainted half an hour ago from ether exhaustion. Stop before you die." Vernon barely looks at me as he stops struggling to save Virgil and just talks a bit with tears running down his face. "He raised me. Our whole family. The 5 of us were orphaned when Virgil was only 12. Dad died of disease, and Mom died while giving birth to Aaron and Nora, both within the same week. I'm almost a whole decade younger than Virgil. It's been 17 long years of him caring for our whole family. I only wanted to be a hunter to join and help him." Silence passes between us as we watch the flicker reach the bottom of Virgil's chin. I have no words to offer. Nothing can lessen the pain of losing a loved one. It seems as though all I have met along my journey meet a quick end or other bad ends. Even Alexos didn't appear as jovial as usual, the psychotic bastard he is. Maybe that's my curse. To make others' lives worse. Alexos' words of my family being a plague or curse unto the world ring through my mind. I suppose he's right. As I think this, 2 separate whispers enter my mind. One directly that I wish didn't and another from my ears. If only we could stop the spread of the curse or plague the Bakwa left. My light seems to have minimal effect, and as you said, I'm too tired to use a huge burst to try.
It's you and GRY.
Vernon asks for help, and so does the Bloody Palm, only in their own ways. Vernon is kind and hopeful, while the Palm is demanding. The 2 separate and completely different meanings and opposite sources make an idea come to mind. I was able to affect the Bloody Palm with Daydream, right? So, could I use it on another person? Loosen their chains in exchange for my own? Maybe. As I begin to think this process through, it is shot down by a grim reality. I have no ether to spare. Maybe a very, very small attempt could be made to test it, but beyond that, there would be no point. Sleep is needed for me to recover, and now is the best time to do so. The Bloody Palm's whispers might be back, but they are much weaker than they were just a few hours ago. Whatever fight it had against the progenitor Bakwa left it damaged, drained, or both. Vernon speaks up once more as he looks at me with desperation as I ponder before his dying elder brother. "You got an idea, Wyatt? I'm grasping for anything here, man. I've seen you pull off 2 impossible feats since I met you. You think you got another one left in you?" I see heartache on his face and hear the sorrow in his voice. Just as I go to shake my head in refusal, a recent memory comes to mind. Of my ether saturation being reduced from using the bloody palm to devour, the artifact both energizes and purifies my body in preparation for its seemingly inevitable takeover of my mind. It devoured vitality and energy from both Leonard and Earl. But who here can I devour? Vernon is far too weak to deplete, and I'm both unwilling to subject Dakota to it, while I also think he wouldn't provide enough with his tiny body. The bloody palm is only interested in the living with flesh and blood, so the ghost-turned meat piles around us from the aftermath of the Bakwa progenitor's death won't work. I look at the horn placed beside Vernon's body as I frantically look for a solution as fast as possible, the planer flickering reaching Vernon's nose. An idea comes to mind when I see it, and I grab it instantly. All artifacts are parts of very recently dead things that have been overpowered and distorted by the sigil and the last emotions of the deceased. Maybe the bloody palm would work. I mean, they can replace limbs, right? So are artifacts technically alive? I open up to Vernon and tell him of my crazy plan, hoping his desperation will let him ignore me being artificed with an artifact for a left hand. I have an idea that might work, Vernon, but you have to promise not to go crazy about it, okay? He nods at me emphatically as the extinguished fires of hope within his eyes are rekindled. Okay, so, my left hand is an artifact, and it can devour and help me in recovering from the living. This includes myself, but I also think it can include artifacts as they seem to be living. I want to use the boa bugle to recover and try to save Virgil. Shock breaches the younger brother's face as he hears the revelation about my hand. He responds opposite to how I expect, though. That explains quite a lot. You must be one of the hollows, right? People who attach artifacts hoping to use their power? Few of you survive the process, but you are all granted significant power with an artifact of a lower sigil than them. Do whatever you can, but I'd recommend using cutting words instead of the boa bugle. A third sigil will present much greater resistance in being devoured. Will it even work on this? This isn't an artifact from a person. It's out of an object. I correct him vaguely as I take the letter opener artifact, cutting words, that he hands me and ask if it will work. No, I didn't even know that's a thing, but I feel bad for whoever goes through that. Mine was done to save my life, and it's 2 sigils higher in rank than mine, 3 when I was first artificed. You think that it will work on the letter opener? Vernon just looks at me with a wide, open mouth at my statement as I wrap the fingers of my limp left hand around the letter opener with my right hand. He replies about the same way I felt when I woke up to the new hand. Fucking hell. I thought Virgil had a strong will. I nod to him in acknowledgement and continue with my attempt to devour an artifact as he is too surprised to answer quickly, and time is of the essence. So, quickly, I push onto the bloody palm with my mind and flow a very, very small stream of ether into it, trying to get it to feed on cutting words, the first sigil artifact that it is. A few moments pass in anxiety-filled waiting before the bloody palm reacts. Wounded the beast within may be, it is still a starving wolf, and cutting words is a young cub. The fact the bloody palm is damaged only makes it more ferocious, its main desire being survival, and the hunger only makes it more rapacious in its attack. I see tiny red-black tendrils the size of individual strands of hair exit the limp left hand and enter the letter opener. Then, they pulsate like beating hearts and grow in size like a snake eating a large prey that it has to slowly devour. As it does so, I feel significant bouts of emotions, desires, and wills hit me. These feelings and senses seem to be from many different creatures and not just one. This might be the difference between an artifact formed from a creature's limb or an object on them. More dying beings' emotions can infiltrate and reform an object with a sigil. I hold my mind strong against these emotions, but I don't feel any rejuvenation at first. All I see is that the bloody palm is becoming slightly more energetic and less limp. The damn thing is hogging all the energy, pushing my mind into the hand. I am hit with a wave of rejection as I try and make it follow my will. I refuse to let this stop me, though, and break through the wall of darkness that prevents my mind from entering and following the trails of ether within the palm. When I do this, my left hand seems to come to a decision and begins sending me bits of warmth as I wanted, But alongside the heat are deluges of memories and emotions magnitudes more emphatic than earlier. I see visions of an entire group of young men and women being killed by a creature with blades for arms, legs, and several more appendages capable of slicing through flesh and bone around its body. The bladed aberration storms through the group, and I watch in fragments from each person's view as they're killed, and then the piece shifts onto the next to be cut down. I feel the surprise, anger, and something else I can't quite place. Eventually, it ends with a final young woman who raises her arm and screams to not die as a blade goes through her arm, into her neck, and straight diagonally down through her body, leaving her torso by her ribs without any resistance. She falls to the ground and sputters up blood as her body struggles to stay alive. Then, the monstrosity of blades just walks away into the distance before more screams echo into the woman's ear. Before she eventually dies, though, she tries to write a note, possibly for a family member or loved one, but only gets far enough to put her hand in her bag that goes motionless on the letter opener within. Seemingly endless regret filled with ambition blasts into my mind as I try to hold on and keep my sanity intact. Waves push past me over and over again before I nearly collapse. Yet I do not collapse, for my mind has been both tempered and corrupted by the bloody palm, allowing me to withstand this assault. Eventually, I feel the internal pressure on my mind lighten and fade a bit, a sign of the warmth of the palm's devouring, aiding my body in removing the built-up ether. Abruptly, though, the emotions and waves of memories end, and the heat stops flowing into me. I open my eyes, which I just now closed, and see where the letter opener used to be. In the place where cutting words used to be now lies a shimmering sigil, shifting and inscrutable in its ways. It quickly sprinkles and turns to floating, glimmering, gold dust into the night sky, the artifact fading and being broken forever. The loss of the emotions and memories within makes the sigil lose its medium to stay before me, so it fractures and fades away into the night, likely returning to wherever sigils come from. Another question that I'd like to be answered, but I ignore my curiosity and quickly turn to Virgil with my body that has expelled some of the ether. Then, I place my hand on the only location on his body that is not yet flickering phantasma, his forehead. I delve deep into my mind and coalesce the most significant stream of ether I can without breaking my limit again. I command the stream of ether into the center of my dark pupils. It's the middle of the night, but a daydream is needed. A daydreamer is required. I imagine a world where the curse that is placed on Virgil recedes and goes away entirely. One where he is alive, not dead. Resistance is felt when I imagine this, as if it's not something my sigil is meant to do like it's meant only for me. But I neglect this hint entirely and bear the full force of my mind onto the feeling even with the bloody palm's re-emerging dark murmurs. A moment passes, then two. I keep pressuring the skill as time passes, and the transient clock ticks in my pocket ticks. Just as Virgil's forehead begins to flicker, I feel a release, like a lock being broken, but not on my side, on his. A brief feeling of an executioner's blade approaching the wooden stump of execution arrives, then vanishes just as fast as it came. Surprised at all that is happening but unwilling to miss this chance, I funnel as much ether as possible into loosening his chains and saving him. And it begins to work. For some reason, I see chains loosen on the man, around his eyes and brain. I'm not sure why that location is strengthened for this dream. Following the restraints weakening, the flickering stops spreading at the top of his forehead. The heavy breathing of Vernon is felt beside me, the younger brother desperate and full of waning hope for his elder brother. I do all I can to not let his hope crash as my whole body is tightened and weighed down, the price of daydream. Usually, I don't use the skill too vigorously because the cost adds up quickly. A simple use here or there for a slight boost is enough, and keeping it as a wall against the bloody palm is essential for my survival. But now that there is nothing else for me to do but save this man, I push the skill as far as I possibly can with the limited ether I have. This makes my entire body feel as though it weighs thrice as much, and it becomes even hard to fill my lungs with air, the weakening so consequential. All things have a corresponding equal effect, though, as manuals speak true. While I am severely weakened to the point of being crippled, the phantasma on Virgil not only halts but begins to recede. What concerns me, however, is the black veins that run along my hand that touches him. It feels like the bloody palm is doing something, and I don't have the energy to stop it. The action from the bloody palm feels kind of like a reciprocation for me feeding it. Apparently, while mad and ravenous, the palm still understands give and take. Or take, and give a little bit back. It's intriguing how in-depth these artifacts are, well, at least the bloody palm. I haven't spent enough time with other ones attached to me. I hold on to this daydream with the help of the black veins from the artifact for as long as I can while watching the flicker recede down to his nose, but by the time it lowers to his chin, I start to run out of fuel once more. The coal is almost out in my furnace as the body cannot remove the waste in time and provide me room for more ether. I assume Vernon notices my struggle as he hands me the horn he recently acquired, something he was so excited to test, use, and name. Taking the boa bugle in hand, I let the bloody palm devour once more as I split my attention in two, one to keep my friend alive, and another to get the energy to do so as the bloody palm can evaporate some of the ether in my body. 57 Nine of Spades. Virgil Boone. My mind and body are fading, slowly dispersing and losing what holds me together. As the Bakwas curse spreads within me, I can feel myself gradually unwillingly enter the plane it was from. I fall still and paralyzed on the ground after I slay the king of the spirits within this town because of the cerulean lightning within my veins that caused this phantasmal transformation. Even my eyes stop moving and leave a single frame I can see through. But just because I stop moving does not mean the world does too. Frantic yelling and many tears drop from Vernon, the little brother I have raised, protected, trained, and prepared for as long as I can remember. He was the only one of my siblings interested in gaining a sigil. I never had a choice, being dragged out of my house after my parents died and forced to fight other teenagers until I earned my spot to be trained. So, I made sure to offer it to my siblings. Despite the risks of acquiring access to ether grants, the world is far more dangerous without someone having it. Every family must have a guardian. I know that, and Vernon does too. That's why he joined me. If I were to die and he wasn't at least capable of a bit of supernatural might, we would be easy pickings for the wealthy and the hungry. When you're powerless, sometimes it is impossible to tell the difference between a man who acts like a monster and an actual one. But despite all that is happening to me, I am proud of Vernon. I remember when he was just a tiny toddler. Now, he's a brave fighter. Someone who, even after they are knocked down, gets back up. I just wish I could hear his voice. The paralysis has even reached my ears, disallowing my hearing. Soon to come is my sight, of that I'm sure. Wyatt also appears in my limited frame of vision many times until he disappears for a few minutes after a silent conversation from my perspective with Vernon. While he's gone, though, Vernon constantly looks over his shoulder every few seconds. Then, out of nowhere, fragile bits of glowing ether shards fly out into the sky. Something that only happens when an artifact is shattered, the emotions, desires, and remnant memories being broken or dispelled. A rare event. It takes quite a lot of power to break the inner workings of an artifact. No idea how it's happening. This is the last thing I see. A beautiful sight, like fireworks after a great victory before the frame I see through freezes. All that is left is a still picture of the drifting lights of a shattered artifact, the final thing I will likely ever see. I had always figured that when you died, all you saw was black, an endless and cruel void that death opens for you. But that's not the case, for the last thing you see stays with you. I wonder what death looks like. The old woman is probably hideous. I hope she is. The damn bitch has taken too many friends, and I guess she's on her way to make a stop for me. Just as my thoughts touch on death and her cruel ways, a familiar weight that signals the ire of the mother below presses upon me, along with an odd feeling. The feeling is similar to being chained up in a cellar, something I'm also sadly familiar with. The hunters are not kind to the destitute. I ensured Vernon entered with enough money to not be treated this way despite the misery and sleepless weeks it caused me. I try to focus on this odd feeling instead of the past, curious about what it represents. Is this how death takes you? Are the legends wrong? She just encases your soul in spiritual restraints forever in stasis? As my mind turns to the sensation and ponders its meaning, a vision of what it represents is presented to the depths of my mind. A perspective in an omniscient third person, one of a dying man chained to a deep dungeon beside a second cell with a featureless man who is equally restrained. The dying man looks like me, but the other man is odd, with a missing hand and a hole where their heart should be. But despite his oddities, the man reaches out between the bars and offers a hand. Unsure of what is happening, I just watch the hand frantically gesture for something from the other man. Over time, the hand grows even more erratic and hurried as the dying man, and I simply observe. At this point, I look at the dying man, and he looks back at me. He is identical to me besides the pitch-black irises around his equally dark pupils. What is happening? This feels like a fever dream or hallucination. Is this real? I look at the dying man for a while longer until I realize something. The weight of the mother below comes from the dying man. Curious, I try to move this disembodied perspective closer to the dying man and meet significant resistance. It feels like running against a tornado's windy pull, an earthquake's faltering shake, and a flood's unstoppable rush. I consider not continuing for a moment, but a thought reaches my mind. If the mother below is pressing against me, that means my life is not yet gone. She cares not for those who are dead, only for those who are powerful and can prevent the death of many more humans, those she hates most. And so, I push on as the other man with the lost hand, and the missing heart grows increasingly more desperate. His desperation only gives me more urgency as I move closer and closer to the dying man lying against the cold stone brick wall of the dungeon. Eventually, I reach the copy of me as waves of pressure emanate from it. Then, I move into the body, trying to enter it and take control. When I do, my sight changes to seeing through the dying man's eyes, along with the pressure dissipating. And I instantly notice that this dying man is me, only a metaphorical and dimming version of me. One that is conjured from my sigil, my soul, and the small amount of ether that rests within all sigilled permanently. This is the inner self, the part of a person that, when destroyed, turns them into vegetables or, if corrupted by an artifact, demon, or god, turns them into an unfeeling puppet. It is this version of me, the final and only part of me, that yet remains after the Bakwas' paralyzing and phantasmal curse. I am broken from my inner musings and thoughts by the man in the other cell turning frenzied and rapturous, his arms waving crazily into my cell, trying to reach me. But he cannot, for I am in the opposite corner of the cell. Looking at him, I feel the natural calamities of pressure arrive again, this time with much more force. If the first calamities were the weakest forms of themselves, a first-class tornado, a weak earthquake, and an expected yearly flood, these new ones are a magnitude higher. I try to move towards the man simply in spite of Mother Below's desires. The tornado picks up and spins me harshly as I reach out to the man, but without doing so, I fall to the ground, only a little bit closer. Then, I try to stand against the wind as the world shakes and splinters beneath me. The earthquake intensifies as I attempt to get up and step toward the man. Once more, my feet go out from under me, the earthly mother in all her hate wishing for my death. Giving up on standing, I now try to crawl. A single shuffle is made before a rushing wave hits me with freezing temperatures. Gritting my teeth, I hold onto the bricks of the dungeon below me against the unceasing current within a place I never wanted to see again. The memories too painful and dark. I look up through the metaphysical waves constantly crashing over me and see a hand waving toward me with finality, a sign of someone about to give up. This is my last chance. I can feel it. If I don't grab this hand, I will indeed die. I don't know how, and frankly, I don't care. Taking a sputtered breath of damp air, I grip the stone brick as hard as I can with one arm and reach up to the man reaching down. Our hands don't meet, though. A small gap lies in between, a distance that, no matter how hard I try, I cannot cross. I repeatedly strain to reach the hand despite this fact that is settled in my heart. Even as the fingers that hold me onto the windy, shaky, and torrent-covered bricks peel off one by one, I stretch as much as I can. Right before the water washes me away, I see something happen to the man before me. His featureless face wrinkles in the effort as the hole where his heart should be grows slightly. Seeing the growth of the darkness in his chest causes me a primal and fathomless fear. I try to let go at this moment. The man in front of me no longer seems to be trying to help me, but before I am washed away by the pressurized torrent of the mother below's will, red-black tendrils come from the man's hand and latch onto mine. Agony flows through my brain the second it touches me, and shortly after, it spreads down from my forehead until it encompasses my whole body. This torment only lasts a few moments, dissipating when the tendrils pull my hand into the man's palm against my will. The instant my hands clasp his, two things occur. The first is that I hear a crack resound through my body, starting from my right forearm, where the core of my ether resides. This crack fills me with a sense of achievement, and the pressure from the mother below fades entirely. The second is that I recognize this hand, which I have shaken recently. Wyatt's. Shock flows through me as my vision shakes, shatters, and shifts into a new sight. A new place. It is a place that sends both terror and exhilaration into anyone who knows of its origins. A local of literal divine importance and other planar interest, where all must go to grow further. The cabin. But the sight of the eerie wooden hut confuses me. I thought people only came here after they gained a new sigil. What am I doing here after almost dying? Does resisting Mother Below's will and performing an absolution send you to the cabin? And if that is indeed the case, why? Why would defying the Mother Below send you here? From the rumors and myths about absolutions, I had figured they were real, but that they more so just enhanced your abilities by sharpening them further through near death, like improving the way you use ether beyond your standard capabilities. But apparently not. They instead hold real, literal ground amongst even the interest of the old gods. What a curious thing. Too far above my pay grade, power, or even want to know, though. I may only be a humble third sigil, but I know a fundamental truth of this world from my time in it and the horrors I've seen. Sometimes, it's best to not know. Knowledge itself is a weapon. An insidious and unexpected dagger that can enter the most hardened man and turn them mad. Or it can give those with power a weapon to cripple you eternally. And knowledge of the gods? Of the cabin? And not just the usual stuff like the titles or whatever, but their proper names, what they truly look like, or bits and pieces of godly knowledge. That stuff changes people, kills them even. I once had a buddy who was in a group that came across an old ruin, and they went in to find treasure, weapons, and loot from the past ages. But something in there spoke into the minds of the men in the group, poisoning their thoughts. Only Norman made it out alive. He said he only made it out alive because he deafened himself after half the group started going back and rambling about whispers. But even Norman, who mutilated himself with knives, was eventually taken over by what little he learned within that ruin. I tracked him down and put him out of his misery myself before he could return to wherever the ruin was. The bounty paid for half of Vernon's hunter training. My thoughts leave the rumination of my past, which Vernon tells me I do far too much and that it's unhealthy. I disagree. Every time I recall my past and all the times I barely survived, or when others did the same, it cements something in me. Just how unforgiving this world is. How necessary preparation and intel are. The recent fight is a good example. We thought we were prepared. 2/3 sigils and a second, along with many artifacts and other powerful tools. Surely we'd win, right?
No.
It was a close and brutal fight. One that could have gone better with a few more days of preparation and thought. It might not have been lowered to an easy one, but certainly, with a few makeshift explosives, Molotovs, and other weapons, the fight would have been a bit less dangerous. And something that would have really made the difference? If we knew that the progenitor Bakwa was so powerful, it could prevent the dissipation of its created Baka when they died, effectively making us fight an unending ghost army. Another tally to add the next time I prepare to retrieve a bounty or kill a target. Even if I fought and killed it before, do more research. Things change. Not all creatures of the same species or type are the same. After my mental note for the future, something I do after every fight, no matter how dangerous, I allow my attention to turn to the tome that rests on the table. The object that tells us of our sigils and their meanings. I take a single step, all that is required to get close enough to see the already opened book. An oddity compared to the other 3 times I've been here over the years. The book is always creepy and unnatural no matter how often I see it. Seemingly made of leather from human skin and littered with ancient symbols that none know the meaning of. The difference between human and other creatures' leather that I can only notice from seeing it in person. My eyes peer at the already open new page. The ancient runic words that hurt the mind if one looks too long at an individual one translate and enter my mind just at the sight of them. Congratulations, Weathered Night Whip. You have displayed an overwhelming pure resonance to the aspect of the wraith. You have performed an act of absolution in your attempt to enter and return from another realm unsuitable for your kind. You have been turned into a phantom and slowly pulled back from the film that holds the worlds apart. As your body and mind began to fade and quiver in this reality, seeking to join the next, you refused. The world itself refused your re-entry. You refused its refusal. You defied everything while your body phased in and out of this world. But amongst that phantasmal event, a formless connection emerges between you and your sigil. And so, may your Nightwhip sigil shift into a purer form, for you, the soon-to-be wraith, have performed. The wraith's absolution. You have prematurely resonated with a future step along your path, and as such, your current sigil shall shift its absolute form to match it. It will never be the same again, and neither will you, Weathered Nightwhip. Like an old revenant starved of sustenance given souls to feed upon, your sigil shall now be more swift, erratic, and pure. From the Weathered Nightwhip you once were, now, you are the flickering Nightwhip, one who flickers from this world into the next, unceasing, unending, and without notice. With this new form, your sigil shall grant a new strength, a new aid to you in your long journey, one that may not be wanted, but that is needed for that which you walk amongst. In and out, you flicker from your current realm to the next, sometimes formless, sometimes discreet. This unpredictable and unexpected phantasmal force shall aid you greatly despite the damage it might cause to your mind. Tromp cautiously when you flicker as a wraith would. You are not yet ready to fully withstand the realms beyond. Few are. The form of your sigil shall now be revealed to you, as it is fading and unpredictable. My mind takes in the knowledge that the tome gives me, and I stare at it in shock. I had heard that absolutions give new skills, but I always thought they were just expanded or enhanced versions of what was already had, not possible futures. A wraith. Their kind are terrible specters that stand near the apex of the formless. Not quite at the top, but not that far. I believe they are ordinarily sixth sigiled threats. I had no idea that a potential path ahead of me lies the sigil of those terrifying spirits. Some of the words, though, make me view the new ability to flicker, as it is put, as something hazardous. I've never heard of a warning alongside an ability before from the tome. The book usually just gives basic information and leaves out the side effects or negatives. For it to speak of them, they must be truly dangerous. The whole bit of being formless is scary too. I'm no coward, but the idea of having no body is enough to make me hesitate even using the skill. Being blown by the wind, unable to regain a body as I'm slowly affected by the realms beyond, is a risk that might be too high for the reward. I'll have to see, though. At least I did something I always thought impossible, no matter how weird and unnatural the event was. I made the mother below lose a bet against me, an orphan who started at rock bottom. Now even those high-up hunters and estates will have to treat me with just a little respect, for only those who absolve themselves can go beyond the limits of the sixth sigil. 58. The Mother Below.
Weat graves.
A whole stressful hour passes as I push the curse down from Virgil's forehead to his neck. At the point that his neck touches his shoulders, the curse holds strong, refusing to budge despite my best efforts. When I notice this, I try to force it through, thinking it is a hurdle to surpass, but it wouldn't work. No matter how much I try, the curse won't recede any further, and because of the effort I used to push past the block, I once again reached the limit of my ether saturation. With a body at the brink once more, I quickly but full of anguish grab Law's light, ready to consume it with the bloody palm to keep trying to save him. But as I hold onto it with my left hand, which has recovered quite a bit from its own buffet of artifacts, Vernon yells to me. You did it. The curse isn't moving anymore. It's stopped at the neck. I look over at the surprising news, almost unbelieving. And he's right. The shimmering phantasmal body of Virgil only exists below his neck. Have we held it off enough that it has stopped spreading throughout his body? Do you think he'll be good? You think the curse is done spreading? Vernon glances at me briefly, filled with hope, before turning back to his elder brother. I think so. At the very least, the curse has stabilized. You can take a quick nap. I'll watch over him. It'd be best if you were prepared to help again without sacrificing another expensive artifact. Any item we have is worth his life, but we still need to eat. Before you do, though, can you check if the progenitor had an artifact emerge from it? Hopefully, it did. That will compensate for the loss of cutting words and the boa bugle. I nod to Vernon as I stand shakily, the first time in over an hour that I'm not wrapped in the chains wrought from daydreaming on another with all my might. Without having to be careful of the restrictions that it places on the rest of my body, I went all the way and then some. It was like being under a dozen weighted blankets, gagged, blindfolded, and getting your brain wrung simultaneously. Not a pleasant experience. I shake my head away from those stressful thoughts. We did it. I look around for the potential artifact the progenitor turned into when the spirit dissipated into light. Surely that tough bastard would leave behind enough desires to create an artifact. As I look around, though, I notice how quiet the town is. All that remains is the almost inaudible whispers from Vernon to his unconscious brother and the crackling fire that burns down the building I was on earlier. The blaze is radiant and burning, using the whole building to stave off the cold of the deep night. I take a moment to just feel the warmth on my skin and the peaceful air. I push off finding the artifact and rest to just enjoy the moment. Euphoria fills me alongside the relaxing come-down of adrenaline. I did it. I avenged Lonnie. It feels great. The relief, the satisfaction, the weight lifted from my shoulders. The kid is no longer being tormented as a ghostly Bakwa. Instead, he is taken by death to be judged. I do know that the Red Judge will be fair. No kid ever deserves his sentencing, and it's said that the only time he is ever lenient is with children. Hopefully, he is sent to the White Fields of Comfort, the only semi-peaceful place in the underworld, where only the best are sent. A slight chance exists he might be pulled a bit deeper into the gray salts of loneliness, but at least that place isn't torture. It's more so just a limbo to slowly pass until the soul fades into nothingness. But at least there's no way the Red Judge would sentence him to the black dungeons of penitence or Crimson Court of suffering. No child ever deserves to go to those two places. I freed him from his current suffering. That's all that really matters. I'm sure that even the salts would be nicer than whatever he was experiencing as the progenitor Bakwas pawn. Avenging him and freeing his spirit feels terrific. The catharsis allows me to calm down remarkably after the battle, my breathing slowing to a more regular gait. One down, one to go. The next will likely be 10 times more complicated, though. Alexos, despite how he looked the last time I saw him, will not be an easy foe to face. The phantom pain has made it all the way to the 6th sigil. And if there's one thing I've learned in the short month or two since I gained a sigil, every step forward costs more of your soul and leaves a trail of bodies behind you. The only thing you can do is try to stop the fallen from being those you care about. My moment of calm ends after a few minutes of peace as my eyes scan the surroundings and find something in the direction of where the Bakwas light dissipated to. A small cerulean glass-like orb lays in the sand, almost impossible to notice. I stumble over to it and pick it up after covering my hand in cloth. I'm unwilling to pick up an artifact with my bare hands without knowing what it does first, but I am willing to inspect it closely with my eyes. The orb is not made of glass despite its shiny reflecting texture. It's an eyeball, one from the Bakwa, and within the blue eyes where even the pupil is blue, just a darker shade than the rest, I see shifting figures. Figures that resemble the smaller Bakwas, not the larger ones made of adults or the progenitor, but instead ghost-like bodies that look like deformed children. My heart sinks as the possibility of me freeing the little guy rises. Did I not actually free Lonnie? Was he just put into this damned artifact from the leftover emotions of the ghost? I put my eye closer to the glassy orb, peering into the blue-tinted world of ghosts that lie within. I try to decipher and see what truly lies within, and relief washes over me after a few moments of observation. The ghosts within are not the Bakwas I've seen lately and come to know. They are even smaller and deformed things that move with disturbing and eerie jaunts within the small orb. Spirits that the progenitor must not have wanted to use or risk. I do not know how the progenitor controlled, stored, or actually transformed people, but it seems as though some didn't go quite as planned. And it's those malformed Bakwas that remain after its death. Some of the malformed Bakwa are those with hands that are twice as long as the others but legs with backward knees. Some others have tiny heads and large bodies. Others have massive skulls, but no eyes of any sort on their faces. It is all disconcerting and weird. It's one thing to see deformed ghosts that come from humans, but when those ghosts are deformed, it is pretty dismal to look at. I can understand why the Bakwa didn't use these few dozen broken souls. Its transformation process must not have been perfect, or something caused it to mess up, so it didn't want to use its flawed creations. I just wonder if these spirits still have any sense of self, if any intelligence remains. It's something to think about later. Because now that I've found the eyeball of an artifact, I want to rest. I can put the infrequent form of an artifact off for later in favor of sleep. I still have a mission to do. After all, this was just for me. Sitting down next to Vernon and the stabilized Virgil, I hand the man the eyeball wrapped in cloth. Then as I listen to his exhausted excitement, I lay down and close my eyes. His tired and concerned voice enters my ears even as I drift to sleep. This is great. An eyeball is one of the hardest forms of artifacts to get. This thing will surely make up for cutting words in the boa bugle. It might even give Law's Light a run for its. I wake up as the sun shines light onto Harmony Town, the first of its rays hitting my closed eyelids and prompting my brain to turn on. As I sit up, still with a headache, although it's lessened, and a wounded body, I see Virgil sitting on a post of the recently burned-down building, his body no longer flickering and see-through. Weariness immediately fades, and I move toward him, sore and full of pain but endlessly curious. You're alive. How is your body fine? Wasn't the curse still present? Virgil speaks to me with a smile as he looks at the rising sun, the rays not yet hitting him as he's behind a pole. Some crazy shit happened. I don't know how, but I did an act of absolution in the process of surviving. Apparently, my sigil shifted towards a future form, the Wraith. Now I can phase in and out of the world, becoming incorporeal, but there's some huge downsides. I stare at the man I thought was dead as I stand up and notice that Dakota slept beside me the whole time. Grunting to pick up the fox, as I am still weak, I walk over to the older man. I also notice that Vernon is asleep in a bedroll beside Virgil. How can there be a downside? You can literally dodge like any attack now? Bullets will barely affect you, let alone blades, and if it's as strong as the progenitors, they will probably just pass right through you without an effect at all. He sighs as he shows me his hand, and for a brief moment, it flickers, barely visible and mostly see-through like a ghost, to the point that every internal part of the hand can be seen, then turns corporeal once more. When he does it, I see him flinch and shiver like he just saw someone he loves die. It might seem like that, but it's not all sunshine and rainbows. The curse still has me, but it's just that my sigil has shifted to hold it at bay passively. The sigil skill from the absolution doesn't make me fade. It makes me corporeal. From the second I woke up, I've been constantly using ether. And whenever I flicker, the sights and sounds within the other realms are far too much, and it feels like I'm being eaten. Not just that, but whenever I go back and forth quickly, the cost ramps up direly like the fabric dislikes being repeatedly torn through. His condition not being wholly solved surprises and worries me. I sympathize with the stuff he's forced to see. I imagine it's similar to the bloody palm's dark invasive murmurs. I sit down next to him beside the charred pole of the burned building and try to talk to him about it. You okay? I have quite some experience with otherworldly whispers. Virgie's eyes quickly flit to my left hand, and then back to his brother. Yeah, I know. Vernon told me about you being artificed while you were out. I was going to ask you for some help. That, and I wanted to say thanks. I know it wasn't easy to save me. Hell, I didn't think I could be saved until you appeared. Virgil's wording confuses me. What does he mean until I appeared? What do you mean appeared? He motions with his hands toward me, trying to explain. I was near death. I could feel myself turning into whatever those things are from the progenitor's curse, and I felt you reach out to help me. The issue in my actual survival was that the mother below didn't like my survival for some reason and fought against it. The only reason I'm even here right now is that somehow you reached even further and grabbed me, allowing me to break her bet and absolve myself. His words sink in for a moment before a litany of questions arises. The mother below? I've never heard of her before. And by my extra reach, did he mean the bloody palm's unusual aid? What does he mean by breaking her bet and absolving himself? I try to ask him individually, but they all come out simultaneously because I'm too curious. Who's the mother below? Is it a god? What did it look like when I reached out to you? Bloody? And what do you mean by bet or absolvance? Virgil raises his hands in an attempt to slow my roll of inquiries, but he does answer them all slowly and deliberately as if telling a long story. I listen attentively to his lengthy explanation. Whoa, slow down. I just woke up from near death about an hour ago. Give me some time to think. Your first question, though, is easy, although quite long. We've got plenty of time, though, as Vernon will be out for a while. The Mother Below's story is long but incredibly vital for those who seek the higher tiers of strength with sigils, and I think you do, so I'll tell you the whole thing. The lower level of the library in the Hunter headquarters has all this stuff. I only learned it because my younger sisters wanted bedtime stories, and I was too lazy to make them up. The Mother Below is the one who created our world and all the things that live in it, although she seems to hate humans the most. First, she made plants, fish, and birds. Then, she wished for intelligent life and created humans. Along with humans, though, the Mother Below made a large variety of beasts, reptiles, and even the first few Goliaths. Many years are said to have passed after that until humanity became too powerful, spread out amongst the entire world and all its 3 continents, innumerable islands, and 5 oceans. But gradually, it's said that the Mother Below became dissatisfied with humans and our ways of life. That we were not enough. Our skills with ether, resonance with sigils, and ingenuity were insufficient for the Mother. Virgil pauses to breathe, the man moving on the makeshift slightly to be more comfortable. This whole time, sigils existed but were rare and only found by the strongest or the cruelest. Maybe 1 in 10,000 were said to possess even a first sigil. Nowadays, it's probably closer to 1 in 100. And that back then, beyond 4th sigil didn't exist. So, she created demons. Creatures that are everything humans are and more. The strength of beasts. The intelligence of humans. The resonance of the Nahullo. She even created a place for them. Hell. The deepest region of the earth, even beneath the underworld, where the dead lie. This is where they all emerged from, deep below. Another pause ensues with a look of envy on his face. Of course, anyone would be jealous when some are born with all the gifts possible. At this point, the old gods still lived as well, uncorrupted, and while not kind, they were not antagonistic. The only god not among them was the arbiter of chaos, the devil. He arose later. But the demons were sent on a crusade against the humans by the Mother Below to reset her world in their likeness. There was only one solace for man. Demons are low in number and have issues coupling. In addition, for some reason, after the initial rush of demons from hell, none more have ever come. So, we were able to live past this dark era. The continents were split off from each other, and we lost contact. We could never communicate much before, yet many of the old books in the library spoke of ships and trade here or there. But after the demonic wars past the collapse, all was lost. Virgil's eyes grow dark, shadows swimming in them as a visceral emotion exits his pupils, each syllable angry yet proud. Humanity was pushed from all of Mari, the continent our feet lay above, to just the eastern coast. We only survived because of one man, the first. It's said he was the first man to ever reach the angelic realm, joining the many demons and few pygmies and Nahullo to have also done so, earning his title. He created the Order of Hunters over 1,000 years ago. He kept us alive until his fall and a Pyrrhic victory to Leviathan, the eventual and now current binary lord. He bought us some years to survive, but it is unknown if any other segments of the world are still full of human life. Most think that we only live because of him, and that all other regions fell without such a monster of man to guide them. Virgil smacks his lips as he begins to wrap up his story, explaining it all. Anyway, this is all to answer some of your questions simultaneously. I know it's long, but it should make a little sense. It's during our survival with the first that something terrible occurs. At this time, many people are stuck at the 6H sigil and cannot rise, while demons, beasts, ghosts, and other creatures can. The other planers have always been powerful, and more of them are beginning to appear, each unpredictable and lethal. The Mother below then decides she will act personally and kill us. She descends a part of her will to press upon the first while he is in a battle against Mammon, a mighty demon at the time. The first was winning, and the Mother wished it was not so. No one knows if she did this because she was waking up again, or if she truly hated the man so much that she could strike from her slumber. She bet against him and tried to crush him in conjunction with Mammon, but the first survived, wounded, mentally damaged, and partially crippled, but he survived. And because he did, he performed the first ever absolution. His skill, which came from his absolution, was said to be the most unique thing in the world, a once-in-eternity thing. But it was not to be. Eventually, he fell, Leviathan slaying him before he could grow more potent at the young age of 30. The man finishes mentioning the legend from long ago as his head falls backward onto the charred post, his voice ringing with forlorn sadness. It's always been thought that the Mother below is where sigils come from first, starting with placing them in plants, which were then slowly devoured and moved throughout the biosphere of life. I'm not sure if that's true, though. Just based on the short glimpses I've seen through the cracks in the fabric from Flickr, I'm led to believe the Mother below might just be a being above a god, capable of creating, or at the very least, affecting a mass amount sigils at a large scale. Kind of like resonant attraction, but much more powerful. So, anyway, this is all to say that when the Mother below bets against you, it's because there's a reason she wants you dead. You will either cause many demons to die, her chosen children, or you will save many people, her hated children. There is another thing that also happens. If you ever win a bet against her, it's said it becomes 10 times harder for you to do it again, for she'll coalesce 10 times the pressure to make sure you stay down. And in breaking her hold over you, the sigil within you shifts, changes, and grows to match you and the actions you've taken. Absolutions are sporadic acts that allow one to grow and reach unseen heights. Heights that only the ones with unbreakable wills, complex skills, unfathomable minds, or otherworldly luck can achieve. A short pause, a final one, starts as Virgil turns thankful. I think that my case is several of those. When I was on the verge of giving up, you who were reaching out to me had tendrils of red-black sludge hone in and stab into me before bringing me closer and saving me. So, again, thank you for not only saving me but allowing a peasant-born orphan, such as me, to do what only legends are said to have done. For close to a full minute after his story, we sit in silence, me understanding all that he had said, and him, watching the growing rays of the sun from behind the charred pole. I take a quick glance at the bloody palm and say a quiet thank you to the murderous and insatiable hand. I have no clue why it helped, but it does look back to normal. Maybe it just did so because it had access. That's what happens whenever it devours to heal me, after all. After my thanks to the palm, my attention turns to the revelations Virgil gave me, creation stories I've never even heard a little about, and the being that did it all. The Mother below, this god above gods, bet against me, and I defied her. I don't know how I did, though. All I did was funnel ether into myself non-stop at the maximum speed I could as the executioner's blade from the big man fell toward me. I have no idea how that was able to do it. I turn back to Virgil to discuss absolutions with him, both his and mine, as I see him reach a hand out from behind the shade from the pole into the daylight, possibly sensing that something is off. The second he does so, a scream of pain and surprise erupts from him. Everywhere the warm daylight touches, his hand is set ablaze. 59. Intricacies of Ether. Virgil jumps back into the shadows of the charred pole, surprised and yelling in pain, completely understandable for being set ablaze out of nowhere. I react just as quickly and grab the bedroll beside me and wrap his entire hand and forearm in the fabric, attempting to smother the flame of oxygen. After a few seconds of painful struggle and agony from Virgil rolling in the bedroll, the fire extinguishes. Heaves of air exit Virgil's lungs as we both sit there with confused looks on our faces. He looks behind me at the rays of light, and his face scrunches up in hate and realization. Curious, I ask him what the hell just happened to him. Virgil, what the fuck is going on? Why did you just spontaneously combust? Virgil glances at his arm and pulls it out of the singed cloth bedroll. The arm only has a small number of burns from the flame that covered it. I think a side effect of my new flickering body is that the sun now burns me. But like most lower-rank ghosts, the sun doesn't burn me if I flicker into another realm. The only problem is that I can't do it too long, like weak ghosts. Two revelations come from what he tells me. The first is that absolutions can have side effects, and the second is that ghosts can live under the sun. I always had the impression they couldn't. The issue is that the weaker ones cannot exist under the sun's rays, yet the more powerful ones can. I do wonder how powerful they have to be. Was the progenitor strong enough? Maybe. It doesn't seem like Virgil is, probably because he's only half ghost and incomplete. His body may be ghostly in nature, but his mind and soul are wholly human. After this spontaneous combustion event, we speak some more, and questions arise about whether we can still move amidst the sun. Can he be burned through clothes? Does being underwater stop the light? Can mirrors burn him? I give Virgil my coat so that we can test the first one. Before we do, though, I find the nearby town well and fill a bucket of water so that he doesn't have to flicker to keep himself from burning to death. Once I'm ready to douse him, with a hand wrapped in my coat, he slowly puts his arm into the sunlight from behind the pole. The rays of light slowly cover his whole coat-laced hand, and nothing happens. We both take a sigh of relief. We'd be done if it still burned him through the coat. Only being able to move at night is a huge detriment. Not to even mention, where would he hide in the middle of the dunes? Sure, a town is no problem with all the buildings, and even a forest wouldn't be too bad either, but bone dunes? He'd be dead in a week. We continue with our tests while we wait for Vernon to wake. I search the town for clothes to cover Virgil up, and by the end of our tests, he is wrapped tightly up on every single part of his body. Not a single patch of skin shows. He wears a long trench coat and shirt that covers his arms and torso with a hood and cap that cover his head. Virgil's legs are fully covered by a new pair of pants that go down over his ankles and sock that reach up to match. He is still wearing his steel-toed boots from before I met him. I even found the man a pair of dark-tinted goggles from the town blacksmith's shop. Customarily used to block out the heat and light from a smelter, now they block out the sun's damaging rays for the ghostly man. He doesn't seem to like it at first, though. Damn it. I feel like a child during his first winter, all wrapped up in needless bundles. But we also make one more discovery at the end once Virgil is completely covered from head to toe, blocking out the sun, which changes his perspective. His knightly strength returns, no longer with a single ray of light that reaches his skin, his passive bonus from his second nightly sigil, the reduced ether cost, increased ether control, and heightened physical prowess. I watch him giddy and excited about this new discovery about his ether and sigil. He throws punches in mock tests, and I see him flicker here and there. Whenever he uses his new phantasmal skill, even his clothes become see-through. His beating heart, thinking brain, and breathing lungs are all visible for any to see. But just as we both thought, the skill is incredible. Virgil shows me how he can walk through walls and stick his head, hand, or leg through them. We do a small spar as we both want to see how useful it is in combat, and he kicks my ass. Though I'd wager all my money, he could do it without the skill. My right fist just goes straight through the man, regardless of where I strike him, and the bloody palm, on the other hand, which I've had to raise my daydream back up against now that it's recovered, does land like a regular punch. Though, if he fills the skill with more ether than normal, deepening his connection to the other realm he enters, even the bloody palm passes through him. However, that does seem to leave a lasting impact as he pants and needs a moment to recover after it. I even shoot him with my ordinary revolver. Just as predicted, the bullet goes right through him. Nothing seems to leave a mark except for an attack fueled with ether. Virgil teaches me a new skill as well to test this further, one I've never heard of. It's called wedding, a skill he picked up from another veteran who learned it. Only about 10 or so skills are hunter skills, which are skills taught to most hunters during training, and this is not one of them. It's a skill that only a handful know, and now I'm one of them. It's both complicated and straightforward. Like using a whetstone, you run your hand over a blade, bullet, or even your own hands and coat them in ether, focusing on making the substance sharp or piercing. Learning it is challenging, and I fail dozens of times before I even understand it. Additionally, Virgil teaches me more about how ether is used in its applications until Vernon wakes up. In doing so, he is trying to strengthen his team and test his abilities further against wedding. The veteran knows what he's doing and has plenty of time to teach it. Every new sigil grants one the basic level of a particular ether technique, and the instant one gains the corresponding sigil, most also achieve the most fundamental stage of each type of ether manipulation. However, this is only rudimentary, and most cannot put it to any use at all, the technique breaking apart before its usefulness shows. Increasing it to a level where it is valid still requires practice or, at the very least, extreme luck. Furthermore, there is a type of ether manipulation set to each sigil, with intricacies within each. First sigil is using individual streams of ether. Single strand is the common name for it. This entails using a single skill or multiple at once. It is both the most elementary manipulation of ether and the most important. It can be trained so that people can activate up to a dozen skills without being distracted. Vernon is very good at this, me not so much. Second sigil is many streams at once for the same skill. Many strand is the common name. This differs from using multiple skills. It is about quickly activating abilities and making those chosen more potent than usual. It is also sometimes just thought of increasing the size of the streams of ether. It is when one creates a massive stream or many at once to fuel a single skill or activate an artifact. Also incredibly important. A bit more complex than single strand, but not significantly. Third sigil is braiding the streams of ether to empower a skill or yourself. Braided strand is the common name. This is what's required for wedding. You have to create many strands and funnel them all into the same skill at once while at the same time crisscrossing and braiding them. This increases the durability of the skill, speed of activation, and time that the ether will remain in the skill without input. Fourth is raising the quality of ether. Steel strand is the common name. I have not yet mastered or even been able to accomplish this a single time. Very, very few can before they become fourth sigils. The most straightforward comparison to understand is putting the essence of your sigil into the ether, changing its effects drastically. The change is vital for the powerful as it increases the amount of ether they can functionally use. For this higher quality is more easily expelled by the body as it is more personal to each person. It also can provide significant changes to already existing skills. Steel is also where the difficulty starts to pick up. As for most, it takes months before they can use it, even after advancing. Fifth is raising the density of the ether from liquid to gaseous. Steam strand is the common name. Ether is the opposite of most substances. It grows in both density and speed when turning to gas. This increases the rate of ether because gas moves faster than liquid while at the same time increasing the power of any skill using steam ether extensively. Additionally, it vastly reduces the ether saturation pace of the user, much more so than anything else I know of. Sixth details imbuing ether with your will and personal essence. Willful strand is the common name. I don't know what it all entails, but it exponentially increases the range of a sigil's ether. If I could do it, I could use my whips up to over 50 feet from just 4 or 5. Beyond that, I don't know anything besides how those above that use ether are unimaginable, and I know that the techniques of a 7th sigil are 10 times the difference from 3rd to 4th with steel strand. I can imagine, though, that the difficulty is just as high. But secrets of the angelic realm are kept tight by the higher-ups. Hell, even 5th and 6th are only talked about in whispers, but I've gathered enough information to make educated guesses. Now, this is all just a framework for how one is supposed to learn these types of ether usage. You can know them earlier than they're generally granted from talent, pressure, or sheer force of will. You can use single and many strands at a pretty high level despite saying you've had no teacher. I'm impressed, as most without a teacher will remain with just the basics. I think you can learn braided strands. That, and I really want to see if a skill like wedding will hit me or not. His bit about sheer force of will reminds me of how I gained my first absolution, just forcing ever-growing streams of ether into my body without stopping, creating a ball of power within me from just force of will. This leads to a short conversation about absolutions, and Virgil is speechless to find out I also had one. And how I got it surprises him so much that he stops teaching me to look at me for a minute. I always thought you were fearless, Wyatt. You look young, far too young for this line of work, but that's not my business. But now I know you're not a brave kid. You're a batshit insane one. What kind of madman creates a literal bomb of ether inside themselves? I don't even understand how you got your absolution from that. Virgil shakes his head, unbelieving, before he continues. They're all about survival and beating the odds. You creating an internal bomb is the exact opposite. It would kill any man 100% of the time, dissolving and breaking them down from the inside out into a pile of meat and blood. I smile at him, calling me crazy. I had no idea what I was doing. I didn't even know that ether could kill you like that at the time. I knew it was dangerous, but not dynamite dangerous. My only answer is something that I've been told by many people, from my mother to Edmund and even Alexos. They say I'm hard to put in the grave. Maybe it wouldn't have killed me? Virgil laughs and nods. Yeah, I've seen that too. I guess the chance of survival always remains. But it'd be inhuman to survive that. I can barely imagine anyone who could, even someone above the sixth sigil that is angelic. Maybe the Undying could, but that is the only possibility. Graves are known for being hard to kill, more similar to artifacts in their ability to take any beating and stay standing, let alone their most famous member, Killian. He is said to be missing, though. Don't want to meet whatever put that man down for the count, that's for sure. A knowing smile is stretched onto my lips at his words, but I stay quiet as we return to me trying to learn braided ether. The man runs me through many drills during his explanations, trying to increase my skill with ether, yet even after a couple of hours of effort and attempts in trying to braid my ether, I cannot succeed in doing so. I had thought that I was a prodigy in ether manipulation after how I learned adrenaline surge and sneak so quickly, which, now that I think about it, the latter is a use of many-strand ether, and so is the upgraded form of sneak I made. I raise my frustration to Virgil, who is kindly teaching me, and he gives me some advice back. Those two skills are probably things you have an affinity to. An example is I'm terrible at physical enhancement skills. It took me over 2 months to learn physical enhancement, a required hunter skill, and I never succeeded in learning adrenaline surge. Vernon is similar to me. However, I am great at skills that affect objects and things that I hold, like wedding, while Vernon is really good at general skills that involve emitting things. Recently, he's been practicing learning radar, a skill we heard of during a large expedition into the Coriolis marshes in Sinskreek. It allows you to sense everything within 100 feet through little pulses of ether you emit. He's made good progress but hasn't quite learned it entirely yet. He's only gotten it to the point of emitting one pulse every 20 seconds that reach 20 feet out. You just seem as though you're highly skilled in ether, which enhances your physical self. But with enough practice and effort, I believe anyone can learn any general skill, so long as it doesn't involve an element. I nod at his wisdom and continue practicing trying to braid my ether into wetting my hand like a blade. While I do so, Vernon wakes up, and at a single glance at his brother, who walks around in his whole getup, he raises a sun-filled hand of radiance. Who the hell are you? Where's Virgil, Wyatt? Snickering, I point at the heavily cloaked, goggled, and dressed man. He's right there, you dumbass. No, he's not. I've never seen this man before. Virgil jumps in and yells with a deeper voice than usual. No, you have. Vernon takes another look at Virgil as the older brother raises a middle finger through a jack-box-like opening gesture, then laughs his ass off through his many clothes that muffle his voice a bit. I'll fuck you too. Chuckles erupt from Virgil and me while we pack our stuff, preparing to leave this not-so-harmonious Harmony town. Vernon gets frustrated with the both of us and refuses to help, but his brother just starts chucking shit at him to carry, from scavenged bottles of alcohol to spare bullets that we found while searching throughout the day. Virgil is a much better scavenger than me and my old group. Quickly, we restart our journey west toward the break that we must be nearing. More and more animals have been seen during our approach. This is odd as winter is near, just a week or two away. I ask Virgil and Vernon about why the break is coming despite winter being so close. Isn't winter an awful time to fight? Vernon, the one who had the extensive hunter training with all expenses paid for by his brother, answers as Virgil knows less theoretical knowledge on enemies that he hasn't faced compared to Vernon. The cold is mostly only bad for humans to fight in. Our bodies get cold and slow, which weakens us significantly, but most powerful beasts are giant and have fur or, at the very least, are large enough to not be affected by a bit of cold. The ones that don't will be heated by the other beasts near them under the control of the demons. The man pauses in thought as if he's trying to remember the name of something. And demons are said to have something called, a demonic furnace instead of a heart. It creates energy from the atmospheric ether instead of digested food and distributes heat and blood to their bodies, a better version of a heart. Keeps them from getting cold or tired quickly. Only temperatures far below zero or days without rest affect them. So, actually, breaks more commonly occur during the winter, when humans are at their weakest. We're safest during autumn when most demons prepare their crusades against us at the Mother Below's will. I nod after the explanation, and we discuss some more bits and pieces of demons, just curious about their abilities and habits. Even how they look. Virgil answers this one. I've talked to a few people who have fought during breaks, and typically, there are a few demons between 2 and 3 that lead it. They can naturally command beasts, so we might have to be careful with little Dakota in your backpack. Still, if a beast is domesticated, they are typically fine. Its will is usually powerful enough to resist the demon's call for war from domestication. Virgil pauses again, his hate for demons leaking outward. Demons are very arrogant and commonly embody only one of the 7 sins compared to humans, who have all 7. Their skills and abilities vary as there are many kinds of demons. From Skinwalkers and Jumbies to Bakwas, there are plenty. The most dangerous ones, though, are humanoid demons, for they can blend in. This is why Skinwalkers are so feared. I cut in with a question, curious if Wendigos are demons. I remember my title on the bounty poster mentioning them. What about Wendigos? Are they powerful demons? The 2 brothers both look at me as we walk, Vernon with raised eyebrows and Virgil with noticeable discomfort through the many sets of clothes. Virgil coughs and answers with a low voice.
No.
Well, yes. Wendigos are powerful, one of the most dangerous creatures to ever live. But no, they are not demons. Wendigos are born from humans who have merged with at least one artifact and supplanted themselves into them. The desires and hunger from the artifacts overpower the person's mind, turning them into an amalgamation of disaster. A predator at the absolute apex. The combination of 2 or more beings of sigil in one is beyond imagination. Virgil pauses for a short moment before finishing with words of awe. They are only creatures that humans and demons have and would ever ally together against. Oh, that sounds foreboding for my future. Names have power, after all. Ma always told me that. That being called something can signal that you will be more like that in the future. Or that simply saying a creature's name allows them to sense you. I push these foreboding thoughts away as Virgil's eye catches something in the distance. Something red. 60 pyres for the unknown. We move forward carefully after red is spotted in the distance, staying low to the ground and quiet. Virgil uses several hand signs that they both had taught me recently. The loss of cutting words allows him to once again understand hand signals. He puts his hand close to the ground, a motion that means stay down, and follows it up with a side-facing palm that's up, a signal that means to be in a single file. Vernon and I follow the signs, and he ends it with a common symbol for silence, the finger in front of the lips. Quietly and carefully, we approach whatever crimson thing lies in the dune. Once we get relatively close, Virgil gives us the signal to spread out, and we do. In a fan, we approach the thing in question and quickly realize it is a small hill made chiefly of blood and gore. I hear Vernon beside me gag in sight of what lies before us. Several dead men and women are mashed together. Limbs turn to mush and bones to splinters. Blood is everywhere, guts are strewn left and right, and several are chewed through. The faces, well, the faces that still exist and aren't smashed beyond recognition, are twisted in agony. It's a bit much of a sight even for me, who had his own spine severed by shrapnel, and oh, the smell. It is beyond terrible. I turn away from the sight, unwilling to subject myself to it. But Virgil doesn't. The veteran of the supernatural for over a decade is used to these grisly sights. He does a verbal walkthrough for Vernon and me, who step away from the scene, expecting neither of us to be able to view it. Looks like a group of maybe 6 to 7. No, wait. 8. There is another underneath the first few. Their wounds are rough, some of the worst I've ever seen. Kind of reminds me of how the Urayuli smashed through legions of people and monsters, just on a smaller scale. These corpses also contain several pieces of dirt, sand, and quicksand. Only the Amakuk are known in these regions for manipulating ground and quicksand, but they are typically restricted to moving within. A powerful enough one could theoretically kill through earth manipulation, though. Maybe even use it to crush a human to this extent. I'm thinking we either have a young Urayuli or an abnormally powerful Amakuk. Vernon cuts in at this point, unable to keep listening. Come on, Virgil. Do you have to be like that? Can we just move on? It's sick to investigate these poor fellows like this. I rise to Virgil's defense, phrases from Edmund coming to mind. Virgil's smart in doing this, Vernon. Life gets messy, but we need information. If we don't know what's out here, we'll get ambushed like those short-horned serpents. An affirmative grunt and explanation come from Virgil after my defense. Yup. Not just that, but this will help tell us how far away the break is. Demons commonly like to raise 1 or 2 Urayuli to do their dirty work. The simple-minded hairy fellows are weak to their call. A sign of a young one, probably a 4th or 5th sigil, as they grow naturally to be 6 sigils, as long as they have plenty to kill and gain each sigil for means that the break is nearby. Close enough that the Urayuli is let loose to have fun. On the other hand, if it's an Amakuk, it's still a bad sign, but not as bad. It just means that where we are is under the domain of said Amakuk, and that it's likely to attack us or eventually join the break with its pack. So, we should do a bit more investigation. If it's an Amakuk, we should find and kill it quickly to stop the break from gaining another powerful beast amongst its horde. If it is an Urayuli, though, we run for our lives. As fast as possible. Vernon finally comes around after the full description of why Virgil is shifting the dead bodies and searching through them.
Fine.
I guess that makes sense, but I still can't look at it. I'm not squeamish, you know that, but oh my, that is just too much. His older brother is fine with Vernon's response and asks me to help him in his investigation. That's fine. You do the artifact inspections. We all got our strengths. It's why we move together. Everyone has their own job. Wyatt, you think you can check to see if these people have any sigils with your chain eyes? From the heat of the dead, it's only been 5 or 6 hours since the deaths. If they were 2nd or 3rd sigil, their ether might still hold together. I take a moment and glance back at the bundle of gory gruesomeness. It affects me briefly, making my stomach queasy, but I break out after a few seconds after forcing myself to move. It doesn't feel good to look at, but I think I can bear it. After all, if I think about it, I've probably bled more than these people did. Yeah, just give me a sec to get used to it. Typically, it's my own blood, guts, and flesh that is everywhere. The older man laughs but nods and continues digging through the bodies, looking for any sign to aid one of his 2 conclusions. Before he finds one, though, I steel my stomach enough to look at the disgusting sight. Then, I activate Chain Eyes, the most familiar stream of ether I possess. I use this augmented vision to peer at the bodies and only see hints of ether at first, but deep within, where Virgil pointed out in 8th person, I see a hint of yellow. A 3rd sigil. I let the man know while he continues to check bloody pockets, ripped shirts, and torn pants for clues. I see a single sigiled, a 3rd sigil at the very bottom, the one underneath the rest. I'm sure what the fact a 3rd sigil being killed could represent, but Virgil apparently does as he tries to move the bodies. but several bodies stacked on top of each other with limbs intercrossed are too heavy. You don't see any more?
No.
Okay, that's good. Well, mostly. If it was a Urayuli, even an adolescent one, it could have killed at least a dozen third sigils without much struggle. But an Amakuk, which is normally a first sigilled, sometimes a second, wouldn't be capable of killing even a single third sigil. An abnormal one could potentially, though, with its pack. I just wonder what its third sigil would be. Help me turn over these bodies. If the bottom one has any visible wounds, I can figure this out a bit more. I take a step closer to him and kneel down, putting my nose underneath my shirt and trying to make an idle chat to distract myself from the smell and squish of dead bodies. What sigils do Amakuk have? Both normally and rarely. Virgil responds to my attempt at distraction as we move bodies together. The experienced man speaks through all our movements to help keep my mind off the minced dead below our hands. The first sigilled will be shamans, capable of using roots, small segments of dirt, and bombs to fight, recover, and escape. They aren't too dangerous as shamans aren't known for combat, but even a rat bites when pushed to a corner. I've killed a decent number of these before. Virgil stops momentarily in his speech as we are hit with a waft of exceedingly awful smell from the bodies. He recovers much faster than I. The rare second sigilled sometimes have another shaman or a swimmer sigil. The former further increases their ability with roots, dirt, and medicine, making them partially intelligent, like a 2- or 3-year-old. The latter allows them to swim through the dirt as one would water. The sigil mutation is quite powerful for creatures that can hold their breath for a long period. I've killed one of these. Again he pauses, this time in the effort of flipping over a body for investigation. I'm unsure what an anomaly would be as a 3D sigil. Maybe another shaman? That would partially explain the crushed and minced meat, but I feel there would be more dirt inside them. Another swimmer is also a possibility, as there is quicksand between some of the corpses. A type of Amakuk that can trap others with quicksand would be deadly. But there's always a chance it has something we haven't seen before. Another possibility is soldier or freak as its third because of the strength they both give. Oh, look, I see something here. Hold this one up for me. Virgil stops in the middle of his distraction for me to search the man's torn apart and ripped open upper right chest at the bottom of the pile of dead bodies. He pulls out a bloody scale that, underneath the carnage, looks tan, like one from a desert lizard. Then he puts it up and shows it to me, following it with an explanation. This is a scale of an Amakuk. They look closer to large, scaled, sandy lizards than anything else. The third sigil here must have been fighting like hell to injure one so bad it stabbed him with a scale. They normally do everything they can to protect their scales. It's seen as beauty or something in their species. Look, there's also some flaked scale on this man's fingernails. Definitely an Amakuk. A Urayuli wouldn't have been injured in the slightest, killing this group. Wow, the man went out fighting and even landed a good hit to make himself get killed like that. Respect. Sad that it seems his efforts were for nothing as the rest of his group were killed anyway. But this discovery is promising. It means the break isn't as close as we thought, not within just a mile or two, but instead a bit further. It also means we don't have to be wary of one of the massive hairy Urayuli. The impending doom seems to be pushed just a bit further back. After Virgil shows me what he found within the man's corpse, we drop him back to the group and step back, viscera and gore all over the two of us from searching the bodies. At least he's completely covered with his outfit. I got human bits and pieces all over me. The man speaks up and motions to the bodies. You want to bury them or burn them? Burning is probably better, but burying is more caring. I take a look at them and imagine the work that would have to go into not only burying all 8, but carrying each corpse to the hole that's dug for them. I don't think I'm heartless, but I don't know these people. The effort would likely be wasted when we can burn them instead. I'd rather burn them, as burying will take too long. We got a job to do. Virgil agrees. Fair. Vernon. But Vernon doesn't. No, let's bury them. No one deserves to not be buried. Lessens the chance you'll go to the underworld if we don't. The older brother refutes his junior. We both know that's not true. Death takes our souls as long as nothing else did first. You just feel guilty. It's fine, I get it, but we don't have time. Just use kindling. Only you know the skill. I cut in before Vernon answers. As usual, I'm curious and missing vital knowledge. What's kindling? Vernon responds as he huffs and walks to the mound of dead bodies. It's a way of emitting ether that becomes a highly flammable liquid like oil. Anyone can learn it as it's not an affinity-based skill like ignition, which creates flames. That's the one I use to attack things. Really easy to learn when you have the scholar sigil and its elemental affinities or priest and its heat. I braid the ether to make it larger and pair it with radiance to make it even more powerful. Vernon raises a hand and shoots out a transparent liquid with hints of red and yellow bits in the center of it. Virgil compliments his brother as he does something he doesn't want to. See? As I said, Vernon is a master at single-thread ether. Being able to combine multiple skills like that while braiding? Extremely difficult. I can't do it at all. After Vernon covers all the flesh, blood, viscera, and guts with kindling, he steps back and motions at Virgil.
Small.
Light it up. No point in wasting ether to light it up when we have matches. Virgil agrees and pulls out a few matches before handing each of us one. Then, we stand in a triangle around the soon-to-be ash pile of corpses. The veteran of many years offers a few words before we torch them after we light the matches. I know not who these men and women are, but they did not deserve this kind of death. I hope that you all accomplished that which you wanted to, that you said goodbye to your family, that you faced death with determination, not fear. Anyone willing to brave the wilds, regardless of affiliation, deserves respect, which I will give. There were signs you fellows were hunters, but I'll at least follow your customs despite my dislike of your institution. He ends his words with a phrase, one all three of us repeat at once and throw the lit matches into the kindling. The phrase that hunters deserve when they die. The token of respect that Edmund got. May the devil weigh in your favor. This sign of respect for Virgil makes Vernon a bit happier. The guilt about not being able to bury them or something else mostly gone. We watch the fire instantly grow into an enormous pyre capable of burning these bodies to ash. We watch the fire crackle for several minutes and lick at the dead men and women below it. The terrible smell mostly disappears. Now it just smells like burnt meat. Virgil is the first to break the silence as he turns away from the fire, the reflection of the flame in his goggles fading. You braid that kindling, Vernon? Seems to burn a lot faster than usual. Thought you didn't want to waste ether. Vernon only replies with a few short words. Let's just go kill this lizard. Virgil agrees with his angry brother and picks up the pack that he dropped to search the bodies. Agreed. Let's get a move. Wyatt, you ready? Shuffling my feet away from the pyre as it crackles behind me, I nod and call Dakota over, who is eating some food I left for him. Yeah, just gotta get the kit. The older brother laughs behind his mask, hood, and dark clothes that protect his now ghostly self from the sun. That ain't no baby fox no more, Wyatt. The little guy looks just about grown now. Another few days, and he'll be adult-sized. I look at Dakota as I realize the truth of his words. The orange fox has grown considerably and almost unbelievably within just a little while. I don't know how to teach him, though. The little guy is quite cunning. The help during the fight with the Bakwa is a good example, but I don't know how to grow from that. Yeah, you're right. You got any ideas on how to train him? Neither of the brothers has much of an answer, but a few pieces of advice come as we walk. And while we do so, Vernon uses radar to look for any signs of Amakuk below the ground alongside Virgil's sharp eyes scanning the dunes around us. If you want to keep him with you for a long time, I recommend you raise his sigil as fast as possible. Best if he's always the same sigil as you. Small animals like him are weaker than humans until about the second or third sigil when they overcome the size difference with beastly traits. That one came from Virgil, the expert in beasts. Try to help him attain some sigils that lean toward intelligence like scholar, shaman, augur, mentalist, or occultist. This will help him grow to understand human words. It's not fun to have a companion who doesn't listen to what you have to say very often. This nudge at Virgil comes from his younger brother. But together, they do have a single piece of advice that meets. Treat him like a person, with kindness and respect, and he'll be more likely to stay with you. If he ever gains sentience, which some beasts do, especially those who spend a long time with humans, he will resent you for treating him like a pet. It's not a big deal now because he's still a baby, but soon it will be. These pieces of advice help me shape how I will treat the little guy in the future, and I start it now. I let Dakota out from sitting in the open part of my backpack and have him walk alongside us. His larger body is now more capable of keeping up with us. As we walk, I remember something else. The artifact from the progenitor Bakwa. The glassy eye. I bring it up to the two brothers as I hand it to Virgil. Oh yeah, I forgot about this because of the thrill of learning more about Ether. As we agreed upon, here's the Bakwa's artifact. You guys get all the loot from what we slay. Virgil nods and takes it before tossing it to Vernon. Hold on to it for now, Vernon. We'll look at it after we take care of the Amakuk. We're running out of time. I can feel it. I can feel an inner resonance with Virgil's words as I look westward where we are heading. A massive storm looms in the distance, slowly approaching. I shake it off and hurry in my steps as we push to find the Amakuk's burrow, or prove that it was a Urayuli that killed those people. We travel this way for several more hours until night begins to fall again, and when the rays of light from the sun disappear, Virgil doesn't take off his getup like I thought he would. He gives a simple reason for it. If, for some reason, I'm separated from my gear during the night, I'm a dead man by dawn. So, no, I won't be taking this off. Neither of you knows what having the warm sun literally burn you feels like. After that, both Vernon and I stop asking him about it, despite how weird it is for him to be so covered. And shortly after that, we crest a large dune and see something below it. We see a large inlet in the ground with scattered rocks and the occasional falling sand. Looks more like a cave than anything else, but it's in the middle of the bone dunes. I look at Virgil, and he nods. The Amakuk's den. Quite lucky, aren't we?